Opinions, I like this. This is much better.
So which one was the most important hero to you?
I think the Lena. Yeah.
Oh, I was hoping you were going to take another one.
No, I'm going with Kevin, even though he shot down my Virtus.pro joke.
Theory.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. He's now screwed. That's it. He's done. In terms of the way that Virtus.pro go now, are they much more comfortable, do you think, after that? And momentum's everything, of course. But in terms of the draft alone, are they now thinking, aha, we've put them on the back foot a little bit here. They've got to start thinking about what we're going to choose.
I think VP just needs to get either a Lina or a Quap for G. I think those are the two heroes that he can do amazing things with, that he can snowball, that he can easily do burst setup kills, because that's what VP excel at. If they don't get an AA, then things get scary for them, I think, because that's definitely the most important piece that counters things like Wyvern and Dazzle. So I think they really need AA Quap or AA Lina as their first two picks, and maybe with the Spirit Breaker as well.
They're not going to get.
If they can somehow get all those heroes, then they win. If Vici can get a strat where they prevent those heroes from being picked, or they get the counters, then they'll be okay.
Okay, and Vici already seemed to have targeted G's heroes a little bit in the last ban as well, didn't they? So they're obviously giving him the respect that he deserves. So.
Which one did they ban this time? In the 5th ban?
It was Wind
Ranger. Was it? Oh, the 5th ban?
I believe so. I think it was Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it was Wind Ranger, yeah, and Gyro.
Okay.
So the Gyro was the on the other side, on Virtus.pro side, and Vici took out Wind Ranger.
I'm really curious as to who wins the coin toss more than anything, actually, because when
maybe they should go in and film this.
Yeah,
because this could be the deciding factor.
Was it you who told me that the team that had pick priority, so whoever's the highest seed, picked first pick every single time so far?
So far, yes.
Yeah. So that's got to be the team
at the main event.
Across the team, at the main event. Across the teams, that's the priority. And this series as well, first pick won both times, right?
Yes.
The overall first pick AA this time.
Yes.
So it gives you a different kind of opening into the draft. What I really like about first pick is that you get to have the last pick of the phase and then proceed directly into bans. And then the last phase, you get to have the overall last pick too that's uncounterable. There's just some innate advantage in that right now.
Okay. Virtus.pro obviously happy to get back to 1-1. I just want to pick out a few. There was obviously G, but some of the unsung heroes in that team had a good game. FNG doesn't often get cited as a great player. Often we talk about how he drafts and what he's doing with the captaincy and what have you, but he had a good game.
All of them played exceptionally well.
He got 6 so fast. That was the really big thing that stood out. He basically hid in the off lane, was playing off lane as a support, got that fast 6 and set up the ganks.
Yep. It's good stuff from him. Players are returning to the booze, as you can see. Just a triple ice on his way back in with his teammates.
17% was another unsung hero of that last game. There was a couple kills that honestly only happened because he got a little lucky with bashes. He was like, I'll charge in, maybe I'll get a bash and the ice blast will land, maybe it won't. Either way, the Queen of Pain is pressured. And
you don't get it if you don't try.
It was a kill. Like, that's a off-lane hero killing the core position.
And when it works, it puts the opponent on tilt because you're just so frustrated. He's so lucky, he always gets bashed.
Yeah.
Indeed. So, draft moments away. Where are Vici going with this? Let's pick out a few theories.
First phase, they either ban AA or Spirit Breaker. And I think they let G take Alina first phase if he wants to. And if he doesn't, they ban it in the second.
If they do that, what other heroes open up, though, Kevin?
I mean,
potentially.
Slardar, potentially.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm curious about the coin toss.
I think the A is definitely more important than either the Lina or the Quap. I think he can play them interchangeably, but the A is what brings it together. Because then if they have burst heroes, they can counter with a Winter Wyvern or a Dazzle, and then they're more protected.
Okay. From their pick point of view, what would they like, do you think?
A good draft for Alchemist, or a good draft where... I think, what did Burning play in the last game? He played PL. He never really got to come online in the game, I think. So if they can... It's more about if they get the bans they want and VP don't get to play their strategy, they can go for a hard carry Burning in this game. He still hasn't... Game 1, he was Quap, did great. Second game here, PL, obviously a hard carry, didn't really get to play that kind of game. If they slow it down, they'll be good in late game.
I've been talking a lot about the importance of Queen of Pain and how good she's been throughout the main event, but I'm going to backstep a little bit and just look at the 2 games that VG Gaming just performed with the Queen of Pain. It wasn't a convincing performance by neither Burning nor Super, so I think they might be less inclined to pick it up now.
Yeah, it was very underwhelming.
Burning did a good game, didn't he?
He was like 7-2 and
it was solid.
10 at some point.
20 minutes in, he was pretty far behind of what you would normally expect from one position.
But they were also dominating the game by then, so...
I mean, it turned into a fine game for him, but it was definitely a slow start. And if he has any say on the draft, he'll probably remind them that it didn't go too well.
Yeah, super. 3-9 and 5 in the second game, which, that's not good enough.
He just got run over.
Yeah.
If you're behind against Spirit Breaker, it's really difficult to play Queen of Pain. It's one of the worst heroes to play against, so it's understandable. And usually, if it's just Spirit Breaker, you can probably survive the gank, but Spirit Breaker with Ice Blast, you can't split push like you usually do.
Or birds.
Or the familiars, yeah, exactly.
I mean, ideally, for the neutral, for us, it would be great to see Super back on the Alchemist and give G the Lina again, and let's just go at it.
Only if there's no AA, I think is the only way you can do it.
That's a very bad lane matchup for Alchemist, though. He gets run over by Lina if Lina plays well.
Yeah.
It's one of the worst one-on-one matchups. So then they have to support a lot. We'll see.
So
Okay. We are into the draft for the third and final game between Vici and Virtus.pro. Reminder for you at home, if you are just tuning in, this is game 3. It's also the final game of the upper bracket quarter-final, and we'll decide the last team to go through to the semis, either Vici or Virtus.pro.
So with I really feel like the A is the most important hero that VP can get. Spirit Breaker was great. You can rotate it with Slardar, I feel, if that gets through. So I feel like they have other options, but I feel like the A is irreplaceable.
So would you, as Virtus.pro now, you would give Slardar away if AA is in the pool, and you just trade 2 for 1?
Yes. I would take A with either SB or Queen
Doom.
of Pain or Lina.
Are you putting no value? Oh, okay, Darkseid is banned out. Never mind.
Could leave Doom in. That would make for a really interesting game, actually.
Yeah, it would. Who
They
gets
could ban
to pick
Quap, or they could get Quap.
Because Vici Gaming is basically trying to stop VP from picking tier 2 heroes, essentially. Heroes that don't justify a first round ban. So they could just let a lot through, maybe, and then clean up whatever VP doesn't take.
Imagine the curveball if Virtus.pro first lets Doom through, and Vici then picks up the AA.
And then Virtus.pro pick Drow Visage first phase.
And then
So the Queen of Pain is gone,
Yeah, here we go.
and
Sorry,
the Slaughter comes out.
Doom AA.
Or the Drow.
It's too early for Drow, isn't it? Slaughter is also very good against Drow.
Doom kind of counters their G hero, basically. And I feel like they need that for winning fights, so
Do they want to pick the Lina up?
they're
The
almost
first 2?
forced to pick Doom, is what I'm saying.
I mean,
Doom plus Lina, and they don't get AA.
the most obvious thing right now is just Doom AA, right?
10 seconds remaining.
But it puts you out of, first of all, you make very obvious lanes
5
right from the
seconds
get-go.
remaining.
And you have little to no disable, so the enemy can just run away.
Reserve time.
Slaughter is a great hero against Doom, too. Keep in mind.
Yeah.
Doom doesn't remove. Okay.
Okay, they go with
Yeah.
the tried and tested.
I think this is the better plan. It solidifies what they want to do. It's not going to be countered. It doesn't force them into picking a core they maybe don't want. And it also, maybe they're not good at adjusting their draft to Doom, for example.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see this overlap between Virtus.pro and CDEC's way of playing, like their playstyle, and that the integral part of both teams' aggression is the Spirit Breaker. And we also saw, I think it was Garter yesterday, play an incredible game on
10 seconds
against LGD.
Are you surprised to see that combination let through for a third consecutive game? At least one of them. I mean, it's the second consecutive game for that combo, but Spirit Breaker in all 3 games?
I would have been very surprised if VP had first pick and Vici let it happen. But because of the trade they get and the fact that they now get to pick into ban, not so much.
Yeah. So what did Vici pick up here?
I don't think they're going to get the Doom.
You think?
I don't think they're going to get Doom. It's
Yeah,
too.
And
it's too
we've only
counter.
seen it played once together, Slaughter and Doom.
No longer viable when they have the AA and Spirit Breaker. It's 2 heroes that are not, Doom doesn't do anything against either one of them. They're gonna just Doom the Spirit Breaker? You don't want to...
Oh,
They're going to steal the Visage. Okay.
I like this. I think Lil's very capable on many other heroes, though, so it hurts VP a little bit, but I don't think it hurts him that bad.
Visage has a really good synergy with Slaughter. The familiars hurt.
So the Brood's gone. Going to be no surprises late in this game.
This time they don't have Darkseer. It's like Vici Gaming just has they have a playbook that says if we have Darkseer, don't ban Brood. If we don't, ban it.
Yeah.
That's just their second phase opener. In every single game, I think they've just banned Brood third.
10 seconds remaining.
Gyro gone.
Prevent VG strong trial-lanes, I think, is their goal right now with the gyro ban.
Yeah.
You think they'll pick up a Spirit Breaker to disengage and play the not a Spirit Breaker, an Earthshaker, and then play the Spirit Breaker as an offlaner?
I think if anyone
10
gets
seconds remaining.
gets
okay.
Shaker,
It's
it's
like-
Vici. But I don't.
5
It's not good
seconds
against
remaining.
Visage, I don't think. It's kind of good against Slar, but I think it's accomplishing the same thing that Spirit Breaker is. It's set up.
So the Wyvern goes instead.
Yeah, it's defensive, but-
Turn to ban.
And they kind of need defensive against Slardar a little, but I feel like there's a better hero than Earthshaker. They did not ban Lina. Quap is gone. And Vici gets the first pick, right?
Are you surprised the Lena didn't get banned?
Yes.
Because that's an obvious pickup for them phase 2, right?
The thing is, Wyvern is so exceptionally good. Like, Wyvern is a better ban for the heroes they have, and Lina is a better ban against the player. So they're prioritizing the strat over the ability of the enemy player.
Which is different to what they did in game 2, where they almost targeted G's hero for.
Yeah, apart from the Lina.
Yeah.
It's very true.
I mean, Wind Ranger's not awful for a setup either. Power Shot is a very high damage nuke. Does 270 after reduction, average reduction. And just a little Focus Fire plus that is about equivalent to what a Lina can do in a short period of time as well. Obviously, it's not AoE as much, but...
Considering the success of Game 2, don't you have a hard time not picking up the Lina now?
It's very different when you don't have the Visage.
And there's the Slardar as well. Very good at running Lina down. That maybe if they pick Lina, they do need Earthshaker, like you said.
This feels a little bit like game 2, where they were almost hoping that Virtus.pro would pick up the Lena, as if they had some sort of cunning plan to cut her out of the game, but they didn't. Now they're doing the same thing again.
But I think they have the better heroes for it this time.
Yes.
For sure. She's weak to physical, basically. The bats will hit her. I mean, she can attack them pretty fast, but Slardar initiates on her. There's can be follow-up. She could just die right at the start of the fight.
Andrew.
Part of the reason they probably banned out Winter
Turn
Wyvern.
to pick.
I think this was a really good ban from VP. They took a lot of time to think about it, and they just end up with the safe choice, I would say. Because I can very quickly go wrong. I mean, you saw last game how strong Drow Visage is. You put a Slardar together with that, and any amplified hero is just crushed.
I think the
Now
fact that they-
get away with Doom,
Turn
actually.
to pick.
Huh. Yeah, I think the fact that they played it last time and it worked so well, and they know it worked so well, means that they don't want it played against them.
If they can Doom Slardar at the start of the fight, I really like Doom. But if Slardar goes in first, then I don't like Doom. It's preventing Slither Crush is very, very valuable.
I think a Viper for VG Gaming right now would be pretty good.
Yeah, that's a very good pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Magic resistance, survive the burst, basically.
Yeah,
It's also, you don't care so much about getting doomed.
It's true.
Doom keeps taking damage from your passive.
And with Scorched Earth as well.
Reserve time.
it is probably the hero in the game that cares the least about.
It's between Viper and a Razor who already cast ult and a Death Prophet who already cast ult, I think. Death Prophet has more value with her other spells, I guess, in some cases.
And takes damage. Well, never mind.
We had 6 games with the Viper in so far, 33% win rate.
Wow, that bad. I felt like Viper was decent in a lot of games. He does have a timer, though. He works decent with Slardar because you can amp up Viper's damage, an aspect of him that most people ignore, but he actually does hit pretty hard. He's pretty susceptible to stuns, though. Corrosive Skin isn't like going to make or break you not dying to Magic Burst. Okay.
Virtus
The reverse
Pro's
draft.
turn
You
to
don't
pick.
take it, we'll have it.
This is interesting. Now, I'm thinking of G heroes that remain. And there are Storm, who no one plays.
Do you think that's a mistake, by the way? Do you not think they should have
Lina.
taken the Lina and left the Doom, knowing that potentially VG aren't going to pick it up? I mean, surely it's less likely they're going to
10
pick the Doom than the
seconds
Lina.
remaining.
Yeah, it gives a different type of information, though.
I hope this Lina's a support Lina, because right now she's far too valuable a target for the Doom compared to the other heroes that they have on VG Gaming, so that if you put her on the middle lane, Super's going to have a terrible time throughout the game. So in that regard, I still hope they pick up the Viper for him.
Is this the Venge carry? It's...
Probably.
I like Magic Missile against Slardar. I think that's...
Wait,
pretty
if
good.
this is a Venge carry, then it's a mid-Doom.
Oh, okay, so probably not.
Unless if they play
They can play the
Breaker support.
They've done so already. They've also played a Slaughter support.
I think that's scary against Visage Solar. They could aggro try, and then it's weak.
10 seconds remaining.
It could just be support though.
Could technically play a 4 position Doom.
5 seconds remaining.
I think this is the most interesting draft of the main event we've had so far. Okay.
There's a lot of mind games going on in here as well.
We're gonna go for
So it is a mid laner.
So dual lane, off lane, Solar, Lich, I'm guessing.
I'm really worried about Super's game.
Especially if they dual lane. It's a little bit harder to cover mid, because you can't just smoke 2 and go gank
10
occasionally.
seconds
I mean,
remaining.
on paper, there's some easy heroes to blow up in DA and the Vengeful, but there's also just so much to deal with the Lina.
Okay, they barely even hesitated to ban Lycan. It's like they've seen this before, or maybe some scrim information against Vici Gaming tells them that
Vici could go for the Tiny as well. We've seen them play it without a Wisp, which is very uncommon, especially in the Western scene.
I
think it's good.
I think Tiny or Viper both holds a lot of value right now for the Vici draft. There is, of course, an Alchemist, but there is an AA on the Virtus.pro lineup, which makes me doubt that they'll go for it.
I think that'd be pretty good. Viper with ice armor. It's gonna be really hard to kill for VP. They do have minus armor with Venge, I guess, and some damage amp.
checking out.
Yeah, that would have been a good pick for VP.
Virtus.pro's turn to pick.
So what's left? Windranger.
Yes.
If you go back pre-nerf, this would be an instant storm pick for VP. The nerf is pretty significant. I still think the hero is situationally viable.
In mid lane?
Yeah.
Or
Absolutely.
is the situation
But it's not a
when
good
the
matchup.
mid is weak?
You need even less counters against you to make it work. Yeah, there we go.
So I'm going with the TA.
That's what we forgot.
Okay, really good against Lich. She's got a few damage sources. Visage has a lot, Slardar has few. He'll be pretty survivable.
It's mainly for the lane matchup. They know it's Alina mid, so they want G to win his lane. And if he doesn't win, they want to force Vici to help. But what can they help with? They can put Lich there and then they crush Slardar.
Yeah.
Or they can put Visage there and then they're off lane. What is that going to be now? Off lane Spirit Breaker, I'm guessing still. And then safe lane Doom for Illidan.
VP has a good mix of damage too. Lots of minus armor, lots of magic bursts. It's going to be hard for Vici to build. If you go BKBs, then they'll just kill you with TA.
I think Viper's incredible now. Okay.
Remember to log things out.
It's peculiar.
And Viper would have.
One of the more interesting drafts that we've had so far here, and it's all come down to the final game. Let's head back to Capitalist and Blitz.
Viper, Viper, Viper is what the analysts wanted to see, but instead it's going to be an Ember Spirit for Vici Gaming to round up their draft. Blitz, who won this draft in game number 3?
I actually really like Vici Gaming's lineup, but at the same time, Virtus.pro, they've got Doom, that hero. It's kind of.
I mean, it's a Doom. Even after the nerf, it's still a Doom score.
What nerf?
Incredibly
He still
strong.
stops you from using items. You can't really move against him. You can't use spells either. He takes away the ability to button press. You just like use your mouse, you right click and left click and just hope that you survive the duration of it.
Your keyboard's just gone, essentially.
Yeah,
but
pretty
what
much.
about picking an Ember Spirit into the Doom? Is that perhaps too much of a risk?
It's a hard counter in one way, but at the same time, it does well against the Templar Assassin.
Mm-hmm.
If you're incredibly fast, Super can get a lot of different ways to get out, and I think they think it's a better matchup than the Lina against the Templar Assassin, although I think the Lina actually does pretty well, just because you have the Fury Soul.
And you've also talked about the TA versus Ember Spirit matchup, and you feel like Templar Assassin oftentimes beats it. It seems Vici Gaming have enough confidence in Super with the poor man's shield that he's going to be pulled, as well as Tangos that he will be able to come out on top, or at least survive the laning phase and do well enough in CS that it will be worth the pick.
Yeah, I think two things I do want to point out is, one, that Vici Gaming decided to go for the Visage of their own. I think they didn't want to expend a ban for this hero necessarily, but because the fact that VP keep going to it for Lil, I think they finally thought to themselves, okay, we don't really have a lot of practice playing against this hero. Not a lot of teams do. And the birds actually just kept messing them up in every single fight. So they probably thought to themselves, okay, we'll just take it, FY can play it. And the second thing I want to bring up is, yeah, this mid matchup is going to be really hard for Super, but if Fenrir decides to sit here and just harass out G, then it is going to be pretty difficult for G to do anything about it. Because if you look at their heroes, like, G can't trade hits with the Lich. He just doesn't have the attack range before he starts to level the side blades up. By the time that you do that, the laning phase is already ended.
So in that case, VP may need to actually help out G a little bit. They're going to start out with the bounty rune being separated between the two teams. Vici Gaming did have the early count award laid out and was able to win perhaps that little bit of an exchange. The other ward will be placed by FNG, blocking out the pole camp. It seems he's going to be having some fun with DK Phobos up here in the top lane, where it's only FY so far. Looks like Burning's actually going to head down to bottom instead, and Ice will make the long trek up to top lane.
And it does look like Super isn't going to get a lot of help. Ice is here, but doesn't really have the best position for this, although he's going to get the angle on G, but shouldn't really be able to do anything off of this.
Hits the stun and gets the CS at the same time. But as you said, G is still going to be perfectly fine. FY finds the other ward. So that's going to be both of the OBS wards taken down before the minute marker.
That's actually really significant, not just the gold boost from dewarding, but the fact that you deny so much vision. It means that you have to rotate your supports a lot more often just to check for things like the runes, just to get control like that. And it means that the rotations that they make into the safe lane are going to be even stronger. And Illidan, he's going to hunt for some creeps, but he's going to get denied pretty hard.
Now, we do have this ward from Vici Gaming. They did ward up the Magic Bush, blocking away a lot of Illidan's farm, so he's only level 2 right now as he struggles to find more Devour targets. Charge comes out. Ice will take a small bit of damage, but nothing severe.
Yeah, this is a fairly defensive lane from Vici Gaming because the Slardar is tanky enough to survive, and they don't have any immediate burst damage, especially with FNG being such a low level. But they're just going to do an entire lane rotation, like you said. Burning's here at this bottom lane now, where he should have a lot more success against Illidan. And the Lich is actually pushing him back pretty hard right now.
Shouldn't VP be rotating a support to the bottom lane to help out Illidan, at least until like level 3, where he has that extra boost in Scorched Earth?
Yeah, I think so. And interestingly enough, they're actually giving FNG almost all of the farm here at this top lane. Probably just trying to get him boots so he can do something. But at the same time, this would be an opportunity for DK Phobos to actually get some measure of farm, or maybe they looked at the last game and said it wasn't as necessary for this hero to get farm. What we probably just need really is levels. And he's acting more as the support than FNG is.
All right, the first hit bash. Grave Chill is going to slow down that attack speed, but DK Phobos, you got to get out of here. You don't have any help from FNG. Of course, he does have the charge, so even if they hit this nuke, they might just be able to throw out the Soul Assumption as well. It's going to bring DK Phobos low. He really needs to charge out of this scenario. The Soul Assumption comes out. Obviously, it's not going to be enough, and he will be forced into the healing cell.
And he forced them to use the maximum amount of time possible, and they used a lot of spells. And all it really cost them was one salve and one charge. And if you watch FNG at top, he's kind of got core-like farm right now. He's got 11 CS to back himself up, and this mid matchup, without the help of the Lich, we saw how much Super's actually struggling right now, which is why we were so surprised, right? That Fenrir didn't just immediately swing over here.
There is still the sad song of Illidan, who's just not getting anything after the Lich spending so much time in the bottom lane. The trade-off worth it for G. And Illidan will be able to come back eventually as he starts maxing out Devour. Gets all that extra farm, but Burning is already level 4. He's free to sit in this 1 versus 2 matchup. Still favorable.
Yeah, and once again, the top lane, it just kind of feels like VP have gotten the better of the exchanges when it comes to the laning phase right now. Because DK Phobos is level 3. Ice at top.
Charge! Ice barely gets the stun out in time. And that half a second was the difference between life and death for this Slardar.
Yeah, he most likely would have died there, but again, this lane is playing largely defensively, and at bottom, the Lich, his problem right now is that he's rotating so often between this mid and this bottom lane, because if he leaves the bottom, then Lil will just show up and start to right-click him down, but if he doesn't help out mid, then G just gets a little bit more out of this laning phase.
We have gotten to the point now where the Ember Spirit is a bit more secure because he has the level 5. The Flame Guard does a decent amount of damage, so he can actually maybe get a kill on the Templar Assassin if G overextends. And obviously the level 6 makes the lane even easier for him with that free escape. The bash. DK Phobos, can you get another one? Can't get the attack off. Grave Chill, too strong.
Yeah, but now they're starting to rotate things a little bit as FNG is going to be the one that doesn't take so much of the last hits, and now it's going to be DK Phobos. And I really like this distribution of farm.
They're going to go for G. They will be able to get the nuke out underneath the refraction, and looks like Super, he's going to commit for this one, will be able to get the first blood. The kill turns around, though. Lil is able to get the pick off on the Ember Spirit in return.
Really nice rotation in by Fenrir. And this is something I wanted to see. I want them to dual lane. I want them to slow down G as much as possible when it comes to farm, because their Ember Spirit has to space create like crazy this game.
Yeah. Ice still only level 3, while TK Phobos as well as the Vengeful Spirit, thanks to a lot of the farm they've been getting. Both level 4 and can easily, again, go for a quick kill on Ice if he's not careful. DK Phobos getting a bit more farm priority, it looks like.
This Lina has been completely unpressured this game so far. She's already got 28 less hits, despite the fact that she hasn't had a support half the time in her lane. And you notice that Fenrir is just making the rotation mid to bottom, over and over again. And this is quite a confusing game for him because there's no real safe place for him to be. But you've got to just keep making the rotations in response to what VP are doing.
Super gets out that defense in Remnant and will start to go on to G. G actually may be dying here as the Flame Guard. The trap will help him get a little bit of distance away from Super. Now they're turning around. FNG will be able to hit the stun. Can they get the physical damage in time? Definitely not. He jumps back to his Remnant and away to safety.
Yeah, he tried to get the side blades there just so he wasn't so close, and the spill damage does do quite a bit, but unable to get him.
Still, he gets a regen rune in the top lane. That'll seriously help out G. Continuing to stay in this lane. The one thing they haven't done is stacked up the Ancients at all for him, or any of the Radiant hard camps, unless I missed him clearing through that.
I think for the most part, he's just been sitting in the lane and playing relatively even to the Ember Spirit. If you're getting this much farm out of it, I think it's okay, but he hasn't had the opportunities to really go in there and stack. And because the supports have to rotate so frequently, from VP, it's been hard for them. And it actually looks like they finally adjusted to the warding that Vici Gaming have been doing game after game.
Yep.
That was the second or the third game in a row now that they've placed that ward, because I believe they were dire all 3 games. I think VP understand that they have to protect their jungle a little bit better this game.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious that Burning had vision of that rotation from the 2 supports as he backed up just perfectly in time. So VP both countered that Magic Bush ward earlier and then the Rune ward secondary.
A lot of this matchup, I feel, between these 2 teams is going to be determined by the vision. That's something that we didn't really talk about too much, but in the first game, they were able to get such aggressive wards out into the enemy jungle, and they were able to play around that fact. So every time they saw the rotations coming in. But this time around, VP have been doing such a good job.
The 3-man smoke up now by Vici Gaming, and if they get this pick off, they can also set up an aggressive ward here in the middle lane, shutting down G even further. But FNG, he is going to be the one to tank to gank, but they just keep on running through. They will be able to get the stun onto G. Looks like that's definitely a quick pick off for Vici Gaming, no matter how FNG is able to respond.
Yeah, and they're making it a priority this game to slow down G as much as they possibly can, because they saw, even in the first game when they lost, he was able to have such impact, and in the second game, he just went off on them.
So the response by FNG to start stacking up the Ancients. So G will still have a road to recovery.
I think at this point you have to, right? Like, he's getting a little bit too far behind right now, which is odd to say because he still leads the charts when it comes to last hits
Will
tonight.
does have a Slardar on his tail. Only reason Ice was being that aggressive is because he had a DD. He'll actually hide himself in the jungle and TP back. He's afraid of the Doom right now. Doesn't want to get that level 6 ultimate casted on him.
Purge creep is picked up.
Does that actually take away sprint? We'll see. We're about to find out. It's Ice. Oh, the Chain Frost. That'll just blow up Lil. Nothing they can do about that.
Goodbye, friends. As if you're going to expend the Chain Frost there, you're definitely dead.
Yeah.
Lil's not a hero that's going to survive against that.
They knew the danger of the Doom responding and being able to get some sort of counter kill.
Yeah, G's going to continue to go for the Ancient stack. I think he realizes that he can't simply rely on just the laning phase anymore. He's been punished a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And DK Phobos, he does have his ultimate up, but I think it's going to be relatively unlikely that they go for this.
Smart read. They have the Nether Strike ready to go. Super gets blown up, but at the same time, Burning is able to wipe out that Templar Assassin. Throws a Laguna Blade out. DK Phobos manages to get the bash, and that'll be the kill onto the mid Super. But Burning, he's going to be swapped back into the Ice Blast, and that'll be a return 2 kills for FNG. Watch out, Core Vengeful Spirit, even if it is played by FNG and not Illidan. He's getting enough farm to make it work.
That's fairly significant, is even if they lose the 2 cores there, their 2 supports get so much out of that the Vengeful Spirit is already level 7. You've got the level 6 now completed on the Ancient Apparition, and at least they got something out of it, but Still, their Templar Assassin is now a full 1k behind the Ember Spirit, and this is a reverse of the situation that we saw last game.
At bottom, straight up on Ice with a charge coming in from DK Phobos. I don't think they'll have a chance to be able to save him, but Vici Gaming may be able to respond with some sort of kill. To get the chains, TP out from Illidan, great response there. DK Phobos just needs to buy himself 4 more seconds to charge away, but Super is not going to give him that space. Claims the return kill as Ice falls.
They did force quite a bit of rotations, and this is going to allow G to farm out the Ancients during this time, but really good response by Vici. They did lose their Slardar, but this isn't one of those super poor Slardars. Like, Ice has made it a priority to get some farm, and he was a part of that smoking mid, so his Blink Dagger can still come online pre-15 minutes, and that's around when you want to see it.
And obviously his initiation is very critical here to allow Vici Gaming to use the heroes, their core heroes like Lina and Ember Spirit, who come online relatively early. They have this good 15 to 25 minute marker where they can be really good brawlers, particularly the Ember Spirit. So keeping that Slardar a little bit shut down from that initiation item is going to help out VP, but he's still got another 1,000 gold in the bank. Seems unlikely. The middle lane, the charge is going to come out. Super does have a remnant, bounce back, and that smoke gank will fail for VP.
Yeah, it was a little surprising just because you can't really go for the headline charge into that. He's always going to spot that.
Bottom lane, Ice Blast is going to catch Ice, does a decent amount of damage. They're still going to be able to blow up Illidan. No, they're not. The Chain Frost bouncing around will hit Lil, but they get the Doom to safety off of the swap. DK Phobos caught by the Light Strike Array, burning. No longer having that Laguna Blade, can't challenge that hero. In fact, nice response. The Purge of the Great Chill. They hold FY in place long enough to get the kill, and Illidan might still be able to get out. Last couple of nukes. No, it's not enough. 35 HP is what he survives on. And back to home, Illidan waves it all goodbye.
Amazing turnaround from VP. That swap just in time to save that Doom, and we saw the response right there. He was able to get the Purge off onto the Visage. Great turnaround by them, and good response overall, as this is going to allow the Templar Assassin to just continue to farm out. Really well played all around.
There is still top of the net worth for Super's Ember Spirit, who quickly jumps up to the top rune, snags that DD. And G will respond with a bounty rune at the bottom lane. This is probably still going to be one of those straight Desolator games, right? For Templar Assassin, it has been the most often picked item for TA, such a cheap damage source.
Yeah, I think so. Just because it makes it a priority for you to have to take her down, but in a game like this, it might prove to be a little bit difficult, because Super doesn't want to be just in the front lines, slowly taking her down with the Flame Guard.
Yeah. It's an interesting choice. They're going to be able to get the swap into the charge, but Super still gets away. The magic missile was just half a second from hitting, and it hits him after the fact that he jumps the Remnant, but it does mean he gets away, and this also means that Vici Gaming will be able to claim Roshan, it looks like, without being challenged by VP.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate side effect of going for that gank mid. And Super being able to survive means that VP are going to get absolutely nothing out of this. And we saw how integral it was.
They reveal at the last second. DK Phobos, though, not in a position to make that charge. And an Aegis for Super. Critical, as Vici Gaming will now potentially have stronger team fight than VP going into these fights.
VP is a type of team that does rely on the Roshan pretty heavily, so that they can just continue the aggression game. And they wanted to be able to play objective Dota. That's part of the reason why you take a hero like the Templar Assassin. It's because of how fast she can go for the Roshan. But with this, it's going to slow them down quite a bit, and it's going to allow this Ember Spirit to continue to push himself forward and make VP think twice about ganking him. That was a really cool gank attempt mid, though. That swap into the charge, because every time Super probably thinks to himself, okay, there's no way that this is going to hit me. What is this guy actually doing with his life?
This is the thing about FNG. He has this specialization. Even if he's not the one playing the Vengeful Spirit, he always knows how to actually set up the ganks correctly to be able to get the instant stuns off of his swap. But Virtus.pro, they are looking in a bit of hurt here. Vici Gaming actually find them farming up the Radiant jungle. Illidan would be a great target for Ice to find, especially. Illidan runs straight into them. Does manage to back out in time. Vici Gaming are going to start rotating into the middle lane instead.
Vici Gaming are doing such a good job of controlling the jungle once again from the Radiant side of VP. Like, they're able to just take control of this bottom area, make it so that VP have absolutely no choice. They've just got to give this up, and meanwhile, Super with the Aegis, he's going to bait himself mid, because he realizes there's no reason for him to be there. There's no chance that they're going to defend this with the position that they're in, and Super's kind of just making himself a target and saying, okay, gank me, but VP are well aware that this is a waste of time.
Radiant's bottom
So
tower
instead, they
is
just
under
go for the
attack.
trade-off. G will add his
Dire's top tower
extra
has
physical
fallen.
damage to claiming that
Radiant's
tier 1
bottom
tower in the
tower
top
has
lane and
fallen.
continue their push out. Desolator coming closer and closer for him. That said, Burning is about to complete his full-out Bloodstone, just needs another 125 gold. So if they could actually win a team fight off of that, we'll be in a pretty damn good position. Even just the Bloodstone by itself as a team fight item. If you're going to be targeting that Lina first, Death may allow the Ember Spirit to still continue going strong.
Yeah, the pure damage from the Aghanim Scepter is only really effective when you think that a hero is going to go for example, the first or second item BKB. But usually the magic damage alone from the Laguna Blade is still incredibly high. So if you can get the Bloodstone, continue to scale, it's a much better farming item than, say, just going for the straight-up Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
You can pretty much spam out.
And that is something that Vici Gaming do have to concern themselves with, is how well would they be able to scale into late game, particularly since it seems like just from their composition that they would be very reliant on the Ember Spirit, who could be just shut out by the Doom.
I think the biggest problem right now for Vici Gaming is that they don't have a hero that can really go for the high ground.
Oh, little great response. He managed to throw out the cold feet to stop the aggression out from the Slardar. As fortunately for him, Ice was just 50 gold away from the Blink Dagger. That would have been an entirely different story had Ice had that item.
And right now, Super, he's continuing to try to press the tempo. And like I was talking about, you want to do this if you're Vici. Like, you want to be able to take such a big lead because you don't have the best high ground heroes. Like, what are you going to do? Have Super just right-click a tower?
Yeah.
It's going to be incredibly weak. So you need to have such an advantage that it doesn't really matter that you don't necessarily have that hero that does a ton of physical damage straight up against the tower.
And this is why when the Ice Blast comes in, Vici Gaming just keep pushing forward, even if Illidan is here. He's got that Purge to be able to remove the Flame Guard, so that's an advantage that Super will not be able to rely on necessarily.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But it looks like they're just trying to posture themselves, hoping Vici Gaming will go back, but not committing to a hard defense. He'd much rather just spend more farming time, as FNG is doing that at top lane, and the Desolator's now complete for the Templar Assassin.
You notice, though, as soon as they take down that mid tower, they get so aggressive into the jungle, and this is the correct play at all times, is that when you take down that bottom tier 1 and this mid tier 1, you want to be able to get aggressive like this, but
Cold feet, they might be able to hold FY in. The Ice Blast comes in, they're going to try and pop FY real quickly. Ice has the response though, gets the stun on the Lil, and DK Phobos just starts hightailing it to the right-hand side. Hoping to be able to get a charge away, should be fine unless the Chain Frost stops him, but he positions himself. Oh, sneaky play.
DK Phobos?
DK Phobos tries to TP out. The birds are going to reveal, no, DK Phobos has been spotted. It was such a smart play, but Vici Gaming, they're smarter.
That was insane. For a second, I thought he was just scot-free. He was going to go charge to the bottom area, but Super was already waiting for him, so he's like, okay, I can just hide myself in here. It won't break down the tree line. Maybe if I instantly TP, but Ice. He wasn't going to get fooled by that.
4 minutes until the next Roshan.
Is under attack.
FNG has a completed out 4 staff now. So that'll help match the initiation of Ice. He'll be able to swap whoever that goes on. Oh, but look at that. No, the Ice Blast! It's not going to hit, and that's going to be a wasted Doom. Ice's quick response time. It looks like they spotted out the Ice Blast incoming, thanks to the counter wards that are just layered in this middle lane. So he knew, well, okay, if the Ice Blast is coming, there's got to be some sort of follow-up.
Yeah, and he's just going to book it. Would have been a really good opportunity for the Doom to be able to kill that Slardar. That is a level 9 Slardar, but unable to do so. And Vici Gaming, it's not like they're super far ahead though. It's only 1k, and part of that is just because Doom is always able to keep up, and they haven't really been able to push that Aegis into more towers. They were only able to isolate out tier 1s. So VP, they're only behind by 1 tower really.
They've got a good amount of net worth spread between their heroes. FNG taking that 3rd place marker over the Visage and the Slardar. Their other 2 supports are looking pretty decent as well.
Charge coming in, instantly gets canceled. I do like the distribution of farm a little bit better on VP, but when it comes to Vici Gaming's core heroes, number 2 and number 3 for them is going to be the Lina on the net worth chart. They're barely behind the Templar Assassin. And the next one up is the Doom, who's quite far behind both of them.
Yeah, and we're talking about an Ember Spirit who hasn't even completed Battle Fury, so his farming rate is only going to increase as he picks up that damage item. Is 3... No, it's actually complete now. has both the broadsword and the claymore coming into him.
That's a really reasonable time for the Battle Fury on the Ember Spirit. Because usually this hero kind of sucks around this time.
Yeah, especially since he was feeling so much pressure in that middle lane, has died 2 different times. He'll start stacking up the Ancients for himself. And Vici Gaming are probably going to be looking at the next Roshan. But first, they're going to go on an excursion into the secret shop here. A 3-man smoke isn't going to find anybody just yet, but more and more aggressive towards Vici Gaming. They just do not stop with this vision game. Virtus.pro are going to be hard-pressed to actually find those kind of wards. DK Phobos going to make the charge, but there is the entry on the side. 2-man stun, leading things off. Good force tap, but the Chain Frost still going to bounce over to G. DK Phobos gets off his ultimate, but the Chain Frost is still wiping him out. Ice Blast comes in, but Super is just going to wait out the Doom. Ice will be the next target. Swap goes out. FNG hoping to be able to catch Super, but can't get away. Still, though, he's put Burning on the cliff.
Blink.
And this is the time for G to be able to take him out. Managed to blink himself to the side. Illidan now keeps on taking up all this damage. They'll get FY as well, maybe? Yeah, they got him in time. Illidan won't be dying, and that Slide of Fist brings him again. 30 HP seems to be just the lucky number for Illidan as he walks away from yet another team fight. Fenrir getting spotted out by G, but opts not to go for the trap set. And just claims, what was that, a 2 for 3 to the favor of VP?
I think that could have been an even better fight if the Chain Frost didn't continue to just bounce around the map.
Oh yeah, TK Phobos died so early because it bounced 3 different times to him or something crazy like that.
Yeah, they actually had opportunities to run away, but I think for a second they thought, okay, we're far enough ahead, and then the Chain Frost continues to just bounce on them. But still, that Blink Dagger reveal from the Templar Assassin absolutely terrorizes Vici. Yeah, you've got a lot of HP on Burning, but if you look at his item build, he doesn't have that defensive Yule Scepter like he did before. The Lina did in the previous game. All he has is the Bloodstone, and he had to use that Suicide just to get out of there.
As VP, do you start considering picking up an early gem? Because you know Vici Gaming have been so adept at laying down aggressive vision, and it's not the traditional vision as well. It's always these weird laning wards that are tough to find. You'd have to purchase so many counter wards to find all of this.
I think the problem is who's actually going to hold the gem and who's going to buy it. Like, they don't really, they're not in a position where they're overflowing with gold or anything like that.
Yeah.
And there's no natural holder. So it's more of a luxury right now.
G, he's not able to get off the blink. The urn actually ticked him down, and now he's going to be run down by Super. Swap comes out. FNG not going to save him. Still, though, Ice low enough that DK Phobos can get that kill. Ice Blast coming in hot, and will be able to clip Burning. DK Phobos hoping to be able to turn around and get the Nether Strike onto him, but Burning, he's too quick for that one. Gets off the defensive Yules and will survive.
Yeah, Burning just completely styles all over them right there, and with the urn and the repeated hits, the Templar Assassin wasn't able to get out.
That was so close, though. It was the fact that he put the urn on the Templar Assassin and barely managed to eat through the refraction, and then it take a urn, hit the TA before he could blink out. They're going to run into FY in the jungle. Sorry, buddy. He tries to go for the deny himself off of the familiars, but Illidan's damage is too much to handle.
Yeah, that was actually insane. He went down so quickly at that point. I think he just gave up on being able to survive there and said, okay, I'll try to go for the deny. But that was still a Doom expended, and this is going to allow Vici to get a little bit more aggressive into the jungle. There's not as much for them to fear. And I do like the Doom has still kept the Purge, because he realizes that Super's Flame Guard is going to hurt the Templar Assassin quite a bit in these fights.
Yeah. Ice. Oh, blinking in. Not the blink you wanted, though, Ice. He wanted to just get some aggressive vision up, but the Nether Strike will catch him out. They'll still get a chains out. Chain bouncing around. Oh, actually went out DK Phobos. That's not going to be the chain they really wanted, but Illidan's dropped low. Good force tap. Burning going to be the target. The Ice Path. Oh, they swap him back in. They will be able to clip him with that one. Laguna Blake gets laid up, but DK Phobos also surviving. Super going on to FNG. The new comes out from the Vici.
Oh, he's still not dead.
He bounces himself back. He's got to retreat out from here, but Lil keeps on going. G hoping to be able to catch up. Blinks forward and takes out Super. That's going to be another one down. FY manages barely get a support kill. Ancient Apparition does fall, but VP take control of a huge fight right in front of the Roshan pit.
And this is the strength right now of Illidan, because they can't really stop this frontline tank for their VP right now, and at the same time, G just goes in FNG with the perfect bait. You notice that he just pushes himself further and further into Vici's line of sight, and Vici think to themselves, okay, we're going to commit for this. They're not able to get anybody but the AA.
Oh, Vici Gaming, they've done this before. Ice is going to try and make the initiation, but no, this time around, DK Phobos gets off the charge, and Roshan will go to G. Still, though, they had to sacrifice the Spirit Breaker. Super has his Flame Guard immediately taken away from him, and FNG has the opportunity to stun, but not before the swap goes out.
Oh, Super doesn't have a Spirit.
Is controlled up. FNG, next level play, still catches Super on the way out.
FNG doesn't even die.
Ice can't even get FNG. He's too much to handle. Ice barely gets away. But still, VP win yet another fight around the Roshan pit, and they're going to find Burning. The trap goes out, but they don't pursue.
I mean, this is all FNG's game right now. 2 fights in a row, he baits himself, barely has a sliver of HP in both situations, gets the Ember Spirit to commit. That just kills all momentum that the Ember has at this point, and Super's just got to be kicking himself right now.
People ask themselves, what is with VP's obsession with the Vengeful Spirit? Why are they getting the Vengeful Spirit farm in that top lane? Well, you see exactly why. They give just enough for the Vengeful Spirit to be relevant as a 4 position, tanky enough to be able to come in, swap out those heroes, and still survive time and time again in these team fights.
I mean, we saw how useful the Force Staff was. When the original engagement set up, he was able to force the Doom onto the high ground when he only had 500 HP. That's kill range for Burning. And Burning at that point then gets swapped in by FNG, immediately blows up before the Roche fight, and then from there on, he just continues to push further. And then at some point, he's at something ridiculous. He has like 100 HP, and then he starts to play the Roche pit area, and Super continues to try to pursue, gets locked in by the Templar Assassin, immediately gets blown up. And twice he does that to him. And Super, he committed the buyback as well for that one.
Yeah, he's down to 6 Bloodstone charges already. He has dropped a large amount in net worth. The Doom is about to take him over, actually, as the Tier 1 tower goes down in the middle lane.
That's the kind of support play that you want to see. I can't talk enough about that one. The ability for him to kite like that. Doesn't even really have any DPS items.
Looks like Illidan, is this going to be the Shivas to help the initiation of the Blink Dagger?
Oh, it definitely is. Even the AC at this point is going to be okay.
Yeah, because you have this minus armor from the Desolator as well.
Yeah, the downside though of getting this purge creep is that it does cost quite a lot of mana.
Yeah.
So I can imagine him just going to go for the Shivas.
Yeah,
so
and then AC considered after the Shivas.
Yeah, just stacking up armor here is perfectly fine because he's not a damage dealer by any means. You just need him as a frontline tank. What ends up happening in these fights is that the Doom goes in, DK Phobos charges through everybody, and this allows G to just kind of come in a little bit later and mop up. But they don't even have to rely on that anymore because G now has the BKB completed.
With this Aegis, they will take probably both the Tier 1 and Tier 2 in this bottom lane. And now Vici Gaming's all that vision that they had set up aggressively, after 2 different team fights lost, they're not going to be able to take advantage of any aggressive plays. Probably going to have to sit back, farm a bit more, go for this next round of items. For example, FY, halfway to that Axe. They do have Force Staff now for the Lich, and we've seen how successful that's been.
Super definitely has the farm. The fact that he lost so much gold in that last engagement, dies, buyback dies once again, and they don't even get the Roshan fight for that. They didn't pick up any towers, so he doesn't really have the gold that he once did. That would have been a really good data list timing for him, because if you remember, he had an 18-minute Battle Fury despite having a rough start in this game, and now it's transitioning into something like a 30-minute crit. Not even the full data list, just the crystals alone.
And sure enough, VP will take this Tier 2. G, he's got a large amount of farm. He can even go for something like a Chrysalis himself. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any need for an item like an MKB. He's already got both Blink Dagger and BKB on himself.
Yeah, just continue to scale up. FNG, he's going to look for a swap target, waiting from somebody for Vici to actually farm this wave out. But they're being so scared. Maybe
Fenrir. The initiation on the Fenrir couldn't quite get in range. Vengeful Spirit did not want to defend.
Burning got his TP canceled, and they don't have Glyph either. I think you just take this tower.
Oh, Super. He's going to go for the Tier 1 tower in the bottom lane while VP keep on going for it. They managed to get the Doom on the ice. FNG hoping to be able to get swap up, perhaps a bit too far, though. Doesn't have his Force Staff anymore, but he does have a Ghost after that. Just opens up the Laguna Blade, extra damage. They will be retreating now.
Get out.
Vici Gaming, they're going to be able to catch more, though. Oh, G turns around, gets that BKB with the Ice Blast coming in. They actually preempted that one, but Burning still one step ahead. DK Phobos gets off the ultimate ahead of Ice, immediately gets a bash, but DK Phobos, just like FNG, a bit too deep. They've taken away the range ranks, but now G is going to be caught on the way out, and he doesn't have a BKB. He's going to need to go for the quick blink out. But Super is right on top of him with the Flame Guard Light Strike Array, and sure enough, G also just gets destroyed. Vici Gaming, they hold very strong there after VP just get a bit over anxious, trying to end this game too early.
Yeah, for me personally, what really determines a Chinese team, more than just like the farming efficiency or anything like that, is just their high ground defense. Like they're always willing to take that, even if they're behind in net worth, just because they know they can continue to bait you further and further in. And FNG, for as well as he played in that last fight, kind of slips up a little bit there by almost engaging a little bit too far. When he goes to the force,
absolutely
doesn't really have the opportunity to swap out, go Scepters himself, but instantly gets blown up. He's got to be a little bit more careful than that.
The gem now for the Lich. Vici Gaming, knowing that vision is all important, they're going to try and take away a lot of the aggressive vision that was set up by VP since they were controlling so much of the map. They know it's too hard to just simply buy counter wards. Ember Spirit, who did complete the Crystallis not too long ago, now has a Blink Dagger completed, knows how important mobility is for him.
He's got to make sure that he doesn't just get swapped straight off the bat.
Yeah.
And if he does, then he has time to react, hopefully. But this is really going to help Burning Out, who was one of the major recipients of that last fight. He's got 3.6k gold. Now he can decide to go for the Aghanim Scepter.
No, the Blink Dagger instead.
I guess
so
it's not
Vici
too big.
Gaming with 3 different blinks. Mass initiation on their side now.
Yeah, I guess it's not too big of a surprise because, again, the mobility aspect of the team fight probably means a little bit more. But I'd imagine you have to go for it after that, just because the Templar Assassin does have the BKB.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to cut through 2/3 of her life instantly be so huge for Vici.
Do you think then that means a different kind of game plan for Vici Gaming? Perhaps more pick-off oriented, more split push oriented as well? Allow Burning to push aggressively like this and then instantly blink out and TP?
I mean, you can probably just continue to hold high ground and eventually the Ember does too much damage in team fights with like one sleight of fist.
Yeah.
But when it comes to actually pushing out, it's pretty dangerous right now because if one hero gets doomed in a 5-on-5 fight and you're outside your base, then you're pretty much hard committed. Vici don't have the best ways to run away. Like there's no, I think they have 2 Force Staffs.
Yeah, they picked up one on the Lich, and they've got the other on ice.
Yeah, it looks like VP, they're just getting ready around this rush area. They're just making sure that they have control.
Yeah, but they've lost a lot of vision. This is still contesting on dire side Roshan. Vici Gaming have all these Blink Daggers as well. We saw what a monster Ice was in that first game. Being able to jump into the Roshan pit with the Slardar, it's going to be a pretty easy contest, I feel, for Vici Gaming.
I do like that Illidan's decided to go for the Assault Cuirass instead of the Shivas. He's kind of switched to more of a battle build now, opting to finally ditch the Purge Creep because he realizes that the Ember Spirit's just going to play back anyways. Go for the Alpha Wolf and better sieging items with the Assault.
Yeah.
But the Roshan,
would you say that
little?
AC is maybe a little bit more of a late game build as well?
Yeah, I think you don't need him as hard of an initiator.
Yeah.
You just need him to tank up more. And you do want to kind of rotate him into a core, like you said. Being able to go for the late game to catch up to the Templar Assassin scaling. You don't want to just invest all into this mid game because it's no guarantee that you win this.
It's going to be a later Roshan here. Still another minute and a half until it's up.
I think that's the full data list completed now by G2. Maybe one of the most significant item pickups is going to come on the Ancient Apparition in that Aghanim Scepter. So maybe you wait a little bit if you're VP, but you have to fight around this Roshan timing. Yeah. There's no way that you're going to be able to go high ground without it. And even with the Aegis in the previous fight, they weren't able to do it.
Right. Right now, they can't just doom an Ice Blast a hero and expect it to die because the Ice Blast's going to fade, but with the Ancient Apparition completing the Ag.
They might just run into a Burning here.
Oh, this is going to be 2? Maybe no! Double blink out from Vici Gaming, and immediately the Blink Dagger pays for itself on Burning. And Super, well, he's going to catch Illidan here, Force Staff, trying to get ahead of those familiars. And VP, well, no, TK Phobos, he got spotted by the Remnant. Ice Blast is going to come in, and Ice, he's going to be able to stay ahead of that one. TK Phobos goes for the charge, but a Sleight of Fist kills him first. VP rebuffed once again after a 5-man smoke. Doesn't find the hero kill they wanted. Ice does get stunned up. FNG gets himself over the cliff. They start targeting Ice and will be able to get the Doom out on him, and they move forward for FY, but unfortunately his armor is protecting for the time being. Summons more familiars, and God, he actually is losing time on his BKB, but a big crit comes out on Burning, another one of those, and Burning will die.
Kite him up.
He's going to be controlled up. Yule Scepter Illidan can't play Redemption here. FNG managed to get the swap out, and G will get out, but FNG, he'll die in the process. So close to getting Visage. Ice. He knows he can get more. If he could possibly just sprint forward and get a good sort of blink initiation, Lil sacrifices himself to make sure the core survive, but Vici Gaming coming back into this game, fight after fight, will now take control over that Roshan pit, which is just about to spawn.
Ice immediately running out, making it so that the Doom isn't necessarily as big. And Burning does such a good job in these fights, positioning himself, that he makes sure that he's not in range of G whatsoever, so that by the time G's BKB runs out, then Burning can isolate him out using the Yule Scepter, collapses on him with the stun, and part of the issue there, I think, is that G used most of his BKB charge just chasing after a Visage that just wasn't dying.
Right.
That's a 30 armor Visage, even with the Deso.
Yeah, you can't forget about Great Creeper's Cloak, but the Invis initiation to catch G. Two-man step from Ice. The charge is coming through, and that'll buy space for Illidan to start backing up, but I doubt Vici Gaming care about a tier 2 tower. They want more, and they're going to fight it too. DK Phobos, Light Strike arrayed up, and will die again. Vici Gaming, they are not stopping. They keep forward this aggression, not giving any space for VP to come back into this game.
Yeah, VP. They're starting to lose a lot of the momentum that they had once built up. Their Templar Assassin goes down in consecutive fights. And now the Aegis is going to go the way of Vici Gaming.
And it's Cheese as well. This is big.
They're going to get clipped by the AA Blast, but this shouldn't matter whatsoever. Super ready dropping items in preparation for this. Vici Gaming, they've got to feel so emboldened now.
Fenrir snags that Cheese for himself. And Ice already trying to get in a position where he can catch someone out. They show up in that middle lane.
Yeah, looking for somebody super preemptively. Burning's already there. Was in the jungle looking to invade with the Slardar, but he's just going to get out, circle back. He's almost got the Aghanim Scepter. And with that, it's going to be so scary for G, who barely has any HP. He heavily relies on the BKB for survivability. But once this Aghanim Scepter comes on this Lina, there's no real way for him to just jump forward like he has been in these fights.
Yeah, and because they lost fight after fight, the Templar Assassin's farm has been a bit stymied, and he's not going to be able to get that MKB, which means the Solar Crest pickup from FY is actually going to cause him issues.
For me, what matters a lot more in this game than anything is the ability for VP to collapse on the Burning, because they have to kill him. For how much damage Burning's able to do, he's not actually that tanky. He's got one defensive item, doesn't even have that much armor unless he's being frost armored. But he's been able to just outposition them repeatedly in these fights. And this isn't even typically a Burning hero. Usually you think of him as one of those cores that can just split waves, split push you nonstop. But lately it just feels like there's much more focus on these teamfight heroes that just rely on positioning. And he's been playing them really well.
9 experience from that level 3 Doom upgrade for Illidan. Vici Gaming, though, are the ones controlling this map through and through.
Dire's top tower is
Burning will probably look towards Boots of Travel next, but they found a free pick off on DK Phobos, and Burning is more than willing to expend the Laguna Blade now that it's level 3, such a short cooldown timer.
And something we should start to think about is the amount of Bloodstone charges that the Lina has. As the game progresses later and later, this item was nerfed a little bit, but the respawn timer is still pretty short. And most importantly, it means that you don't have to expend a buyback for these high ground defenses.
Virtus.pro hoping to just farm through this period of time where Vici Gaming have control thanks to the Aegis and Cheese, but if that happens, Vici Gaming will just take objective after objective, already claiming the first of the tier 2 towers.
Yeah, this is the right thing to do. Don't go for the high ground immediately, I think. It's going to be pretty difficult to just go and press forward. They don't have the best way to take down towers. Even Ice, no Assault Kuros on him. I guess that's the item I'd like for him to see at some point. Just so they have some way of sieging. Because as it stands, VP, they can afford to lose 1 or 2 heroes in the pursuit of splitting up the map a little bit and forcing Vici Gaming to kind of run around after them.
I could see that. For now, they're just keeping 4 heroes in this central area where they're both getting jungle farm and controlling that middle lane, while the Ember Spirit is the one to push out top. And probably rotate over to that top lane to claim that tier 2. fairly soon here. Super's got to address the bottom lane first. Of course, those ranged creeps being upgraded, there's always going to be a slight push at the bottom lane, but still not the same as melee racks, which VB were actually so close to claiming.
Unfortunately for them, though, Super, he's getting really strong right now. He was so far behind in the early phases of the game, but now he leads the game in net worth. Alina,
item after item just coming in for Vici Gaming.
Money to burn.
Now have a Vlad's for Ice.
you just need cheap armor, I think, against the damage of the Templar Assassin. If you don't really have anything to follow up on the TA's damage, like the Doom isn't the best right-clicking hero that you have, so she's your only real physical damage dealer, and this is going to be pretty hard for VP if she's able to get isolated out. I think the move for Vici Gaming is to be able to just blow her up, like force her to use the BKB really early, get rid of her refraction charges.
Right. His net worth advantage, though, is still very minimal. 2,500 of Vici Gaming. The experience is a bit more telling in how this game has gone. 14,000 lead for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to take down tier 2. And this might actually signal for them to finally start to go for the high ground, because if they go for that top push, it would take a little bit too long.
Ice. Again, so aggressive. Tries to blink forward. Going for the quick pick off on someone who maybe is out of position as Vici Gaming move forward. Tier 3 already down to half health. This is not a bad siege for a team that doesn't really have a good high ground hero. The best thing they actually have is not a hero at all, but the familiars.
You don't want to overcommit if you're on the side of Vici Gaming, because we saw the high ground defense can definitely change things, and it makes it so much easier for VP to fight around, because they can plan out their defense a little bit better around that chokehold.
DK Phobos has a pretty significant item coming in soon. If he can complete that BKB, they actually have no way of stopping him when he charges on, and that means that they can actually close the distance with Burning's hero. Control that hero, that Lina, a bit better. Even if it forces her to Yule Scepter herself, that's still something that you can force.
I agree. I think it's a really valuable pickup right now. Oftentimes, DK Phobos, what ends up happening is he just charges in, immediately gets a stop halfway through, and then dies. We just haven't seen the impact of the Spear Breaker as much as we did in the last game. And on the flip side of things, Ice, like the fellow offlaner, he's already up to nearly 10k net worth. And we've already felt his impact multiple times throughout this game. Like his amplified damage is turning this Lina into a valued right-clicker on her team.
We see.
Yeah, the same plan we saw from the Queen of Pain last game. Just coming a bit more. G probably working towards an MKB as this next item.
Yeah, potentially. Could go for a butterfly too, but it's really complicated right now for this Templar Assassin.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like there's any one item that is actually all around strong.
If you were just playing against, for example, the Ember Spirit or the Lina, you could maybe get away with the Lincolns to dodge the BKB or the Aghanim Scepter from the Lina, but the problem right now is because there is a Slardar into the game that he can just spam out amplify damage. So that's no longer an option. And it's not really like they lack damage, it's that she doesn't survive anymore.
Yeah. And it's hard for Templar Assassin to go for certain items that increase your survivability. It's just not what the hero is really based on.
Exactly.
Ice. He wants to make the initiation on a G. They know the refraction is burned out. They're going to try and pop immediately. The Laguna Blade goes up and they get the swap. Ice Blast over the top of the Chain Frost is going to bounce around. This may be free BP low, but G, he managed to take Burning. Will take out FY as well. Double crits for him. And he keeps on going. Wants to be able to get Super, but another great initiation from Ice. Locks down 2. And there goes the fight. Vici Gaming will look for the last one. The Vengeful Spirit, though, is already safe back home.
And they finally sort of got the fight that they wanted to this entire game, being able to get on top of Burning as fast as they can. They blew him up, but what they forgot about is Super's actually the real threat when it comes to physical damage.
Yeah, and he's got such high amount of Bloodstone charges, plus he just bought Boots of Travel. He's going to be able to join his teammates for this push uphill, and this is going to force buybacks.
Yeah, with multiple heroes dead, it's going to be hard for them to hold this, even with the buybacks. There's no glyph available. Super
Doom
Gotta
is
be-
going to
still
be
be
the
afraid
first
of
one
him.
out. Ice does get swapped in, but a good force staff actually gets into a position. Now Burning comes in. Hello, that's going to be a two-man stun. Illity goes down. G's going to be comboed up, and VP, they're just falling apart. That's 2 diebacks as Vici Gaming take control of the base. What was once VP's game on the cusp. Vici Gaming holds strong and take game number 3 in this winner's bracket best of 3.
What could have just been a 10K lead into Rax. Vici Gaming being able to hold that high ground despite the Aegis from VP. I think if VP showed just a little bit more discipline in that push, this could have been a different story, but Vici Gaming, they persevere. They're going to take this series 2-1 and continue to advance throughout the bracket.
Vici Gaming, once again, we saw it in the group stage. They played up against Vega Squadron in a similar scenario where Vega Squadron, their early aggression was able to allow them to hold a lead over Vici Gaming, but when they tried to go for the push uphill, this is where Vici Gaming, as you said it earlier, the Chinese scene, so good at being able to hold the high ground. So that brings a close to our best of 3 between these 2 winner bracket teams. It's going to be VP dropping down to losers bracket first. We'll see how they do. The analysts, I'm sure, have a lot of predictions about their run through this tournament.
Thank you very much, Capitalist, down in the commentary booth. And back up here on the desk, there's, I guess there's a little bit more argument to be had after that, because as far as I was concerned, 5 minutes ago, Virtus.pro were winning that game.
10,
Maybe 10 minutes ago.
yeah,
Yeah.
a few minutes more.
But at some point, I mean, where did it go wrong for them?
There was, when they pushed the base, it's that simple. They did so well, especially FNG's Vengeful Spirit, I think was incredible this game. Then they went for the high ground push. They had the Aegis, they had everything on their side. And going into the series, I was saying this, Virtus.pro's biggest weakness is their ability or their lack of ability rather, to push the high ground. Overextension, this was exactly what they lost this game on. And it's unfortunate because it means Jacob is right, and I don't like that.
No, absolutely, I'm totally with you. It also means Kevin's right as well.
That's okay.
More right than Jacob. I predicted that.
More
Is it
right.
2-0?
Yes, so you can play him a little.
Jacob, you're wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed in that high ground push. The rest of their play was amazing. To get there was great, but I felt like in all the late games, it was always letting Vici Gaming go in first. And catching G those 2 times before he's able to BKB, it's so hard to win those fights. And it also made Doom feel like a non-factor. It was never a Doom on a good target. Maybe like Illidan played amazing up until like 30 minutes, but those last 10 minutes, it was just Vici or Virtus.pro walking around the map looking to start a fight, but never getting to start it the way that they wanted to.
Okay, before we discuss any further, let's go downstairs because Dakota even has caught up with one of our winners.
Thank you, Paul. Dakota here, or Dota, I guess. I'm here with Ice of Vici Gaming, a dominant performance. Well, it did take you 3 games to take down the mighty Virtus.pro. Good job in game number 1, but game number 2, they pulled out that Drow Visage. It felt like you guys had a more superior draft, but something went wrong. What happened?
I think we didn't really... We forgot that they would have picked Drow. Like, we didn't thought of this hero at all. So it was... We were pretty surprised when they picked it. And I guess we weren't ready for it. And they played really well. Yeah.
Now, in game number 3, it also looked like they were kind of pushing into you. They even got up towards your base there, but you seemed like you were a bit disciplined. Were you nervous at all at that point, or were you still pretty confident that you were going to be able to bring that one back in game 3?
Oh, I thought I threw the game at a point where, at a river, I daggered into 2 heroes to put a ward. And I'm like, oh shit. Yeah.
You didn't throw hard enough, though, fortunately.
Yeah, not high enough.
Do you want to ask, notice that Burning's wearing glasses now. What's that about? Or has he always worn glasses and had contacts?
Yeah, he always has contacts on.
Oh, okay. It was just a bit different to see. And I did want to ask one last question. Do you ever miss playing in the mid lane and playing cores like Invoker and stuff like that, or are you happy playing in the off lane?
I'm happy in the off lane. I mean, that's super in the middle, so that's pretty good. And I don't know, it's better to play in the off lane since you can do all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations, a big win for you, and we look forward to seeing you more from the future. Let's give it up one more time for Ice and Vici Gaming. We'll go ahead and send it back to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ice. Brilliant. He's always great for an interview as well, and he's right in a way, isn't he? Why would you throw Super out of the mid lane?
Yeah, and all kinds of fun stuff. That fits pretty well with
Yeah.
Ice.
Yeah, he's going to have all sorts of fun stuff in the off lane as
This
well.
goes into the 95 percentile of most serious interviews Ice has ever done. So,
Goes in the top 3 straight away. Indeed it does. Fantastic from Vici. Virtus obviously have to drop down to the lower bracket. What can they take from this game, though? Because they played well.
I think they played very, very well. Like I said before, the main thing, they just need to be more patient with high ground pushes. It's the only real finger I can put on their play this game. Of course, the reason they lose the game is that they're playing against a phenomenal team. Against a lot of the other teams in this tournament, the lead they built early on would have been more than enough to win the game. But if nothing else, it shows VP that they can compete with the absolute best and should be striving still for a top 3 placement if they can.
Okay, we also, it's good to recap where we are in terms of the bracket, Kevin, because we now have Evil Geniuses, CDEC, Team Secret, and Vici Gaming in the semi-finals of the upper bracket. Is that about right?
I think the only one that's slightly unexpected is CDEC, really. People are expecting them to do pretty well, but I think they've definitely impressed coming into the tournament. But in terms of Secret, EG, Vici Gaming, a lot of people are naming those as their top 3 for the tournament.
Yeah.
Nothing too surprising.
All of those will finish at least top 6 now. So it's good job from all of them. Talking about good jobs, thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much. Even Melk has done a reasonably good job today as well.
You're welcome.
I'll take it.
We thought we'd give him that
That's
anyway.
the biggest compliment you're getting out of
better than
Paul.
nothing.
Exactly. We can't give him too
You're
much
pretty good
today.
yourself, Paul.
Thanks, buddy. That's not. I mean, let's be careful here because I think we're getting carried away with the compliments, right? And we don't want that to happen. There is one other member of our broadcast team. You might have met him yesterday. Of course, it was great to have him on the panel, but he wasn't really in his element. Really, where he likes to be is having some fun, usually at the expense of others. This is what Pyrian Flax got up to when he was with Team Secret.
Hey, what's up? This is P Flax. I'm here at the venue, and I heard a rumor that there were going to be signings being done by the players at an autograph kind of station, and I heard Team Secret were going to be doing theirs around now. So I thought I'm going to go and try and find them because I'd love to get a chance to talk to Puppy and maybe Cyborg Matt and see what I can get out of those guys. So stay tuned. I'm going to go find them.
Secret.
Team Secret! I'm here with Puppy, captain of Team Secret, legendary Dota player in his own right. Puppy, tell me, how excited are you to be here?
Very excited, very excited, very excited.
Good stuff. And what do you think your chances are going forward in the tournament, Team Secret?
I want to do top 3. I want to take the championship, but top 3 is my marginal kind of way to go.
What's it like? New lineup, new bunch of guys. How you've worked with a few of them before, I guess. Not so much, really. Kind of a new team for you. What's it like being a captain to a new team? How do you assert your authority? A lot of beatings?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes. Weeha needs a lot of beatings, actually. Like most of the time. I mean, yeah. He's come from a long way. You know, he's had his moments in the public. But yeah, Sama needs some whipping. That's definitely for sure.
You're going to smack him into shape, get him finally sort of leveled out, flying right, all that kind of stuff?
I mean, my hand is already hurting, kind of. Like, yeah, it's been rough, you know, 3 tournaments and stuff. I think we can keep going, though. I think I'm kind of like getting that vibe where my hand doesn't hurt anymore that much. So it's all good, kind of.
Good stuff. Well, a lot of people are going to be rooting for you. You had a good queue of people there for autographs, so I wish you all the best, dude. We'll talk to you soon, maybe. But I'm actually going to see if I can find Matt and get a chat with him. Is that cool? Hey, what's up? This is P Flax, the awkward reporter here at Frankfurt Major, and I'm joined by my good buddy Cyborg Matt, manager of Team Secret. Tell me something, Matt. TI probably didn't go the way you guys expected or most of us expected. A, what the f went wrong? And B, what are you going to do differently?
Well, looking back at TI, obviously the team was very confident going in. We felt really good. We had probably the best record going into TI out of all teams there. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Some internal issues, you know, some people were right, some people were left. So, you know, it's for the team itself, it was a learning experience. It's hard that it went like that, but I mean, then they walked away with over $1 million anyway, which, you know, they felt bad obviously when you see someone win $6 million, but you know, they're still pretty happy. But
how much do you think your guys' popularity is down to the awesome logo?
I mean, people seem to like our logo. I know we went for a lot of different logos, but yeah, it's good. You know, it's Illuminati, so yeah.
Nice. So, I mean, as you can see, this is a pretty good crowd of people on day one Monday. There's probably more people out here than watching in there at the moment, but you guys are very popular. Do you guys tend to try and think of a team that's going to be the best team, or do you think of players that you guys personally like? Because I know you like some of these guys a lot.
You mean when it like comes to?
I mean, like as personalities. I mean, like Envy and Puppy and guys like that. They're big personalities as well as great players. Do you guys like that aspect of it as well?
I mean, obviously, from a team point of view, the player having their own brand and bringing in their own audience is huge for us. Clement is like the core of Team Secret anyway, you know, so the brand is his essentially. So it just goes hand in hand really, and bringing Jackie on board, we don't really look at it that way. It's always about making sure we have a good team first, you know, and the chemistry's there, and then like anything else is an extra bonus for us really.
Okay, cheers, Matt. I wish you guys all the best, and that's chatting with Matt. Take it easy. So they've all cleared off. I just thought I might. Oh, hey, do you want me to sign something? All right. Well, I'll be here all week.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Frankfurt and welcome back to the first ever Dota 2 major as we bring you live coverage from day 4 here. That's right, day 4. Although you probably think, hang on a minute, there's only been 2 days. Well, only 2 days at the main event, but of course we had the group stages last week, which are particularly important when it comes to the next match because we have a lower bracket game. We're into our 3rd match of the day. The next one is Vega versus eHome. We've also had a change at the desk as well. Welcome back from Onlini to LD and to Capitalist as well. Nice to have you all guys back onto the panel, and I hope you're enjoying the show so far. The first 2 matches of the day have been very good.
Yeah, it's good to be back. You know, we're going to have a European team facing a Chinese team, so we thought who better to bring the most perceptive analysis than the All-American analyst panel.
I'm sort of like an honorary American in this panel at the moment.
Britain.
Which is fine. Same thing. No,
I'm not going to make it off this desk alive.
You may not. We're going to start things off with Vega Squadron. Through the group stages, qualified in 2nd place, had a good run through that as well. And then yesterday came unstuck a little bit, but came unstuck against a very good team.
Yeah, they had a great showing versus EG. Being able to take a game off them is very impressive. And I feel like Vega is capable of beating any team in this tournament. Not to say they will necessarily be able to make that run and go deep, but they're not a team where like, there's no way they beat Secret. They can't possibly beat EG. There are teams in this event where that's your honest evaluation if you're not trying to lie to yourself. And I think Vega is one of those teams that can go deep.
Yeah, they've already shown previous strength against Team Secret. They've matched up against them before. They also, obviously the game against EG, but Vici Gaming, right? Those for me are the 3 teams to look out for: EG, Vici Gaming, and Secret. Yep. And since Vega Squadron, and in my opinion, they should have actually beaten Vici Gaming, but they failed to stick the landing, right? And that's something that I think is very key for Vega Squadron. They're so good in the first 25 minutes of the game, but sometimes they fail to actually take it to 35, 45 minutes with the same kind of showing that they had before.
And they're one of the only teams to actually win a major tournament aside from Evil Geniuses and Team Secret, so that's definitely good.
It's in their favor, isn't it? They know they can do it, and they did it in a very impressive style.
No land
that bracket as well, yeah. Let's take a look at the moments that they had through their previous games and just pick out a few highlights of some of the play that they've shown so well, because they have played really well, haven't they?
They have, and it's been impressive to see because you look at that ESL tournament and almost every game it felt like they got Broodmother, or Broodmother was a huge factor in the draft, but that hasn't really been the case anymore, so they've had to evolve a little bit, and they've still managed to find a lot of success.
Yeah, it shows a certain amount of depth to their roster, that they're not as dependent on Mag as I feel like they used to be. And the fact that, people have pointed to No One, who's this incredible, mechanically strong mid player, and then as well as Pasha as this aggressive carry. But you also look towards people like Solo. I think Solo has actually been one of the standout people for me in Vega Squadron, because when he's on that Tusker, he's on that Night Stalker, he's able to take over games. It's much the same way that they actually used to run it in 6.84, where they would pick up the Lina for him, and he would be that really greedy, like AUI-esque 4 position, split push the lanes, get an exceptional amount of farm, so he's a core. They just run it a lot more aggressively now.
He's definitely a lot more comfortable in the support role. He played core for a while in the past. There were times where he had his moments, but he's been a lot more consistent. I guess it's been, at this point, like a year or so that he's been on the support role, and it just seems to suit him better. I think they experimented a little bit with him going back to a core role in certain drafts, but I definitely think they should stick with the roles they've had up until now.
And it's no surprise that you have your most experienced players on the support role, because as we've seen so many teams fail the high ground push, that player is usually the one that knows whether or not it's the right time to push high ground.
It is an interesting trend. I mean, how many flashy players are, young, flashy kind of upstarts, are not the core roles? Like, the only ones that really come to mind for me are maybe Miracle and FY at this point is a veteran, so the young talent tends to favor the carry roles, I suppose.
Where are all the next generation going to come from?
I don't know. When you get old, then they send you out to the support.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe 5 years from now, someone's playing support. Yeah.
By that logic, Paul would be an exceptional support.
Absolutely.
One of the best the world has ever
Except
seen.
I'm horrible. Unfortunately, it doesn't work
I
like
guess
that.
my logic falls
It's not quite like a fine wine always, the way that it evolves in Dota, unfortunately. I do want to pick up on one particular player, Solo, who has been an absolute farm god so far. Just seems to, just do everything that he needs to do to get that farm going. I think you mentioned it real briefly during the moments as well.
I really disagree that teams going into the 3-4 area, they should have already banned away both Tusk as well as Night Stalker. I think those are two of the strongest heroes for solo. I think that he really knows how to be able to find certain openings against teams, and this is why oftentimes Vega Squadron are able to hold the lead by 20 minutes, is because during the laning phase and moving outside of that a little bit, Solo's always able to find the right areas to introduce himself and make friends and get kills.
Yeah.
And that's actually interesting that you mention Tusk as well as Night Stalker, because these are both heroes that these teams love to run. eHome in particular with 11 on the Tusk. We saw them actually prioritize the CTY Queen of Pain over that. They gave the Tusk away. Do you want to do that versus Vega Squadron? That's going to be one of the most tightly contested heroes in the entire series.
Indeed. Let's switch over and talk about eHome, actually, because that's a great segue towards them. Coming through the group that they had in Group D, it wasn't necessarily the strongest group. And yet, when you look at the teams that are now doing well, actually all 4 of them have gone through their first bracket game. So actually, maybe that group was quite good after all.
It's always funny. You know, people see the groups come out and they're like, oh, Group A is the group of death, and then Group A flops. I think at TI, what was it, like the majority of the Group B teams, were Group B was viewed as the weak group, and most of them made a deep run. CDEC was in that group, I believe EG was as well, and those teams went very far then. So.
Yeah, we had in Group D, there was CDEC, Mineski, eHome, and Alliance. And Alliance finished bottom of that without winning a game. They've advanced 1 place forward as well. They'll play Virtus.pro in the lower bracket. eHome did the same thing, of course, against the newbie team yesterday in the lower bracket in that do or die. And have now got themselves back into the best of 3s, which should suit them, Merlini, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think they're the only team that were a direct invite that didn't actually make it to the upper bracket, so that already lends itself some question and some worries. And it wasn't so much that they got 3rd place in the group, it was the way they lost their last 2 B03s. If you watch that game, you're worried if you're an eHome fan. Can they really pull it together? And I'm not convinced enough from the one game that they had yesterday to see them advance far in this tournament. We need to see some of the old eHome.
Yeah, it was a BO1, it was against Newbie Young, and the way the lanes developed, it really felt like eHome had just outmaneuvered them strategically and in terms of the way they set everything up from the draft. So, like you said, I don't think it's really enough evidence to prove that the eHome that we saw, but I mean, it was 2 months coming into this event where they looked like they might even be the strongest team out of China. So if they can capture that form and get some confidence back from that BO1, then they could also make a deep run.
Let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday. Again, this might as well be entitled the CTY highlights reel, because he was absolutely magnificent yesterday.
Certainly, CTY, I think, is actually one of the... you have so many good mid laners, but CTY has a certain kind of depth to him that it's not just like, for example, no one really shows himself on the SF. I think CTY has a little bit more depth to himself in that regard, that he can even, be the safe lane farmer and still make a huge showing going 10 minutes in, and not just be the 1v1, I win my mid lane matchup sort of guy.
He also, until earlier today, had the highest GPM of any player so far, which was on the anti-mage, which was 918. No one thought we would beat that, and somehow Super did. So he's now gone ahead of him. But
after the way the game started, too, you
Yeah.
wouldn't have figured that for Super.
No.
That really turned around.
It was quite crazy. There's the 5-man lineup. And just on the subject of being a very quick team out of the gate, they do like to get first blood and start things off very early on. We've seen, I think the earliest one was something like 8 seconds or 9 seconds or something on the timer, which is ridiculous. What is it about them that wants them to go hell for leather straight off the bat?
I would say that aggression is really the name of the game for, I think, both of these teams, that eHome like to be able to establish the win by 10 minutes. Same goes for Vega Squadron. I think Vega Squadron actually look more for like a 10 to 20 minute marker. So I actually anticipate to see like eHome win the initial laning phase, but as rotations occur, Vega Squadron start bringing it back. But I think just setting a precedent and knowing that maybe they're not the strongest team going late game.
And also, they remind me a lot of VP in the sense that they run a position 1 that can fight a lot early. The Vengeful Spirit and the Drow Ranger for VP. And for eHome, we see the Queen of Pain, the Lina, the Slark. These are heroes that can just get kills very early on in the laning phase and don't need any sort of babysitting.
Yeah, with the kind of form that CTY has been showing recently, are you expecting targeting for him in terms of bans?
I think you at least consider taking away the Queen of Pain in the ban stage just to force him out of his comfort zone. It's got to be his most successful hero. Every time I've seen him on that hero, I know OD Pixel at this point, like his entire Twitter life is just posting various photoshops of CTY and Queen of Pain. He's got a bit of a fetish, if you ask me. But on subject, I think it's definitely something you consider. You could also look to take it. It's definitely a hero Vega run as well. So, there are options.
Yeah, I remember at Nanyang he was constantly asking me, why aren't they banning the Queen of Pain? And this would happen like 5 games in a row.
It's like at some point they're going to catch on.
We're going to get more from you, all three of you, in just a moment. But first of all, it's time to introduce you to our 2 teams who are ready to enter the arena. Handshakes concluded. Players entering the booths. We'll leave them to settle for a few minutes before we get into the draft. Also gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more about eHome. They have flattered to deceive, LD, I think it would be fair to say. You mentioned it earlier, a couple of months ago, you sort of looked at it and went, whoa, this could be the most dangerous team out of China. What's happened since then?
Well, it's hard to say without being in the team locker room, so to speak, but it sounds like they're just having internal disagreements about how they should be drafting, what the play style is. You've got Lanham on the team, hasn't always been the leader of his past team, certainly has the track record of being able to do it, but you have to have one voice as the main leadership voice. We see all the most successful teams have that, whether it's Puppy, PPD, Xiao Wei, all the top teams have that one guy. When push comes to shove, he makes the calls, he doesn't get second guessed, there's no mutiny. So they need to have that person come into this match.
Yeah. Changing drafters is always a sign of weakness, I would say. I can't remember a time where we're like, oh, nice, they finally changed drafters. Things are going so much better for them. If it does, it only lasts for like a week.
Intimidation tactics. It's like, yeah, we can beat you with anyone drafting.
Yeah.
Well, that sometimes actually happens.
Yeah.
As we should point out that has happened here. They have changed the drafter in the team as well. There was some social media chatter on Sunday that they weren't actually getting on very well, and there was a few arguments internally as well. So with all of that thrown together, the fact that they were then, in the best of ones and could quite easily have come out of that going, well, we don't want to play with each other anymore, so why do we bother? But they didn't. They stuck to their guns. They had a great game, and they've come through. So they won't want to throw that away now.
Winning's a very good Band-Aid.
It is. Very good
Band-Aid.
Band-Aid.
A lot of those wounds, but are they still festering underneath? That's the real question.
All right, let's get into the predictions. We'll start with Capitalist. We've discussed eHome. We've talked about CTY being a bit of a god this last couple of weeks, but we've also talked about Vega Squadron. Where are you going?
With my original predictions and looking towards eHome to be one of the better Chinese going into this event, I would love to see them back in form. And if they win a best of 3 against Vega Squadron, I would see they are back, but I don't have the faith. Vega Squadron all the way.
You would love to see your prediction, Salvage.
Wow. I'm actually quite surprised because you had, when we discussed this pre-tournament, they were top 4 for you. And it's fallen away. LD.
He's trying to save face.
That was before they played, though.
I mean,
it was, yes.
Let's also go back to the fact that Vega Squadron are my boys through and through. The fact that Vega Squadron is facing up against eHome is just sad for eHome.
Okay.
What happened to your boy Maybe, by the way? How's he doing?
Whatever. Maybe he's still a god, all right? Well,
How many boys
he's a demigod.
have?
He's got a large harem.
Unbelievable. LD, prediction.
In the end, I think Vega have looked more stable, more solid throughout this event. I think they're a little deeper in terms of hero pool and playstyle. To me, eHome almost always win from an early game advantage, even through the first 5 to 10 minutes. And snowballing, if they don't get that, I think they struggle. So I'm going to say Vega.
Okay. Interestingly, I've gone for Vega as well. I don't know if that perhaps means that you two guys are...
Time to change.
Yeah, maybe you're jinxed.
Abort.
Let's just see whether Melini agrees or not as well.
American.
I'm joining with the American thing here.
Yeah, I'm going with Vega.
You're going with Vega as well. You're okay, guys. It's fine. Melini's gone for Vega.
Oh, Vega. Why not? I think that they're more consistent this tournament, especially than eHome, and like they're performing like a little bit above their average, whereas eHome, you don't know where they're going to be.
Yeah. Are you taking into account things before the Frankfurt Major as well? That lead up, the ESL 1 New York win?
Well, kind of, but that was a while ago. Right? This is a few days ago that we're talking about eHome having mighty struggles.
Okay, so you've gone for Vega more because of the disarray that maybe eHome are in rather than the way that Vega are playing?
And the strong performance.
And the way? Okay, all right, okay. So it's a clean sweep for Vega.
I mean, let's be fair. They had a great showing versus EG. Taking a game off them and being competitive in the other two is very impressive, and the same versus Vici. So they've had the better tournament up until now as well.
Against two very tough teams who we've already agreed are likely to be top four and are already proven, actually, that they're in the top four of the upper bracket as well. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay, Vega all the way. If there's a sliver of hope for your boys eHome that you had at the start of the competition.
Not my boys eHome, just maybe.
Okay,
right?
okay, but I just want to...
Let's be clear, I'm not a fan of eHome as a whole.
We'll clear this up.
You're not
at the start of the tournament...
Maybe he's not even on you.
Capitalist
We've got
said...
an eHome hater on the desk.
Capitalist said eHome would finish in the top three. That's what he said.
No, I said top four.
Top four, okay, my mistake.
For me, I thought they would actually be returning to form to going into the majors, but I look at the way that they've been playing. I look at, like, CTY is just my big hope. I'm like, go CTY, go. Same thing goes for LGD, right? If maybe goes, the whole team's going to be awesome. If CTY dominates, then eHome's going to be great.
All right, 4 bans down in the draft. Nothing untoward in that. I suppose Undying probably the one potential talking point.
So eHome actually plays Viper a lot, so I don't really think they mind giving away Queen of Pain as much as the other teams, just because they just love giving Old Chicken his Viper. I'm not sure if they're going to pick a first phase. It should be banned second phase by Vega, if not. But
it's a good lane matchup. I wouldn't say it's a counter by any means. You can split push around the Viper. It still can pick off the supports. But one thing I do want to mention, eHome just does not run Darkseer. They have not played him once in their last 10 games, and they have given him away quite a bit. So it's not always that they're banning him. And maybe it could be a weakness in the drafts. We'll have to see. Also, Slardar has been ignored. That is not very often we see that. But eHome will take the Night Stalker. And this is also, to me, kind of a takeaway cap. You mentioned this is a very strong hero for Vega. They can run as a support, they can run as an offlaner, and it can do a lot of work in the laning stage.
And the Chinese region as a whole really values, I think, the Night Stalker alongside the Tusk, so I think that's still pretty good for eHome. And for me, it's going to be more interesting to watch CTY potentially playing the SF and then Vega Squadron on the Queen of Pain, where I would normally like to see those swapped. I would love to see an SF no one face up against CTY's Queen of Pain.
Those are definitely the more like iconic pairings over the past couple weeks, but we're not going to see it here. None of those strong supports picked up yet as far as like the more defensive ones goes, but Dazzle's going to get banned now. There's still a Wyvern out there. Great against the Slardar.
eHome also sometimes run Wisp standalone, which I think is a very rare thing nowadays. They actually just use it for sustain, so they can breach the high ground much earlier. They also have run Chen before, so they have some unusual supports in their arsenal.
This taps in a little bit to the versatility of Vega, where they do have to go and ban out the Ember. You've got a decent hero to somewhat shut him down in the Night Stalker, at least through the early stages of the game, but it's just not a hero that eHome like to run themselves, and so since it's in the pool...
They tried it for CTY, and it's just been not as good as the other heroes.
And the other hero that I think they should actually ban away is the Gyrocopter, right? For me, it's Ember Spirit and Gyro are two heroes that go for Vega Squadron, where at the same time, eHome don't actually pick it up.
Good call. Any chance we see CTY Ursa?
I don't think he's played that in a long time.
Or is that an anti-Alk only strategy?
Pretty damn good against Alk, it has to be said. So, laning stage still pretty flexible here. The roles are somewhat unknown. We don't have a clear sense of where the teams want to go with their overall drafts. The Nyx does get banned out, and this is actually a hero that eHome run, but a lot of other teams really don't. So, curious to see if they have something specific in mind with the Nyx ban out.
I think it's just really valuable versus the Queen of Pain, and as you said, eHome do run it, so I think that's probably one of the more dangerous heroes. He also has a decent reaction to potentially the Slardar Blinken, if he's going to be the target. Spike Carapace real quick.
Can really shut down Queen of Pain if she's split pushing, and especially if she doesn't have a BKB.
Combined with a Night Stalker, yeah, that would be such a dangerous game for Queen of Pain to do any kind of split pushing alone.
You also have to worry about the Broodmother if you're eHome. Could be shaping up to be a Broodmother game.
They still have a couple of picks, but Darkseer is banned. Neither of these heroes are particularly great against Brood, certainly not in the laning stage. Night Stalker, yeah, if you get farm, you can hunt her, but you're much more worried about not getting bulldozed early on.
I like Winter Wyvern here. Specifically, I think it's pretty decent versus Lardar. Sometimes it's initiation. If you get the Cold Embrace before the Crush, you dodge a nuke entirely. Obviously, the amplified damage kind of signals as a beacon of who to hit, and the Cold Embrace can help out there. It's a controlling hero against Queen of Pain, and I think it would actually stop the Mag Broodmother.
Okay, is this a Wyvern now with the Queen of Pain and the Slider there? I mean, especially with what we saw earlier with Vici when they had that demolishing game against Virtus.pro. They were the 3 they picked first.
It definitely could be.
Albeit they don't have the option of the Undying in there, of course.
If they want to go Brood, then obviously you want to save that at least for the 4th pick here. I imagine eHome might consider banning at 5th, depending on what their last 2 picks are.
Yeah, for me, Wyvern doesn't work as well on Vega Squadron's team because eHome has a lot more sustain to them, and I think that's really important that Wyvern is to be picked up against more mobile and fragile heroes that you can pop during the Winter's Curse. Beer Shaker definitely makes sure that there's no chance of Vega Squadron go for any sort of like weird Broodmother situation. So they're pretty much locked it in now that the Slardar is going to be played in the offlane.
I still don't think it's so clear cut. I think I've seen Broodmother pick a decent amount against Earthshaker. He struggles very early unless you have like a carry that can kill him early on. So I don't know. I'd still be looking out for it.
Obviously, once he gets like the Blink and has a bunch of points in Aftershock and has the Echo Slam, then he can somewhat shut down the Brood if he's got support. But the other hero that sometimes teams get ambushed by is Huskar. eHome has decent physical damage. I wouldn't say it's exceptional. And they're going to totally switch it up here. This is the Bane counter, I suppose.
And this is something that they picked up in that series against LGD, right? That was actually a really good counter by them.
Right against the Sleep, the Grip.
Yeah, this is game 5.
Actually, you know, it's maybe even more picked for the Amp, potentially.
Yeah, taking away both the Amp, remove a lot of Bane's potential. You also have Shadow Strike in there. And I think you have Vega Squadron looking at potentially a lot of burst.
And it's a first pick here at the Major.
Wow.
5 seconds.
I think he works pretty good in theory, but a lot of times what actually happens is Bane just sleeps Abaddon, and then you're like, okay, well, what do I do now?
Or he just gets wrecked very early in the laning stage before he gets his level 6. And they are running a triple melee draft right now. You're up against the Queen of Pain. Vega still have a pick here. Maybe something they can look to exploit. It does tend to set you up for multiple hero crushes, the big sonic waves.
It's going to be Vega Squadron, something to think about as well, isn't it?
They're taking their time here. This is also not a great hero against Broodmother. Tanky, but not very good at shutting her down.
I mean, as of right now, I don't really see anything too wrong with a PL pick. Some carry that...
For Vega, you mean?
Yeah. Something else that they've been favoring a lot is the Sven, although I don't really see the armor being particularly useful here.
There's a lot of nuke damage.
Yeah, I think it's more of a factor when you're facing a Slardar. And
maybe they want like that range damage dealer. The Wind Ranger comes to mind as a possibility. It's something they run on occasion with the Slardar.
Winter Wyvern.
Go Wyvern.
Okay.
Well, hey, it's 3 melee heroes, and you're up against the Shadow Fiend, Interrupt the Requiem. Very likely to get multiple hero curses. This could be pretty ugly.
I feel like Vega Squadron definitely have to pick up a late game carry here, and Winter Wyvern would be able to slow down some of the potential early push from eHome. But again, I still look at this, and with the Abaddon, perhaps the early mech on SF, you've got a lot of sustain that I'm not sure if Wyvern is going to be able to cut through. And again, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pop one hero. But Slardar Winter Wyvern does have an amazing amount of synergy.
I mean, they have so much anti-BKB versus the Shadow Fiend, though, and that's, you know, some teams have been getting away with the first pick Shadow Fiend because there's been no anti-BKB, but all 4 of those heroes are really good versus it.
Yeah, eHome definitely need another damage dealer. There's just so much lockdown right now. If it's only a Shadow Fiend. There's some decent defensive capabilities here. The shield, the main one, and eHome, they are going to play it safe. They banned the Brood 5th. I still think that's the right move here. Not worth the risk. You know you're up against eHome, though. This team very rarely goes for late game-oriented strats. Their draft seems like kind of a mid-game timing, so if you get too greedy of a carry, it might be something eHome can punish.
We've mostly seen the fighter ones for eHome, though, although there are the occasional anti-mage picks that we see for CTY.
Yeah, they ran one Spectre. They lost that game in 25 minutes. They ran an anti-mage. They won. They're going to ban out the Slart.
I think I'd still be fine with the Wind Ranger that you suggested earlier, Ben. They could put the Queen of Pain as a safe lane farmer here. The part of the problem with the Abaddon is oftentimes his range is very limited for those saving mechanisms of his heal and his shield, and that puts him at very close quarter where he's potentially shackled with the hero that he's trying to save, and it works really well with the Slardar.
They go with the Luna.
Squadron's turn to pick.
They needed a teamfight hero that would also push high ground.
This is like the poor man's gyrocopter, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And the Abaddon makes the Luna a lot more viable, I think.
And I think you definitely need that second core that can scale. You're up against just so much single target lockdown. So I do like the Luna grab here in that respect. Is a bit squishy, does have pretty good defensive heroes, and you want the frontliners as well with Luna, which they have, but we'll have to wait and see if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, we've often seen Luna just way too weak and just bursted down by Queen of Pain the whole time. But with the Abaddon, I think she's actually pretty viable in this situation and kind of dissuades Vega from running an aggro duel.
And there's no Brood Mother. The last time we saw Luna versus Brood was the last time Toby was on the panel, I believe.
Yes.
This is really going to prevent, I think, a lot of, like the Phantom Lancer, I think, is less viable against the Luna. Animage, same thing there. I think they had to go for a mid-game aggressive hero.
Okay, so they go for the TA. That's the final pick. Game 1 of eHome versus Vega Squadron in the lower bracket is brought to you by Synderen and Toby1.
You know, it means so much to me, Synderen. It means so much that LD remembers. He remembers. Thanks, LD. Much love.
He made it sound like you got kicked off the panel for making that
Well, I
comment.
was, because I was replacing you on the panel at that time during the group stage. Then you came in, and you all slaughtered me because the Luna got completely destroyed.
But you called it.
I called it. It didn't get played the way I thought it would be played, however, because that's one thing which Luna does give. She gives your entire team a big buff up during the team fights. You can clean out a lot if there's any kind of illusion kind of base, so it's... She's a wonderful hero. She did get buffed up a little bit, so she's a little stronger now. And with the help of the Abaddon, maybe she can live longer than 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's generally Luna's problem. I think, was it the only Luna pick this tournament so far that she was against
It's
the Brood?
the only one I remember, so...
It might have been picked one other time, but definitely some really difficult games that Luna...
yeah, it's never really an easy game for a Luna. I think there was another Luna game where it actually came out on top. Because there was like a heavy CS Luna stat I remember seeing. But yeah, we can have the stats man let us know about that one later on. But for now, eHome, it's interesting synergy they try and do. Like they pull out the hero, which normally, if anyone was going to be a betting man, you'd probably look to see PPD being drafting this hero because it's one of his big heroes he pushed into the scene. But now we see Lanima on this Abaddon. How is the synergy meant to work for eHome? What's the plan?
So this, to me, is one of the absolute best counter picks in the game against Bane and Slardar. It's what triggered it. It's not because it has great synergy with Luna or with any of the other heroes for that matter. It's simply a way of addressing the problems that are Amplify Damage and Fiend Script that you can just remove with that Aphotic Shield. It's very powerful. And the unique thing about this as a support hero compared to every other support hero in the game is that you can't just kill it off and just play from there. A lot of other counter picks just get shut down if they get ganked, but Abaddon with level 6 can, of course, just trigger the borrow time and play from there. Another very little bit of interesting synergy in this lineup is, of course, when Luna uses Eclipse, you turn day to night for 10 seconds. That's nice for Night Stalker. You don't plan around that in the lineup, but it actually does allow them to make use of Night Stalker a little bit more during the day.
There's also something which works during the nighttime, because when you have that increased vision that the Luna grants, and then the reduced vision the Night Stalker has, your smoke, you can actually get even closer to the enemy with it. So when you go for these smoke gangs, look for eHome to just manipulate that a little bit more. Obviously, not just about the Eclipse, it's about the whole vision kind of game, which can come from eHome into the midpoint of the game. And they can dive pretty heavily. Like, you put that Aphotic Shield over on a Night Stalker, he's going to willingly just jump in. And then you got the life, which can be given from Lanham. And they're actually running almost a tri-lane here in mid as the Bane, looking down on both the SF as well as the Abaddon. But with the shield up, the Abaddon can just get back to the front lines, and the TA can't just zone him out.
One more thing to keep in mind in this game, of course, is it is a support Night Stalker. They're already pressuring Pasha in the top lane. Night Stalker benefits a lot from having a Aphotic Shield. He's such an aggressive hero by nature during the nighttime. Even in a support role, he can extend himself even further into fights and look for kills. So I'm very curious to see this lineup from eHome work, or be played rather, because it can backfire very hard. This support duo of Abaddon and Night Stalker can you know, it's double melee. You're playing into a lineup that has heroes that on paper are great against melee heroes. So they need the execution to be there, but I would love to see it work.
Yeah. I'm kind of keeping my eyes on this bottom lane, because Mag's already had a little bit of a crack at Old 11. And on this off lane with Slardar now hitting level 2, the ability to have sprint and chase after the Earthshake, because he went for Totem to start with that little bit of extra stun. But that's all he's got to really work with. The top lane's also getting a little bit contested. As Kaka as well as Lanham. They are going to slow down right now over on Solo, and Solo gets a little bit of life back with that brain stab, trying to run himself out, but Lanham's got the shield up. They don't want to attack into him, because then they'll just trigger the shield and kill off Solo, deny himself up to the Trolls, attempt to do it, able to do it as well. Vega not giving eHome an inch, but they're not out just yet. Seema on the run. They saw everything with that Observe Ward, the TP, but there's a Lucent Beam available. It'll end up being cancelled, and Seema, he should be the first blood, and he will be the first blood. Abaddon will take it. A nice little thing to have on his first outing here at the Frankfurt Major.
I'm very curious to see what skill build Lanham goes for here. If he takes Curse of Avernus on level 2 or if he goes for Miscoil. This is an exceptional value point. The 15% movement speed bonus for himself and the allies against those targets is great, but it requires you to get in the first place. In the mid game, it's very difficult for a banner to just commit into a fight. But this early in a try versus try lane scenario, it can help them chase them down very nicely. He does have boots already as well, so.
It's like, what do you want to throw out there? Like, you want to get the slow when you already have the void coming out from the Night Stalker.
You got coil.
And with the three nukes together, yeah, it's just so much burst damage.
Miss Coil isn't that great.
It's when you combine everything together.
This ability is a lot better than I remember. You never see this here in competitive Dota anymore, but just reminders of 4.5 second cooldown and 100 damage nuke for 75 health and 50 mana. So, you know, the trade-off isn't that great, but the fact that the cooldown is so low allows them to use it 2 or 3 times per engagement in this lane, I think.
So he's already looking at 200, 300 damage. That's half the life of the Queen of Pain if they can keep it there, of course.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
A little bit more of a difficulty. Surprising with Vega, like, because they've split up their combos. Normally you look to see like the Bane as well as the Slardar work together. By the way, Slardar having some fun here against Old 11. He doesn't have enough mana for a fissure. Mag not popping the sprint. Does not want to get involved there.
Oh, he really respected it. Okay, now he's going, because he had 10 stick charges.
Okay, yep, they give it a crack. He's still got enough damage. That Totem and Fissure is available, and the Earthshake is running a bottle, so he's still got a lot of mana up his sleeve, and Mag are just playing around the creep wave.
This is a funny interaction. I do think Mag will kill him, unless...
Oh, the stun. Can't get the secondary fissure, and this will be a kill. A solo one coming the way of Mag. They really played Ring-a-Ring-a Rosie until finally Mag finds the kill.
It's one of those situations where you're just trapped. Neither hero can, or well, Slardar could easily get out, but Shaker, even with a TP scroll, knows he's going to get stunned if he tries to port out, so he has to try to kite and bait a bit. Didn't work. Pasha.
Top lane, they're going to use the Mango, and Pasha, Cold Embrace will protect him for the moment. Remember, he got that nuke coming back in again. Lana moves forward. Who's he going to shield? He's actually just going to go directly for the nuke. Shields up himself. He will still end up dying here. Yes, Seema does get the last attack in, but Solo won't be able to run himself away in time. Or will he? Kaka turns, and there's your void. A 2-for-1 trade-off going the way of eHome. And really propelling both this Luna and Night Stalker forward. The attack happening as we just hit that nighttime.
They're going to need it too, because now that Slardar's level 6, he can solo kill this Earthshaker very easily until Old 11 gets his level 6. He's chosen to go for a 2-1-2 build. The interesting thing about this lane, though, is that it's difficult for Mag to figure out what Earthshaker has skilled. As long as he only uses these enchant totems for last hits very late, he can be more scared of Old 11 than he actually needs to if he thinks it's level 3 enchant totem. But he is on 2-1-2. And now here.
If Mag was just an inch up, like if he actually hit that crush, then Pasha, with this rotation timing, would have been perfect. They'd find the kill on the offlane Earthshaker, and then more and more space comes for the Queen of Pain, and they're giving her the space now. Top lane wasn't successful enough for her. And she really does need that item. Like, what do you even do as this Queen of Pain? You're on an offlane Quap. Below the Quaps we've seen throughout this tournament have been looking for that early Orchid. Can you still achieve that?
They've swapped him after 6 minutes and 1 death. So realistically, he might find 1 or 2 kills in this lane. but he's only level 4.5 right now, so I wouldn't recommend Orchid. I think it's going to come out too late, and they have a Photic Shield against it.
Real trouble right now. Mag doesn't actually have the mana for a crush, but he's just going to keep up with Kaka and just try and beat him down.
He has it now.
Okay, he can just commit it and then just go back to well. Ends up being the tower that gets the kill. No one battling up against both Old Chicken as well. So Lanham Dammy does a lot of damage. That's a double damage rune with the Sideblade spell. Old Chicken's going to drop. And Vega with 2 very quick kills.
This early game I feel like it looks pretty good for Vega. They're getting the key levels that they need on their heroes. I guess the Queen of Pain being the exception, but now that she has the safe lane, she'll get there. Slardar won his lane. He can now rotate and try to put some pressure top. Of course, slightly difficult against the Luna, who will have Eclipse ready very soon, and the nighttime vision.
All right, so bottom lane, Nightstalker trying to make the most out of the end of this nighttime. They've only got 1 minute left, and the Fissure, Old 11, he can't block in Solo. In fact, Solo's now going to turn this around with a Nightmare, keeping the Earthshaker in position, allowing Queen of Pain to arrive, but very timidly does not move forward. That Echo Slam was still up, and mana was available, but up on top lane, CTY. Okay, Mag can try and get aggressive on CTY, but the second he moves away from the wave, he has to be careful, because then the Eclipse, every single one of them could hit him. Even with 1k life almost, Mag's still going to be careful.
Yeah, the sprint amplification is going to make it even worse. So the thing about it is that he moves so fast that if CTY starts the animation, which he did right there, as long as you make the right call as the Slardar, you can outrun, I think. You might take 2 beams and then you'll get out of range.
As long as you don't get hit by the Lucent Beam. Bottom lane, the Nightmare starting on the Earthshaker. There's no Sonic Wave available, but with the Earthshaker, Echo Slam, Old 11 commits so heavily. I think he realized he was going to die anyway, and Pasha blinks into the tree line. Old 11 with a stun. He'll find the kill. The heal came in just in time from Lanham, and now Solo will die as well. Vega committing so hard underneath that tier 1 tower, and it does not pay dividends.
That was such a perfect play from Lanham. I think he healed him in the fog, so Vega didn't know it was happening. I don't think they saw him in lane. And they think they can commit and get this kill easily, but what a turnaround play. This is so good for Old 11, getting level 8 minute 8:30. It's a dream for a dire offlane Earthshaker.
I was actually wondering too, when you run this offline Earthshaker, would you have those critical timings delayed? Like he goes directly into treads to go with the wand and the bottle, or just the stick in the bottle, I should say. But that blink dagger timing, if he keeps having moments like this, they're going to be able to get that up, and CTY is so dead. Mag comes in, they do curse him up. CTY, fairly tanky. It's a little bit of chip damage out before he dies, but that required 3 heroes to come up to kill off just a Luna, and then, even then it wasn't easy.
I think the combination of heroes they brought up there wasn't the strongest either. They didn't have, for example, a Sonic Wave just for the burst. Regardless, they got the job done.
Kaka is baiting right now on top lane. He's staying close enough to Mag that Mag kind of has a feeling he can go, but Lanham hides in the tree lines. Instantly can break off the stun with a shield, and then follow up with his own form of nuke.
I think he was spotted there by the crit wave. If Mag was paying close attention, he should have seen him since it's daytime.
He'll definitely be seen by the observer ward.
Now they're very, very visible.
The worst thing EOM could do would be smoke on top of that ward, because Kaka's walking around with one of those.
And speaking of him, he's doing pretty well as Night Stalker on support. 15 CS, minute 10. He's level 5. Would obviously like to find a couple more levels as soon as possible. Speaks for itself. But 2-1-1. And we've seen other games with Night Stalker in this tournament where he turns out to be very strong and had a way worse start than this. And this time, he also has an Abaddon to help him become a threat in the mid game. So I could see this being a good Night Stalker game for him.
And the other calls still look pretty damn good for eHome. Like, you look over to Vega and no one still is topping the net worth. He's on his way towards that Deso. Really nice timing for him as well. Made it a lot easier since it got cheaper. But eHome now start their push. They've only got the buckler in the hands of Old Chicken. It's not the headdress instead. As, okay.
That is not a kill I would have looked for either.
Oh, it's an Echo Slam with a feature control. It's
Shaker should never solo kill Queen of Pain without a Blink Dagger. So Old 11 just seized an opportunity there.
He didn't even have a good rune. Like, he had himself a bounty rune he picked up from the bottom lane. The big rune that came up at the 10-minute mark was the double damage for Old Chicken.
Top tower has fallen.
So Old 11. We'll go back into Dota TV and look for that one later.
Mag, oh, that's bad news for the Shaker. But there's no bash available, so he might actually just... No.
Fissure TP out, they can be Sonic Wave to ensure the kill. Critical thing as well for the Queen of Pain to get that money back again. The Earthshaker was, well, he's still got a fair amount of level, so he's worth quite a chunk. But while they were doing that, TA took out a big stack, and that allows for an 11.5-minute Desolator completion for no one.
That is super early. It might be the fastest Desa we've seen this tournament. We've seen a couple of TAs. I don't think any of them was sub 12. This is exceptionally good.
And he's so far ahead of the SF. Like, Old Chicken's moved up to do a couple more stacks. Because eHome did keep their supports up there, up on the top lane a little bit longer, the stacks weren't really heavy or early. So the efficiency of the farming of the SF hasn't been perfect. But you're already looking at the completed mech for him. So you have a 12-minute mech up for the SF, and this will allow eHome to force the issue a lot more.
I do want to point out how good of a pick TA is, though. I think Vega found the best possible hero in the pool. There's no really good counter on the Dire side. The best you can find there is, of course, a good Requiem, dealing a lot of instances of damage, but removing Refraction, just that is going to become a challenge for eHome.
I was actually wondering, too, then if Luna would try and go in for the early 4 levels up in Moonglaves, which means you have to sacrifice your aura. You can only put 1 point up into that Lunar Blessing. But CTY has already gone for the second point, so he's going to go for the standard build. Because Glaives will cause that TA to lose Refraction during the fights.
I think Moonglaves have the weirdest scaling out of any spell in Dota.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. So you
One,
go
two,
1,
three,
3,
6. Okay.
It's like the old Dro Agi buff up.
Yeah, that's some weird stuff. Well, I think CTY in this game has to get a Manta. They need multiple instances of damage to get rid of this Refraction, and he's the only one who can really do it with his hero. Him or the Shadow Fiend.
Radiant structures.
It is a requirement. Since Vega, or rather no one is already having such a good game on TA, they have to know he has incredible farm because of this Deso timing. If they don't itemize against him, this is the kind of game where TA can just take over completely and just run you down.
Interesting to watch the trade coming out from eHome and Vega at the moment. So eHome take out the tier 1 tower. The SF's able to gain that. He's already forcing into the tier 2 tower, trying to force a rotation off. Now Vega, the trade-off is that Mag is getting a lot of farm up on top and getting closer and closer towards that Blink Dagger. And that will give Vega a lot more secure initiation. Mag, don't think you really want to jump forward for this one. 11, able to get that stun off with the Echo Slam. They ensure the kill on Mag. Well, you might hit with the Sonic Wave. A lot of the damage is repaired and Lanham. He's got shield off cooldown in 1 second time. Old Chicken gonna get cursed up. That's a big lockdown on top of eHome. No one needs to do more damage. However, they get through the refraction charges, but the Nightmare from Solo buying him a little bit more space with the Cold Embrace. Not gonna do enough. Not when CTY turns on the Eclipse, looking for more damage. Siemens is gonna get beaten down by the Earthshaker. CTY, well, he can't even get that last Lucent Beam off because the Void from Night Stalker. Kaka able to find the kill, and they get a 4-for-1 trade-off in favor of eHome.
That was all about the initiation. The fact that Slaughter just got blown up before the fight even started. I think at that point, if you're Vega, you're just like, okay, we got caught off guard and we can't take this fight. But they tried to commit further in and ended up in a pretty bad 4-on-5 where the idea was good enough and they did get the kill on the Shadow Fiend. But there's just so much more in eHome's tank after you've committed everything for that kill. I think they didn't even get their mech off and they still won this fight convincingly.
He died without using it.
And there's one thing you should keep an eye on in this game, of course. This was the biggest buff in a long time that Abaddon got, and buff I thought would bring the hero maybe back into the metagame. It didn't. But you can cast your ultimate whenever you want. So even if you're nightmared by Bane, you can just pop Borrow Time and help your allies out. So they can't really shut him down. They can't prevent Lanham from getting out of disables and getting a Photic Shield onto his core of choice. Nice denied by no one.
So this kind of begs the question now. Is Vega in any position where they can beat eHome in just a direct fight?
Yes.
When eHome have all their ultis up?
they can, and the last fight was actually close if Mag just wasn't dead. Because what they what they managed to do is exactly what needs to happen. They need to get a Winter's Curse on a target where Abaddon is part of the curse. And they did that on Old Chicken and blew him up, but it was still just a 4-on-5 fight, essentially.
Well, eHome now going to have a secondary life, so next one will be 5-on-6. As an easy pickup now for eHome, Roshan. Just a simple walk in. They will have to trade off on the top lane as the Queen of Pain is up there pushing pretty hard. And already Earthshaker TP's back to the mid lane. So Roshan belongs to eHome. They're stacking up the Ancients at the same time, and Old 11, he's itching for another fight. Echo Slam comes off cooldown in 5 seconds time. He's already got it up at level 2. So not only did you get farm on this Earthshaker with his Blink Dagger, and almost probably even at 4-star for the Staff of Wizardry now being purchased, he's got a level 2 ulti already. If they catch TA without Refraction, this could hurt like hell.
Yep.
And CTY is already looking for support. Solo's out a very long way on the bottom lane. And in fact, with this rotation coming in from both Kaka as well as Old 11, Solo, he can't even TP out. If he goes into the tree lines, like he'll attempt this, but the Fissure will easily reach him. And now with the Void as well, the Nightmare's still controlling him, but then they go for one quick Lucent Beam. And the Bane will end up dying, getting a little too confident on that bottom lane.
Man, this Night Stalker's getting really rich. He's got 4 kills, only 1 death to his name, double assists, and of course earned Tranquils and 2,000 gold. This could be such a fast Aghanim Scepter for Kaka if they give him a little bit of farm priority. Looks like CTY says, nope, get off these 2 creeps. I need absolutely everything, but
he needs that Manta, man.
Whatever he wants.
He needs that Manta, or SMY.
Yeah, curious to see which choice it is. I think this is a great Manta game. Although, of course, as we mentioned, he does have the Abaddon to take off the Amplify. It's still good to have more choices and to be able to break through the Refraction.
Bottom lane pressure's kicking in again, and no one still on his way towards that BKB. He can pick up his Mithril Hammer. So the damage output of the TA is still very, very good. Like, you're still looking at 230 damage coming out from her before her Mithril Hammer arrives. I kind of like the switch up from Pasha too. He started, okay, CTY should be dead. Got a couple of one-charters and 11 with the Emperor Slam and the Eclipse. He ain't dead at all. Live and kicking eHome. With the help of Old 11, just turns it around and no one's on the run out of here. Lanham wants to catch up, just want to take a storm down. Old 11's going to do the work. The curse is there. It does include at least the Abaddon. And Earthshaker will end up dying.
Solo must have had the biggest deja vu right there. He did the exact same thing as before. He nightmared a hero, ran into the exact same spot in the tree line, but this time he got out with the TP, so he had to escape there. Still a good fight for eHome. 2-for-1 trade. They should also get this tier 2 tower, knowing that Sonic Wave and Winter's Curse are on cooldown. Vega just don't have what it takes to fight into this.
They really don't. Not when the Earthshaker was also that close. If they were able to pick off the Luna so quickly, then it could have been better, but the fact the Earthshaker had time to arrive to help out CTY. CTY, that's now the second Eclipse we've seen him trigger, and every single one's been away from creep waves and isolated heroes of Vega. So really effective ultis out from him.
This has been a really solid game from eHome so far. They're even managing to stack the Ancients very nicely here. This is a is that? No, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 10 stack on the Ancients. I think it's a 4.
Man, you're scaling that as well as the Glaive bounce.
It's a lot. When he's probably going to wait until he has Moonglaive level 4 so he can farm it. That bounce increase from 3 to 6 is massive for farming Ancient stacks, of course.
Interesting to see with this great start from the Night Stalker. He doesn't go for the early Ags like I thought he might. Instead, he gets Obs, he gets Smoke, and he builds a Vladimir's offering for eHome. Strengthening up their fighting even more. And, well, Night Stalker, when you got Lanham behind you, these initial stuns don't really count for anything. So problematic. Like, you think you've got yourself a good initiation, but if you don't catch the Abaddon, your initiation doesn't do anything.
And it's funny when you see how this game has developed so far and how much Lanham has managed to accomplish that this hero is never picked. It's really a great showcase of its strengths, and in my opinion, a pretty forgotten hero who even, as we mentioned, got a big buff on his ultimate, and his Aghanim Scepter, should you manage to acquire that somewhere down the line, it's one of the best Aghanim Scepters in the game. Like, it's absolutely incredible.
One of the old problems was he was never in range, though.
Yes.
So you had to get like blink daggers and force staffs on the Abaddon to make it work.
Well, he still has the same bad cast range on Aphotic Shield. That wasn't changed, but the fact that you can stay close to your carry now and still get it off simply because of the borrowed time just means you basically have a get out of jail free card for your carry almost all the time. Imagine if Wyvern wasn't in this game. Then they couldn't even do the curse. That's one of the best counters in the game, essentially, to Abaddon doing that thing, and they're still making it work very easily.
Double damage.
If you want the answer for CTY, he is most definitely saving up for a for a Manta. You actually have Old Chicken also completing up a Manta, so they can have double Mantas available for eHome. Vega, smoke movement, Old 11, he's going to get initiated on. Mag gets the good start off, but how much work can he do? Old Chicken Fiend script up, Mag isolated on the hillside, but can this SF get his mech off in time? No, he can't. It's just a death ulti. Landon wants to move forward as Seema, locked in by this vision. No one's BKB, is now going to wear out and wait for your Eclipse time. CTY's got it ready to go, and he's moving forward, but the curse! Catching all of eHome, holds him in position, but it's not enough. Seema will still end up dying, but at least it keeps eHome away from the two big cores of Vega.
I think that was a good curse. I'm not sure if they could have caught up, but the risk-reward ratio here,
it's
well
just
worth
the safety
it.
first.
Yeah, just get out of there. You knew no one already burnt his BKB. That's when it starts getting really scary. And that was a pretty good fight for Vega. Yes, they end up losing it 2-1, but the way they initiated it, split it up, and got a full Fiend script off, that's what they need to look for.
That dire observe what is watching no one. Old 11 really wants to jump and stun him. He's just not sure he can get it off. Back to our farming time. CTY gets to have the fun up on the top lane. Pasha's still in the neighborhood. Couple hundred gold away from having his BKB. Actually, with that, this fight's gonna look very, very different. Like, you've already got the BKB up from no one, which allowed him to stand during the last fight. When you get this on the Queen of Pain, how much of an impact is that gonna have against eHome's approach to the fight? Actually, does it do anything? Because the Earthshaker just blinks in and gets him before he gets the BKB off.
It depends. It's probably not going to matter as much in this game as in a lot of other games, because I think Pasha still has managed in previous fights to get a pretty decent Sonic Wave and Scream of Pain off. The thing it allows him to do is get multiple Screams off, since he can follow through. This physical damage from eHome is not that scary yet. I say that, and I'm looking at a Luna with 250 and a Shadow Fiend with 200 without the Wolf Aura on him, but you know which direction this game is going in, and at some point this BKB is going to be pretty weak. I don't know if it's the right choice, to be honest.
Instead of actually going for something more like the Aghanim, so you've always got that ulti to keep the wave back and buy time, but like, what else do you get? Like, do you try and go directly into the Scythe? Get control that way? It's pretty risky to go for that high jump.
If he's getting this to counter the Night Stalker Silence, he could have got a Euros, but I think he wants to counter Night Stalker Silence and the Shaker. But at the same time, like you said, if Shaker gets the jump, he's still not safe, and it doesn't scale him. It allows him to fight right now, but he isn't going to become a core this way.
Well, eHome forcing the issue right now as Old 11 gets initiated on, and he'll get force-staffed away. Do they have enough? The Fidget from Old 11 is able to connect. The Void keeping Mag away, so he can't keep chasing after that Earthshaker, who they try and protect as hard as they can. And Echo Slam is still their biggest team fight initiator for eHome. And they come back in again. They've got to realize there's a TA trap up there. But with no sentries down for eHome, they don't see it. They just try and force it with the damage.
Blades.
Yeah, Old Chicken gets hurt pretty hard by that, but they get what they came for. Now eHome just have to make sure they get out without any kind of exit kills.
If Vega initiate into darkness, they're going to get absolutely destroyed, I think. They have to be so careful.
Now Old 11's backed up, it's not as easy.
Let's see if Kaka buys a point booster. No. Yep. Okay. So now it's X time.
Yeah. Even a Solar Crest already for the Abaddon. Like, you don't have a Butterfly on CTY, but attacking into him is going to be almost impossible. And Roshan spawns in just over a minute. That'll be the next critical moment, critical place for eHome. And Vega, with this push up middle lane, it'll help gain some level of control over on the lanes before Roshan. But they do not want to overcommit.
It is daytime, and they know darkness is on cooldown.
But they don't see the Earthshaker. He's sitting in a perfect sandwich spot on the tree line. Mag will walk straight past him.
I think he had an opportunity there that he missed. He could have got a 2 or 3 man echo there, and that should be more than enough if they follow through with the clips. That's the nice synergy between Shaker and Luna, is that Shaker just clears out the creep wave with a good echo.
The only problem they had was it wasn't nighttime anymore.
Well, Eclipse gives them 10 seconds of nighttime, so then Kaka can run in. You know?
If you can win a fight in 10 seconds, that's a pretty short clock.
Echo Slam is a really good ability for winning a fight in 10 seconds. But yeah, I mean, at the same time, you could say for eHome, they don't need to take the risk. They know they're winning on farm. They've got a really substantial lead, actually 10,000 right now. Probably with a better late game too, since they have good counters for amplify damage, the Slaughter doesn't have the same impact as we're used to seeing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm interested to see what CTY is going to be building into. He just used his wand charges and then sold his wand. Still holding on to almost 3.8k.
Dire's top
It might
tower
also be
is
so we can
under
open up a
attack.
slot for this Aegis the Immortal.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a butter for CTY. But
It would make sense, but when you've already got the Solar Crest over an Abaddon, do you really need it? Like, it might almost be worthwhile getting something like a Skadi up.
I think a big percentage
Oh,
of the
no
damage
one
that guy's
jumps
coming
in.
back.
There's your curse. And this time, again, it catches out Lanham. He's just a little bit too close, but there goes your ultimate.
He's
And
dead
Lanham
too.
just wants to back out. With the crush, the Abaddon should die. They're attacking a hell of a lot before his ulti runs out. And Lanham does as much damage before his own death.
Nice curse.
And that's 5 heroes. 5 heroes for Vega committing on this bottom lane.
They're going to get at least one tower. They could get maybe 2. Knowing that Shaker is on the sideline should give them a lot of confidence. Or they can get this, which is
with
actually
a
even
TA.
better. Considering they're 10,000 gold behind, this is such a big play coming out from the Wyvern.
The SF Illusion scouts it out.
Doesn't matter. They can't fight this. There's no way they're going to even try. Just going to split push the best they can. Except that this did not go the way they wanted. And they're going to lose a tier 1 as well. This is a 5,000 gold swing with one fight, I think.
It's going to be a debate going on inside of eHome. CTY actually bought a BKB and then sold it instantly after.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Really uncertain about how they want to approach this
Dire's
game then.
bottom tower has fallen.
Vega must have quite a bit of confidence now, knowing that they have this Aegis on the Templar. It allows no one to engage without using BKB and eating some key cooldowns from eHome if they find a team fight.
So lets him buy up some big items. If he wants to go directly into that crit or direct attack, he is going up against a Solar Crest, a potential evasion.
MKB has to be the choice.
Yeah.
He's playing against 2 natural butterfly carriers and a crest. It's a no-brainer here for no one. I'd be... Actually, any other item would be a surprise to me, even a Daedalus. There's just too many good reasons for MKB.
Yep. I concur. CTY, wait, where's he going here? I'm almost wondering how long he thinks he can keep farming.
Why is he bringing a Satyr Banisher around with him?
Oh,
Does
they've had it for a while. I don't know what exactly they're trying to purge. But they've been walking around.
Can you purge amplify damage with that? I guess you can, right?
Should be able to.
And it can farm the Ghost Camp. Nice. 7 damage. It will win in time. This 1 HP region from the Ghost is actually helping it a lot. Come on. Winner!
Middle lane, TA. Blinks away, Mag, he's jumping in over on Kaka. The 4 stars from both Mag as well as Kaka, pushing them out to safety. That was actually old 11 who was saving his teammate. I know the duel on top lane was important, but maybe the tier 2 tower is also important. No one, just keeps attacking in, and he's trying to force eHome to attack. This is that soak up you were talking about. He's got the Aegis, he's sitting on the front line. Seema now starts the curse on the Earthshaker. They're removing him from the fight, and Lanham, Mag controlled him perfectly with that Slither and Crush. And do they have enough damage? The Glaive's starting to bounce around, no one. He's getting carved apart. They can at least buy a little bit more time here with that Cold Embrace. But remember, that's only part 1 of this fight. You might lose Solo as well, but the Aegis model brings it back up, and he blinks away before the Eclipse from CTY can connect. He triggered his BKB for that one too, and Mag, well, he actually gets glimmered. Nope, Night Stalker. Had enough damage. It was the urn that was ticking him out. So it will end up being the Aegis pop. A 3-for-1 trade if we do count the Aegis.
That looked like a great initiation from Vega. They immediately blew up the Shaker. The Sonic Wave, I think, hit 2 other targets. But they're struggling to deal with the BKB on this. First of all, the Luna. I don't even know if they even had an opportunity to kill him there, but he just used it for safety. And of course, the Abaddon again. As long as he's outside of range, that Winner's Curse, it's difficult for them to find a key target that they really want to kill.
they really need Lan to have a Blink Dagger or a Force Staff. Like, because even though he was out of range of the curse, the fact that Slaughter just jumped over, like Mag knew, okay, Wyvern's going to come in from behind. They had the Observer Ward behind the tower. They knew where eHome was, and he blinked himself forward to make sure that Abaddon was out of the fight.
I still think Aghanim Scepter is very valuable for him this game. If you look over Vega, just blocking, what is it? I think is it 35% of the damage he takes, I think? So 35% of all the damage that I think allies in 900 radius take gets redirected to him. I think that's how it works. So obviously when you pop your ultimate, you're going to heal to full extremely fast because you take so much damage, but it's more about the mitigation. 35% is extremely high, and the duration of this ultimate, I think, is like it's 7 seconds on level 3. It's like a poor man's Guardian Angel with a 40-second cooldown. It is very good. We'll see.
It doesn't seem that poor.
There's a lot of utility in the Force Staff or Blink as well, so I would agree with that.
Yeah. It just depends what he prioritizes. Because if Vega see that, then Vega will probably just stop touching him. Like they'll move on to everyone else and try to kill him off.
50% redirect. It used to be 35. It must have been buffed a lot. Man, that's sick. That's super sick. I like Abaddon, can you tell? Oh, there we go.
Blink forward. Abaddon's still waiting for this. He hasn't let the shield off an old chicken. Now it's there with the Echo Slam. It's so harder. Man, Mag just evaporated in thin air. The Sonic Wave will fly back, but Lana, well, all he does is trigger his ulti. The curse, however, Seema, perfect time. The bouncing glaze with old chicken, just above 100 life, is able to survive. Vega can't finish the job, and with the fissure, they actually find Seema. They keep the sun going. He can't protect himself inside that Glimmer Cape. And eHome take 2 big kills. They grab the gem into their hands.
I don't think they saw it.
They didn't.
They missed it.
Yeah, it's just sitting on the hill. They don't...
Old 11? Nope.
They've already got a gem of their own, too, coming out in the courier.
Let's go mid. They need to be a little bit careful, though. They used a lot of abilities there.
They still have Eclipse in the BKB of CTY, and that's going to give them more than enough confidence.
Yeah, Glyph is going to be used.
If they get enough mana back into the SF, you could even use Requiem, because that entire fight went with that old chicken getting Requiem off.
That's true. Speaking of key abilities, Vega might have actually used more. They used Grip, Curse, and Sonic Wave. They're going to take the tower and go back. Playing it safe.
It's one of these sad times when you look at an SF and you understand he's got so much power but can't use any of it because he burns through so much when he goes for the early raises and uses the mech charge.
Old 11, are you looking at your hero? Oh.
Yeah, there's the ping. Yeah, SF sees it.
Nice.
Lanham will take it.
Man, if only Vega knew they would have sent their courier there a long time ago. But I think they can't believe it.
Man, if eHome knew, they could have saved themselves a huge amount of money because they bought the gem only like a couple of maybe 20 seconds before that fight began.
It's more difficult to predict that you're going to kill the enemy gem carrier than to see it on the ground.
That's very true. I will not debate that at all. But by eHome now having this gem, the TA trap's going to disappear from the map. The Observer Wards of Vega have also been mopped up. And the only vision they've really got is that trap sitting inside the Rosh pit. And that's only going to be useful in, well, potentially a minute and a half.
And eHome should be getting back there about 10k lead now. See, there's this one moment of greatness for Vega, and then they made a little hat in the graph. And now we're back to...
It's the one moment of greatness. I'm still looking at something that's so great that he's sitting at the top net worth. It's the Templar Assassin. He's sitting at 19k net worth. The Monkey King bar is done. If he can actually get the Daedalus as well, he could destroy eHome. It only takes one good coordinated fight. I'm actually wondering then if Curse really helps him out. Because you curse and you line everyone up, but you do still have that reduced damage.
Yeah, that is true. They need to put the curse on a nice target and then wait with Sonic Wave. Wait until it's just about to expire, then throw in the Sonic Wave. And of course, Templar Assassin has to be hitting the guy who's cursed. And sometimes in teamfights, that's a little bit difficult to identify and click it correctly.
Then is it worthwhile holding back on Mag's initiation? So if you can get something like that Glimmer Cape into a big curse on the Wyvern, then you wait for it to end and Mag jumps in with a Blink Dagger to get the crush off.
Yes.
That'll keep that control going, so
that is
then the TA can do the damage.
The best thing they can do. It is also very difficult to get that set up, but should they do it, they could probably win the team fight off the back of it. But again, there's always the wild card in Abaddon. Even if he's caught in the curse, in which case using his ult won't help, the moment the crush is on, he can take that away with borrowed time and save one of his characters. And all he needs to do is get a Photic Shield off so they can BKB.
Oh, Vega, if they do get that lockdown, that TA is hitting at 400, not including when she crits. That is including the refraction charges, however.
He's so farmed.
Yeah, if that full Daedalus is done, it's only going to take 1, maybe 2 hits to rip apart almost all of eHome.
I'm not sure if Daedalus is actually the right choice, though. It's always very tempting to go super high damage on TA, but I think there could have been a lot of value in getting a butterfly at this point, so you can, first of all, use the flutter to stay on targets in the fight if you need to, and more importantly, it improves your refraction, because a lot of the attacks will actually miss, and you will keep it running for longer. It looks like eHome are planning to threaten mid. Vega are seemingly ready for it. By the way, this ward inside the Radiant base is extremely good right now for you.
I see so much. And because she lost the gem, you can't de-ward it. They put a Radiant Sentry out to try and get rid of that, but that's almost going to give him a little too much confidence. Vega going to group up. Looks like it's smoke time again. They're not fully ready to go. Like, Solo still hasn't finished up this Vladimir's, which he attempted to start. Well, he did start before. With a smoke movement, Mag to the front lines, eHome, they're bailing out of here. They got the Aghanim Scepter up, so Mag's gonna be visible very early on. Jumps forward to Old Chicken. He's so tanky though with that fresh Skadi done. And Vega, they move over, look for that side blade damage. The curse is out on Old Chicken. No one needs a little bit more. And the SF can't get the mech off. He'll die as the first casualty of war. And the blink away. Partial survive, but the Echo Slam back in from Old One. And CTY is eclipsed. It does way too much damage. A double kill, a monster kill for CTY. And they'll chase even further. The blink is still on cooldown for Old 11, but he'll force up, looking for the stun over on Seema. The loser beam will set up for the follow-up fissure, and then Kaka can go to work with the rest of his team. Wyvern can cold embrace himself all he wants, but he's lost 4 heroes. Only the Templar Assassin has buyback, and eHome will make a beeline for that mid-rax.
And I actually think that could have gone even better for eHome. Lanham kept holding on to borrowed time through the Orchid. He could have taken off the Orchid with borrowed time and cast the Aphotic Shield on Shadow Fiend. I think he might have been able to save him in that fight, but regardless, they get a 4-for-1. Exceptionally good fight for them. And this is one of the things that Luna is so extremely good at, is sieging the base. The moment you take down the tower, so you allow these glaives to bounce across all the buildings, it increases her damage on this build. I don't know by how much, but it's
the fact that it's not just that too. Like, you look at Solo try and come back in. He takes a little bit of glaive damage and already drops down to 3/4 of his life. That's not even intentional damage from the Luna. There's a couple of illusions left behind. And now she becomes even stronger. A full Satanic done, combining up with the Assault Cuirass. This really is just your frontline tank that you're searching for.
Oh, and I have to correct myself, by the way. I just realized. All right, we don't see this hero very often. Borrowed time can be activated while disabled but not silenced. So it's the one counter. So there's a reason Lanham didn't do it. When you're Orchided, it's a little counterintuitive because Aphotic Shield can remove silences on others. And you're thinking, okay, this hero is built around purging and removing debuffs, but you can't remove silences on yourself. That's the only downside there is. So that was actually, he did what he could in that situation.
I won't get you, Syndrome.
Thank you so much. But yeah, eHome with a great play. They get the Rax mid, they take a very easy Roshan here. Putting the Aegis on the Shadow Fiend instead of Luna, I think is the right choice.
They could finally be aggressive with the SF. SF almost wants to die so he can get his mech charge off for once. He's gone through the last 4 fights and never used his mech. Even its Requiem has been very rarely used. The only issue for him at the moment is the fact he doesn't have max souls, but the Nightmare might be another one, but you've already gotten through the tower, so the glaives are making it very difficult for Vega to get forward. Even Slaughter having that Blink Dagger come on cooldown. It's bad that the buildings are out, and CTY, he dodges with the Mana Style and no one. Isolated outside, they get the curse on CTY, buying a little bit of space, but Old Chicken now winds up that ulti, buying time. There's your Eclipse, no one's down, and this will probably even be the game right now as eHome, there it is, GG well played. They are rampaging through the Vega base. As the eHome combo, the unique picks, they work and they take game number 1 in this best of 3.
That was such a cool draft. I hope eHome have more of these strategies up their sleeves. Not only showing off the Abaddon pick, but of course the Luna here. Exceptional performance from everyone in the team.
It's amazing how well the lanes worked as well for eHome. You didn't really feel Vega controlling early on. Like, the Templar Assassin was probably their strongest lane out of all 3. But you never really felt the Slaughter. Like, it was the Slaughter versus the Earthshaker. The fact the Earthshaker also got so much out of the offlane, that solo kill on the Queen of Pain, and then momentum following up after that.
Yeah, they definitely got too much in the Shaker. I think if there's one key thing to criticize about Vega, it's how much Shaker got. Because often in the offlane, when we see, especially dire offlane Shaker, it's kind of fallen out of favor because you can punish it so hard. But Vega didn't really manage to shut down Old 11 whatsoever.
You're right. You know what? As far as guys who knows how to criticize things, we know who we got to go to. It's our panel.
Yes, I thought for a second there, because he finished on the words Old 11, I thought he was going to do an Old Link, but luckily we got away with that one. We are back on the panel. Melini's here, LD's here, and Capitalist is here as well to dissect our first game between these two. I guess the main thrust of this is CTY yet again.
I'm not here to criticize anything. I'm here to praise.
Really?
They played amazingly
good.
well.
All right.
Excellent team fight execution. Really great saves by Lanham. I mean, you go back to that early whack-a-mole fight that they had where the Radiant was diving the trees behind the Dire Tier 1 bottom. They end up getting the kill on the Queen of Pain. Looked like she would get it for sure. They had some great individual plays. A lot of really good saves later on with the Aphotic Shield. I really like the Solar Crest pickup. Thought it was a very value item versus what they had. And the team fight execution, the Manta dodge on the Blink Crush later on in the game, yeah, they'd probably won by that point, but I just felt like everyone on eHome stepped up, played their game. Great Earthshaker initiations and counter initiations. The only fights where Vega stood a chance were the ones where they found the Shaker. It was, I think, 2 fights in a row they did, but after that, they couldn't really find him, and from there it got very tough.
It was relatively one-sided throughout, Cap, and I didn't get the sense that Vega really knew how to get back into the game once it started getting away from them.
Yeah, I think the first, the biggest misstep that I saw in the early game was the fact where they went for that that fight at the bottom tier 2, and they initiated without the Slaughter Art Blink Dagger. I think that was fairly obvious that they needed to wait for that, and they ended up feeding away 4 different kills, and then just ended up snowballing from there. I think the drafting from eHome was actually quite on point. I think it takes advantage of some of Vega's weaknesses when it comes to some of, perhaps if you're just able to get this overwhelming amount of teamfight advantage that Vega Squadron won't be able to win some of that early to mid game that they usually focus on, and then you maintain that strength throughout.
I'd really just like the Abaddon pick. I mean, we've seen.
I'm glad you brought that up because it's pretty smart, right?
Yeah, Slaughter and Bane have just been out of control in terms of the effect that they've been having on games, but they do have a lot of single target damage. And although they tried to limit the effectiveness of the Abaddon by orchiding him up, he still was, I think, super effective throughout the game. And his positioning was just spot on, too. He doesn't have the greatest range on his spells.
Do we feel like this might be a little bit of a meta change here? Because that's suddenly
they also
effective,
last picked the TA into it, which is also more single target. They could easily put the Queen of Pain mid and maybe drafted a carry with more AoE.
But this is the least effective we've seen a Slaughter so far, right?
I think a lot of it was execution as well. There's no guarantee just because they had the Abaddon that
it's
they
not
win.
an automatic pick and you can win, otherwise I'd be playing it every day.
I mean, there was a couple of fights. I think there was one fight in particular where the Abaddon got caught out. They cursed, I believe it was the Luna, and then they both died. So the hero's not invulnerable. He never had a mobility item, which is what's really impressive, is that Lanham didn't get caught more.
Let's take a look at the highlights then. We're joined at 6-6.
I thought that 11 had really good echoes throughout the game, but overall, I think the Abaddon was just really, really useful. I also think that Vega should have treated it the same way as they treated Dazzle, which is get an early Orchid on the Queen of Pain, and starting her off in the off lane was pretty crucial to the Abaddon's success.
Honestly, I felt like after the first 10 to 15 minutes, it was very tough for Vega to fight into the eHome lineup. Even if they get a good Crush initiation, there's so much counterplay potential, and we saw countless times a really good Requiem or Eclipse would turn it.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing, right? They had, the Bane was utterly useless, I think, most of the time.
Yeah.
It was a real tough game for a Bane. You're never going to get a good Fiend's Grip off, so oftentimes they're so dependent on the Winter's Curse, but if you're initiating on the SF, that leaves CTY to be able to get off a good ultimate and vice versa, so...
And even if you get the Curse, with the damage reduction, it's not that easy to get the kills.
Especially if Lanham's able to sit in the side, give that hero a heal, take away the amplify damage that's going to be thrown in as well.
So this was, I think, the first really big fight where they just found the Shaker off the bat, and it still wasn't that easy for them in spite of that. So to me, that just speaks to how hard it is to fight in the eHome draft once they get the BKBs, once they get very tanky on the Shadow Fiend, and once you get your key levels out.
How ineffective were Bane and Wine in that game?
He just never got a grip off. He always gets Aphotic Shielded. Lanham was on point the entire game. So your hero gets gripped, it's almost immediately removed, and Good use of Manta in a lot of these fights.
They used a lot of spells on the SF, but they couldn't deal with the SF and the Luna at the same time. Okay, BKBs are done. I'm going to pop Eclipse and just destroy everybody.
And old 11 was on point.
Certainly. I mean, he's already shown enough strength on the Tusk, but boy, his Earthshaker certainly.
That double kill on bottom, though, was, I think, really just gave him the lead that he needed to. They were so
Diving the
close to killing
trees,
him.
you mean? Yeah. That was great play by Lanham. I think Sin mentioned that even managed to heal from the Fogs. They didn't know he was a little bit harder to kill. Maybe it's adding old to his name. Paul, you know? Old chicken. Now they've got old 11. They're looking stronger and stronger. Your people.
If they need a substitute at any point over the next 3 months, old Red Eye can step in, no problem at all. Just, as long as you're playing with CTY, you've always got a chance. He was fantastic. You've picked out old Chicken as well. How about Kaka on the Night Stalker, though?
Night Stalker's effects are generally harder to see. It's not like, oh my god, that silence just one. It's more about vision and how they can play. They had a hard time finding the Earthshaker and had to be less choosy with their Winter's Curse target just because they couldn't really see everybody. They weren't able to silence up and control the Abaddon a lot, so his effect is hard to see when you're observing the game because you see both teams' vision.
Okay. In terms of draft number 2, where are we going? Obviously, a lot of work for Vega now to kind of figure out how they're going to play, whether they stick to what they want to do, whether they counter, whether they ban some stuff that maybe throws eHome off a little bit off their draft. Where are they going to go?
They did feel a little bit physical damage heavy that draft. Going into the TA last pick felt like it may have been a slight mistake. I believe at that point the other main heroes available were Wind Ranger and Lina maybe if they wanted to range damage.
There were a lot of options though because they could have picked roles for any lane, right?
That's
they could have
true.
picked off lane, mid, or safe lane. So, I mean, they might have not had enough time, and the Abaddon pick, I think, completely caught them off guard because they went into a standard draft, which was pretty clearly countered by the relatively early Abaddon pick.
I'm going to go with LD here. I really think that the Vegas Squadron draft wasn't good enough once they got to that 4. The 5th really didn't matter too much for me. If they'd picked up like a harder carry, I think they just would have been run over by a lot of the early team fight. They had that really good high ground pick in the Luna. I think that really secured eHome's draft through and through.
And from eHome's point of view, presumably they're going to be very happy with that, but they're going to get away with the same thing twice, are they? Or are they going to surprise us again?
Well, that's the thing about this game. I don't think you can look at eHome's lineup and be like, oh god, that's an OP lineup. We can't give them, like Luna? I mean, Shadow Fiend obviously is a very solid hero. The Earthshaker play was great, but I don't think anyone at this tournament is going to say Earthshaker is broken, we're going to first phase ban him. So that's where I think Vega's going to look at this game and say it was a little bit more on the execution side and our draft and less like what we gave away to
I think it was more on the laning choices too. I think if they started off the Queen of Pain versus the Earthshaker, it would have been a much different story because he was like, I think 6th or 5th or 6th in net worth at the end of the game. Whereas if you see CTY play Safe Lane Quap versus an Earthshaker, he'll be number 1 for
Absolutely.
sure.
And a long way ahead usually as well. In the way that they're going to approach this then, what's their mentality? 1-0 down, on the verge of exiting from the tournament right now as well. We shouldn't forget that. And it's a team that we were lauding about, a couple of months ago, less than that ago, about how, it was great to have another team in the top tier of teams that could win tournaments.
I mean, their strength lies in execution, not necessarily versatility. We see a lot of the same strategies with different heroes swapped in and out. So I think that eHome's draft had already prepared that for over, the whole break that they had. So I don't know, maybe bring something slightly different to the table and not relying so much on Winter Wyvern Slaughter.
I mean, if they're holding anything back, now is the time, isn't it? There's no more holding back. You've got to bring out something. If you've been holding it back and trying to hide it a little bit, you've got to bring something out. Do you feel like Vega are that kind of team?
Yeah, I mean, to me, they're not like a team that's going to like bust out a Meepo, for example, or something totally off the wall that almost nobody else runs. But I think, like Ben said, maybe a slight tweak, but they are very reminiscent of CDEC in the sense that when they win, it's because they just out-execute their opponents in team fights, make smart laning choices, and don't give up an early advantage. So I don't think they should be too tilted by this game, but Vega have never really made a big run from the lower bracket of any tournament. They are a relatively young team, but this is going to be a big test for them to me because at ESL, it was single elimination. They never really were behind, and this is quite a different scenario.
To build on that, I think that actually showcases, again, what Merlini was talking about, that their strength is more in execution rather than versatility. Once a team has identified some of the weaknesses of Vega Squadron, that's still going to be the same weakness there going into Game 2 and Game 3, and same goes into the lower bracket. So this is going to be a problem for Vega Squadron. I really think they should put a little bit more emphasis on getting the cores that they really want. For example, I really like Bane. I think is an excellent hero so far in this major. I think he's a decent win rate, but I think in the games that I've watched Bane, it's been excellent, but this is not a hero for Vega Squadron. I really felt like it wasn't the sort of playmaking, space creating, just ganking hero that would usually go ham on.
Something like the Spirit Breaker, the Night Stalker.
Right, exactly.
They've had a lot of success with.
Yeah, and then I would go back to the Gyrocopter, put a little bit more emphasis on getting perhaps a more aggressive early team fighting hero for Pasha.
Now, if they want that, they might have to pick it first phase, because I believe it did get banned second.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And the Night Stalker was block picked. So, I mean, credit to eHome. They definitely know what Vega like to do, and they took some of those tools away.
The problem, of course, is that with the bans that we had last time round being fairly popular bans for this particular meta and for this tournament, is if they don't go down that road, they're back to where they are again for the second game in a row. So whatever they do now, surely they're going to be in a poorer position.
They could have picked Brood earlier.
They could have fourth picked Brood. That was the other thing.
I think they could have fourth picked Brood.
Actually, you're right. They could have. Yeah.
It was Shaker, Night Stalker, and Abaddon as their three that weren't the Shadow Fiend mid, and then the CTY hero left. And CTY doesn't play like the super anti-Brood heroes, and there's already a Darkseer out of the pool. I thought it was a pretty good time for them to pick it up.
I mean, if you fifth pick the Brood, then great, because it's rarely then counted, especially if your last pick, obviously, you can't count it. But if you're picking it fourth, you've still got that counter to deal with, right?
Not if it's only a CTY hero left, though.
I don't see any way they get it fifth unless eHome think they have counters for it and they can deal with it. Because after ESL 1, a lot of teams look at that tournament like, my God, if you're going to give away Brood, you need to have a plan, mainly Darkseer being the solution that most teams go for.
But it has crept through a couple of times. I think mainly
I just
the
don't
group
think
stages.
versus Vega, because they
Sure.
won one of the biggest tournaments over the past 2 months with a Brood, basically.
Right. So eHome are going to be on their guard for that one. Is there anything else that sticks out that you think eHome absolutely have to not give them to allow Vega back into this game?
I think Darkseer, honestly. This has been one of their highest impact heroes. I wouldn't say they can't give it to them, but I think it's something where they did really well in the first game. I'd be very hesitant to let it through. They banned it first stage. It's been one of their strongest heroes. It opens up a lot of the aggression as well. I mean, Kat mentioned the Night Stalker, Spirit Breaker. These heroes go extremely well with Darkseer. We saw incredible Winter Wyvern play last game, and that was without a Darkseer. It just gets easier when you have him. So
I think Night Stalker might be of equal importance, too. I really don't like Vega having Night Stalker if I'm the opposing team, because, I mean, they just take control of the map so darn well with their early movements.
Okay, we're going to find out because the draft is momentarily upon us, and we'll find out in draft number 2.
Yeah, they're not getting it. I like this from eHome. You won game 1 with this style of draft. It's a little bit targeted. Stick to it.
And we'll go straight down the same way with the Undying ban on the other side of the coin.
So the Quap and the Tusk are the two really big eHome heroes that they love to get their hands on. They are Radiant. That's where maybe they would consider a Shadow Fiend over those.
10 seconds.
Yeah, for me, it's the question of like Quap, Tusk, and SF. Like, which one of those threes is going to be led through?
And of course, Doom.
Yeah, or if you ban something like the Quap just to deny it to eHome, then you're letting through the Doom, the Slardar, and the draft gets pretty open at that point.
If they let out the Doom, they could have responded if Doom was picked up with like the Slardar Ancient Apparition that teams have been kind of like messing around with, which then might force eHome into that awkward like Slardar first pick instead and say, go ahead, you take the Doom, but they just ban it out. They don't want to be playing that game, which does open up the Queen of Pain first pick if eHome wants to take that.
Yeah, there you go. I imagine Vega take away the Tusk. Maybe.
Is this was this wise? Queen of Pain, CTY,
Night Stalker Disruptor.
Just straight off the bat.
I mean, it's kind of pick your poison to a certain extent. You only have so many bans, but I don't know if you can call it wise until we see that they prove they can be it. They do have good heroes to lock down Queen of Pain, though. Really good lockdown.
And in my mind, this is actually probably the best opening you could possibly have against the Queen of Pain. Night Stalker does especially well against Quap. They have good synergy as well. The natural aggression of the Night Stalker frees up space for Disruptor to get good glimpses. You need aggressive heroes to play off of Disruptor.
You don't think Night Stalker Tusk would have been a little bit better?
I think the Tusk you can argue for, also just to block it, because I mean, as we
I definitely. Otherwise, you give it away, which is exactly what they've done. Is that not really dangerous?
I think it's
Pretty
super
dangerous.
dangerous. I think I would have preferred to see the Tusk picked over to Disruptor, because Disruptor you can grab at a later phase.
And they have the option of like offlaning the Tusk. You can run the Night Stalker as a roaming support, or vice versa. So you're not committed to bad lanes.
And Tusk can also protect the Queen of Pain from these silences from both of these heroes. So
you jump her, you just snowball her, and
it's
turn the fight.
Very risky.
Alternatively, depending on how the fight goes, Tusk is also very susceptible to immediate lockdown from the Disruptor as well. But I do agree. I think the Tusk would have been a better pickup, and hope that Disruptor survives through the 3-4.
But Disruptor is also kind of nice for Snowball if they're relying on the Tusk for initiation, which they almost exclusively play it as an off lane.
So once again, the gyro gets banned. I think,
And
like
the
you
brood.
said, Cap, this is a...
And Brood.
Yeah. The brood not even
shock.
slipping through to that last ban.
That third ban, I think, for eHome has been brewed in every match.
Yeah.
Minus the last one.
It's the we don't want to get cheese, but this is a changeup. Vega going for the IO. They have not run one in their last 10, actually 11 games now.
It's been a fairly common pick for both of these teams, though.
Yeah, in the past, hasn't been picked up as often for Vega Squadron, but going back, Solo does play a very good Wisp, which is a little bit... He seems to be very focused on certain heroes, right? Right now, I thought it was going to be more about the ganking style, but I guess they're going to fall back on a little bit more defensive nature.
It definitely seems like they want Tiny. They banned Bristleback and Viper. These are the two tanks that are probably two of the hardest heroes in the game for them to combo, so looks like they're specifically going for that. I don't think eHome is going to do anything crazy like a block pick. They'll get a very tanky hero in the Dragon Knight.
Turn to pick.
The Breathe Fire especially much more powerful than it used to be against Tiny because the percentage-based damage reduction.
And the Abaddon, this is an interesting grab this game. It doesn't, it is good against, I guess, the Night Stalker sounds, but I wouldn't say it's as good as how it looked last time.
There's not that much single target.
Yeah.
What would be the main reason for having that?
And you can't shield off the glimpse or anything like
I mean, maybe it's just a safe support that London feels comfortable playing that won't really die. We've seen a lot of fights just, the supports immediately get eliminated. I would agree that it's a much more strange pick this game than the last game, but it still definitely has its uses.
How has that only come out in the last two games, though? Why have we not seen that?
I mean, PPD picks it now and then. I think he picked it at MLG, so it's just, some teams like...
In particular for eHome, why would they wait until now?
It's in their arsenal, I would say. Like they ran it once 10 days ago. They ran an Omni Knight as well. So these defensive supports seem to be like a kind of a, up your sleeve card.
He also doesn't care if Night Stalker jumps him, which I think might be also another pretty good use of the hero.
Yeah, going back to it, I think it's the read on LGD versus eHome in the Summit matchup, that Game 5 where they picked up the Aben. They specifically picked it with a Queen of Pain against, I think it was a Disruptor as well. It removes the sounds. I think they're just putting a lot of focus on, okay, they have counters to the Queen of Pain. Let's try and prolong the Queen of Pain's life as much as possible, which did work out for them in that series. So.
But then you could also pick something like a Wyvern, potentially, a Dazzle. Dazzle does get banned now, but they could have gone for it, I suppose.
Careful. Sir Action Slacks just got very, very excited.
They might actually have to escort.
But those heroes are
if it actually gets picked, I don't think he'll be able to hit himself.
The other ones are actually jumpable by Night Stalker, though.
Yeah.
So that's...
The Abaddon, once he gets 6, you're not going on him. So they banned out the Ember. This is, whenever you run this tiny IO, you want to have that hero that can... You want to have vision, and you want to have heroes that can set up ganks. So Night Stalker can somewhat do that. A second hero that can assist in that endeavor is definitely advisable. And Ember is definitely a comfort hero for Vega, so I like that ban. But eHome are looking like they may just want a 5-man, and Vega are not that good at playing defense, so right now they look like they need that early lead, or at least to avoid the five-man engagements.
I mean, Abaddon's also good versus a lot of potential picks that Vega might have, right? Like, it's good against TA, it's good against Wind Ranger, it's good against Lina. Like, it's good against a lot of heroes, and while it might not be currently, like, exceptional versus the heroes that are already in play, it really limits what Vega can pick in the later phases.
I think if you have a pretty strong laning phase hero, I'm trying to think of what's really left, because the Ember Spirit and Gyrocopter are banned away. Like the Sven pops up to mind because it's an alternative hero that the Wisp can go for. It does have some laning phase presence. But I think that you need something a little bit stronger to couple with the Disruptor to make sure you still have a very strong laning phase. Otherwise, they could just fall apart really quickly. At their top lane, the bottom lane's going to be won by eHome most likely, and then it's just like, okay, hope the Tiny Wisp wins.
It's CTY bottom, almost certainly. He's definitely winning that lane, so... Yeah, that's where you definitely want to make sure you trade with your own safe lane.
Yeah, there's not too many picks left. Maybe something like, I don't know, Juggernaut.
Even like a Spirit Breaker, maybe? I'm not really sure. I guess they need a little more damage, though.
10 seconds
Slardar.
remaining.
Well, they're apparently not flummoxed by the Abaddon, what he did last time.
Not phased by it at all.
They picked it into a Dragon Knight as well, who's normally very good against these minus armor strats.
And a Shadow Shaman to finish us off. So Vega versus eHome. eHome 1 game away from advancing. Vega 1 game away from being eliminated. Let's rejoin our commentators, Sinrin and Toby1.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, we are back here again for game number 2. Vega up against eHome. I'm to be 1 here with Syndron, and once again, we appear to be the Abaddon series. It is the second game we'll have him up. Or Abaddon, depending on how you pronounce it.
Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Abaddon, yes.
Sorry, Warcraft 3 habits.
He had the same name.
Yes,
in
he
Warcraft.
did.
But anyway, I think from a draft perspective in this game, I favor eHome quite a lot. As the panel brought up, there's not that much wave clear or defensive potential in Vega Squadron's lineup, and it's very clear what eHome are trying to do. They want to ram down your towers with a Dragon Knight, plant the Serpent Wards, use Abaddon to help protect their core. So Vega needs to come off to an explosive start in this game. I don't think slow playing it with IO Tiny just waiting around is going to work. eHome will take the fight to them, so they need to be ready.
Yeah, I agree. But when is your timing going to hit? That's probably the biggest question about this game. Where you've got Slardar, Nightstalker, Tiny, all 3 of these heroes require time to come online. Same for the Disruptor. Even the Wisp, if he doesn't get that first rune, his influence in the early game is going to take a while before it comes online. So my biggest concern is Vega is just not ready when eHome are ready to push. That's why I was almost wondering, like, when did the lane switches come? We were sort of talking about it before when the draft was happening. It's like, what do you even do when you look at these lanes? How can you kill off a DK when potentially the Abaddon could be sitting behind him the entire time, shielding him up, and DK's already fairly tanky? And when Shaman hits level 6, he can just have all the space in the bottom lane, because CTY is obviously playing that safe lane Queen of Pain. It's so safe for him to be there, and you can't really kill the off-lane Tuskar.
Well, it is just a special game in the sense that it has the potential to be 15 minutes long. If everything clicks for eHome, okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. Let's say 20. If all comes together and they don't lose the laning stage, they can roll over Vega. And if Vega gets a good early game, this game could be an absolute stomp from their side or a very long one.
Look at him actually zone him out. They're going to get both runes because of this. Lanham's got the shield up, does so much damage and no one. The shards are in position. Solo has to tear them back down to him. But this is that lack of rune that Vega just can't get. So the Queen of Pain gets the bottom and the DK gets the top.
A good start here for eHome. I think they might have even been able to get a kill there. If Old 11 had held his Ice Shards a bit longer when they were retreating, Ice Shards can actually block entirely in that in the area between the 2 cliffs above the river. But he threw it a little bit shorter. It still secured them the rune, forced Vega away, so mission accomplished.
Note that we are looking at the Abaddon heading up to the north. So he is going to help out Old 11 at the very, very start. It's one of the easy things you can do as an Abaddon. Just shield up and run at the enemy. They got no option. Like, what are they going to do? Attack into you and then take all the damage?
How do you kill a Abaddon Tusk?
You
What a
don't.
lane.
You don't. I think this lane might even be harder than running something like an Undying with the Tuskar as well. Because you just don't find any kills, so everything just comes down to CS.
Well, if Old 11 keeps getting hit like this by Pasha, then he's going to make it possible. Just took a lot of damage here trying to get a couple of CS. But yeah, this Disruptor pick cannot kill these 2 heroes. It's not a burst-oriented support, so...
Also, the one ability which he leveled up doesn't really work with what Vega have, because they don't have any extra damage on this top. Like, you might be able to crush, and he went for the Kinetic Field as his first ability. So what do you want to do? You want to lock Tuskar up? He'll just snowball protect himself until it's over.
Nice steal there from Old 11 with the Ice Shards. He got himself the...
bottom lane, they're going to go on Mag with a Shadow Strike already. Kaka starts with a shock. He does a lot of damage with Shackles as well. And this will buy time to just beat into this Nightstalk who can't run away from this. And he'll end up dying. That's first blood going the way of eHome.
First blood.
And CTY just sidestepped into the shop to buy boots while they were killing him. Just to make sure they had the chase potential. Didn't need it. So off to a good start here on the safe lane Queen of Pain. This is an awful lane to play Nightstalker against, by the way. I'm not sure what Vega are expecting out of Mag in this game, but this is not good working conditions for him. But what are they going to do? They can rotate down the Disruptor, and then their Slardar gets destroyed in the top lane. So they're just in a pickle as far as the draft goes, where they have to sacrifice a lane. IO can't go down there either. Or well, technically that might be a solution. Just play one-on-one Tiny versus Dragon Knight.
Well, what if you move the Wisp and Tiny down the bottom lane, let the Nightstalk at least try and farm, run bottle and use Void for farm.
Because
at the moment, he's not getting much more.
You could actually do that. You could put Night Stalker mid, but he's already so out-leveled now by the Dragon Knight. Nice toss here from no one.
Able to pull that DK back. The slow's going to be there, but do they have enough damage? There's no bolts available here from Solo, and no one. He'll go for a secondary toss, but Old Chicken is just so damn tanky. And with no one taking that much damage from the tower, he's a little bit scared about, one, the rotation in from someone like the Tusker, but two, also that Breathe Fire at level 2 from the DK. No one really needed, Solo really needed level 2 before they started that.
Top lane. I'm being harassed a bit by Seema. Can't really do too much out of this. So pretty quiet first 3 minutes. eHome getting the first blood, of course. Still, as far as the farm goes, you just look across the lanes. It's unfolding according to their plan. They don't even need to build a lead. They just need to slow down the game, secure their key items in their farm over time. So far, so good.
Yeah. Safe lanes from eHome. They go again on this middle lane, really trying to bring him down. This time, successful gank from Vega. I say gank, just initiation.
That's the most important hero for them to kill as well, I think. Well, Queen of Pain might be a better kill, but it's also way less likely that they can threaten CTY right now. Just delaying the Dragon Knight level 6. Every kill helps keep their towers alive.
And really good timing for it too, because they kill off the DK, which allows Sol to come down for this 4-minute rune without having to worry about being contested.
Now it's nighttime. And they could try for this. This, I think, is a pretty risky attempt.
And no one's in very, very close, but it's the bottom lane where they're going. As Kaka, silenced up for the moment, he just shocks him down. The shackles will follow up into Mag. And can they control him long enough? CTY does not have enough damage to instantly kill off Mag. So he'll end up losing his Shadow Shaman. In fact, with the Void, Mag's going to pick up a double kill as this Night Stalker.
All right, that's worth it. It looked pretty bad for them when the IO died with a haste rune. That's very unusual that happens for Solo, but the end outcome is great for Vega, getting 2 kills on Mag, who was being shut down very much. He's back in the game.
And you'd expect eHome to try and just bail out that as quick as you can. Nighttime arrives, and you don't want to fight Night Stalker if you can avoid it during that nighttime phase, especially this early on. Night Stalker works so well against the Queen of Pain. And now with phase boots up for Mag, a quick sprinter across the map. Pulls the pressure off the middle lane too, so no one can go back to farming. He's almost neck and neck with the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain obviously has been throttling that bottom lane a lot more, and I'm kind of looking for both of them because they're the initiators from both sides. The Tiny... Actually, is this even a Blink Dagger game, or do you just go for the split push? Do you go for that early Aghanim Scepter build over on the Tiny? The combat build.
The really nice thing about Blink is that he can one-shot Shadow Shaman. And finding him before the fight starts is huge. And of course, you have the safety net and just being able to relocate out if eHome turns on you. I think it's great for that. But split push, it's all about the timing windows. If he gets the Ags, it's probably around minute 15. And that could already be so late that they've lost key towers that he might have been able to stand up and fight for with a blink.
So maybe then our timing, we should be looking at other heroes. No one. Oh, he's running for this top room, but Old Chicken's here. Lanham to help him out. And wherever they go, they've got enough damage to get through Sol. The Avalanche will go, but the Snowball protects. You might throw up the wall from the Disruptor. The toss actually throws the Tuskar out of it. He'll beat down Solo with the last shard. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off, as no one wants to retreat back into the dire jungle. They do have a level 2 glimpse available, but now Seema needs the vision, the wall to do it, and that'll actually keep the rest of the Radiant side out. So Old Chicken isolated in the top river, and Night Stalker rotates for yet another kill. There's 3 kills in this first nighttime phase.
Very, very nice play from Vega here.
Are they going again?
Good rotation, and again Dragon Knight dies. This is... I can't stress enough how important it is that they're finding this particular kill, just delaying him as much as possible. He's the biggest threat to their lineup. It's Dragon Knight and it's levels on Shadow Shaman. They haven't done too well on the second thing here. Kaken already almost level 6.
A little bit of trouble. Mag, that observe board let him know what he was up against. They just tossed a creep in, cleans up the tree line, but Lanham gets the shield off in time. No ultimate, however, so he will not survive this. Old Chicken finds himself also on the front lines, but CTY, he wanted a good Sonic Wave tossed up. Now the Sonic Wave, it does pick up the IO, and they need a little bit more. Old Chicken, Dragon Form is up. Dragon Tail back off cooldown. The Crush from Pasha buys space, but that space instantly removed by Old 11. Getting the shards out, and they just snowball up towards the running away Slaughter, but it's a double kill for CTY. The Queen of Pain, the DK comboing together beautifully. And Vega, their first unfavorable fight in a while.
They just didn't get that much out of the rotation here from the Slardar. This is not the kind of fight that he's good in. He couldn't find the crush that he was looking for, and this is going to delay his Blink Dagger quite a bit. Now Dragon Knight, of course, winning the fight for the first time, will be able to put out a lot of pressure. Tiny will TP in. This might stop the push. Nope, they actually don't seem to care that much.
Well, they've still got a long time left on that Dragon form, so if he can keep the attack going, he'll drop the tower down. But that does put it within deny range, so they're going to back up and let it be. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, Shaman's hit level 6, and he's throwing down the Mass Serpent Ward. So Vega, they're being poked and prodded on all sides, and this is an unwilling patient.
Worthy tribute.
This is a big problem.
They're actually going past it. They're not killing off the wards. The wards are going to get the last hit in the tower. They came in with a smoke egg, and now CTY, he gets glimpsed down. He can fight around the Mass Serpent Wards, but he's looking over towards Seema. There's no Sonic Wave available. We'll get silenced up, and CTY, okay, really?
I mean, that's pretty cocky after you cast Darkness.
Yeah.
You just run in on the Disruptor like that. He didn't even have that much mana. I don't think he could have killed him.
He could have just blinked himself away.
Yeah.
Or
he
even blinked down to the Mass Serpent Wards, because if he was there, he had the extra, like, the cover fire.
He might not have been sure where Mag was after casting the Darkness, but that play was not going to help him at the very least.
And he was your top net worth for eHome.
They still get 2 towers, though. Dragon Knight almost has the mid. They did get bottom with Serpent Wards.
DK actually has to commit to this mid. It's within deny range in Vega. They need to stop this money from just bleeding into eHome. We already talked about the trouble nature of Vega with their timing up against eHome's timing. You start giving them more money, that Blink Dagger starts arriving earlier for the Tusker. The DK starts getting more and more tanky items. And in fact, they're just going to move forward. The shard's over on Seema. Dragon Form committed instantly after. And well, Solo, he'll have a little bit of space. That Disruptor only goes down, but doesn't catch up enough heroes. The DK will pop. And that's the big thing. It isolated, or separated eHome, I should say. Odd 11 will buy a little bit of time going inside that snowball with the shards out. The Sonic Wave hitting all of Vega with a high-level shock as well. Vega copping way too much damage. The Scream almost killing up Pasha. He'll try and slither himself away. No one with the Avalanche Toss. Not enough damage to kill off CTY. He's got Blink back off cooldown. Does he go east? Yes, he does, but Pasha just far enough away. So CTY can't finish a quad kill. He'll have to settle for a triple.
I think he's still happy with that. It's pretty good. He's going to have his Yule Scepter now as a result. I like this item choice a lot this game. It's what I was talking about last game as a possibility for Pasha on the Queen. This time we're going to see it on CTY. Of course, a solution to the Night Stalker silence. If you time it very well, you can maybe dodge Avalanche Toss, and can also buy you that extra time to get out of the kinetic field. It currently lasts about the same time as the kinetic field. And after that, you just run out and get out of the Static Storm.
No one actually triggering a drum charge here on the bottom lane. Trying to catch out CTY, but CTY gets all the farm he wants. A full Yules, as you were saying, and an extra little bit of cash for the TP scroll.
Can also remove the Amplify. There's a lot of potential in this item pickup. And that's just the defensive uses, right? He can also use it aggressively to set up very easily for a Dragon Knight follow-up.
Speaking of defensive nature, like one punch is going to need it in a moment because Lanham's going to walk up and, well, you enjoy that 5% slow. The top tier 1 tower is just going to be taken out. But it's this middle lane where I'm still waiting for Sol to hit level 6. They do not have relocate to either initiate or disengage from Vega. So CTY waits this out. If the rest of his team is on this way, blinks forward, can Yule Scepter over on no one if he wants to. But instead waits it out. And Vega's still having this vision. This Observer Wall's been here for a very long time.
Doesn't see the Smoke Shadow Shaman though, but...
they'll see Seema. Seema tries to walk into the tree lines and TP out, and that Yule Scepter from CTY already ensures the kill over on Seema. With the Walrus Punch from Alt 11, they're going to find another kill.
They could try to go for a tower here if Dragon Knight could rotate fast enough. He has the potential of just porting mid and using Dragon Form going in, but instead
wondering
they're
if you need to. You got Mass Serpent Wards available. You can just leave the DK on that top lane having fun with Pasha, who is going to amplify him, or they can just kill off Pasha and then go for the tier 2 tower. The pings are coming out saying he's moving back quickly. CTY could potentially blink, but they just commit the Mass Serpent Wards down and ensure this push. It's the run at you strat from eHome, and it's working so well against Vega. 12 minutes in, and you're already looking to take out the first tier 2 tower.
Yeah, that thing I was talking about pregame with the potential of it being a 20-minute game. This is the events that need to unfold for it to become a 20-minute game. eHome are getting everything they want. It hasn't been perfect, but it's been very good.
Is there any follow-up to this? No, there isn't. Odd 11 is just trying to back up. The relocate's kicking in. It's going to bring in no one. Disruptor holding down, but again, not catching out enough heroes. Tusker can't survive with his one charge, but the Sonic Wave hits Vega so hard. Mag wants to retreat back out here. They've got 2 seconds until that relocate will drag him out, but it can't do anything. There was enough damage with the shock. The DK finds the kill, and Old Chicken commits him pretty deep here. So does CTY, jumping in a long way. Mag's already Shadow Striked up, so he can't stick around. And with the nuke arriving from Lanham, the Yule Scepter dodges the avalanche. And Vega, it's 13 minutes, and they're dying behind their own tier 3 towers, almost under their tier 4s.
Yeah, they will be forced back here. There might be a... No. Oh, well, he does have 1 charges, but no...
Glimpses on cooldown. And he's lost the vision on the high ground. Actually, no, the Observer Ward's there. They can drag him back. The rest of eHome have kind of disappeared, and now with the drum charge going, Pasha, he won't be able to catch up to the DK straight away. They can keep the chase going, and now the fact that Mag is hot on the tail, they should be able to catch up to the DK. They still have enough to kill him. With the crush and the amplification up, they should do enough. Yeah, they got enough. The DK will drop.
Kill goes to Disruptor. Probably not the hero they wanted to get that on. They really need... See, that's the problem here. Is the Blink Dagger on Slardar even the right choice? Maybe going Force Staff first can help a lot to get people out of Ice Shards, create a gap when they're getting Shackled or Dragon Knight initiated. The Blink Dagger gives them the potential burst and the surprise factor. But if eHome don't die through that initiation, then the turnaround is going to be very easy for them.
He's going to go a Blink Dagger anyway.
I think so too.
Yeah.
It's the stable choice.
It is. It might also be because he looks at his second item build, like, where do you want to go after that? Do you really want to look into like the Blink Dagger 4 stuff? While it has become more of a staple over on the Slardar, maybe it's worthwhile getting a BKB in this game, as eHome will be looking to fight pretty hard as they push into the tier 3 towers. You're going to need to have that ability for Shaman not to screw around with you.
I think the first goal is to get to a point where you can get a second item. If they already get there, they've overcome the hardest part of the game, which is the up-and-coming 10 to 15 minutes. It's not realistic for Slardar to get a secondary item at least before minute 20, probably 25, unless they get some really good fights. I guess a Force Staff he can get in the next 6 or 7 minutes, but...
Well, eHome are now going to take out Roshan. It's a very standard kind of thing when you've taken out, well, or even before you take out a couple of these towers, just using the Mass Serpent Wars to ensure you got the damage to kill off Roshan. They don't really have a great Roche killing lineup eHome, and that's where the wards help out. And they can do it fast enough that Vega, they can't even apply pressure to this top lane. The Axe isn't done on no one, so you don't have that extra building damage just yet. And Fortification's also available for eHome, so they grab Roshan. And now the choice is there. Do they go for the tier 2 tower on bottom lane, or do they defend tier 1 on top?
They're too late to defend. If they start porting in heroes, they need to port in the tier 2. They can't just port into 3 heroes on the tier 1.
They actually don't have them too. CTY doesn't have a TP scroll.
It's not going to happen. Trading for tier 2 though is fine. They don't have to protect every single tower. They just need to make sure they at least draw and reach the enemy base with Serpent Wards when it's time. Still a minute for that, so they're probably going to go back now and defend tier 2, I would imagine.
And eHome's teamfight's getting stronger and stronger. That mech now done over on the Tusker. So he also backed up from going for the Blink Dagger. That'll probably be filled up by, well, actually, is it a DK Blink Dagger game? Is it him being the initiator? Or can you get a little bit of a cross so he still gets the extra damage? Going for something more like a Shadow Blade DK. A little bit more old school.
I think if they're looking to break the base, it's between a Blink and just tanking up. All right, that's the Blink. So he can initiate. The alternative would be just to build something like, say, Sanjin Yasha, or even consider a BKB this early, just so you can start breaking the base.
Queen of the Hill wants to go for solo. Is it going to be worth coming in the Sonic Wave? Not even required. Not while the Tuskar's there. They know no one came down as well because of where she's sitting. So the screen will connect, and with the Yule Scepter, they'll set him up, they'll drop him down, and now they can blast him out. Well, they actually need to, or else Old 11's going to go down. He actually gets himself out of the ulti, the Storm, not doing enough work. In fact, Old 11, even with that Static Storm, it's not doing enough damage. Lanham will arrive. They'll snowball over, and now Lanham can give him the shield as well as the Miscoil. Life arriving back in Seema. Now it's his turn. The tree lines comes underneath the sigil, and now CTY as well as Old Chicken will ensure the kill.
Dire's middle tower
Very
has
nice
fallen.
play from the Tusk there, and knowing his limits, gets the snowball ready again, crosses over to his ally and stays safe. Of course, the mechanism, maybe a little bit of a surprise there for Vega that he was able to burst heal with that. He get, was that 2 kills? Yeah, they get 2 kills. They did not get the tiny that they were looking for.
They didn't get the tiny, but they took the tier 2 tower in the middle lane. Because Shaman just dropped the wards down while that was going on.
I think the next Shaman wards eHome go high ground. It's at that time. It's about the 20-minute mark when their lineup peaks and they can look to end the game or at least get 1 lane.
They really have to wait for the wards though, don't they? Because
Yeah,
it's still very early in the game, so Vega's cooldown on death timers is still pretty damn low. Bottom lane, Snowball. Ollie's going to come in as goes down, ult 11, walled up, and he'll end up dropping as well. The balls will just kill him off, but then Queen of Pain comes in from behind. Solo still so low, and he does actually tick out to the TK. No one will follow, and it's TK with a double kill. They may not even need the wards to get this. With the pickoffs, actually 40 seconds on the sideline, and Tiny buys back. This is so expensive for him. 3 buybacks. Io, Tiny, and Tusk all doing it. Tusk is trying to get back as quick as he possibly can. CTY, they have to bail out of here. Blink, actually, still got the Aegis to the Immortal, so the Queen of Pain will come back to life again. The Breathe Fire doing some work, keeping Mag low enough that eHome can keep fighting. CTY, what's he got left? The Orc is back off cooldown, and now he actually triggers it over on Seema with a Scream damage that should almost be enough to pop the Disruptor. Maybe 2 more attacks to do the work, but with the Crush from Pasha, it gives eHome control, but the Shards locking no one in. What they got, there's no way to get him back out. Solo trying to go for the relocate. There it is, just in the nick of time. Pasha's moving away, but with all this time passing, the Mass Serpent wards are back off cooldown, attacking into that tier 3 tower. They probably won't be able to finish the job, but they'll be forced into the engagement. No, they will cut their losses. Old Chicken glimpse back, and this will allow Vega to get some extra kills. But they still have a heavy cost for that fight.
That's a game-saving relocate, though. I think they would have lost if he didn't get that out before Tiny died. He already bought back. If no one dies again, they lose the lane of Rax. Then eHome don't even need to go back. So big play from Solo to keep Vega alive, but still 10,000 deficit minute 19. And you just know eHome are going to come knocking on the front door again.
Yeah. You could almost have an exact timing of it in 75 seconds. You'll be having eHome coming back. And maybe it's worthwhile now for eHome to give a little bit more space to Kaka, so he's able to get that second level up into the Mass Serpent wards. He's also got a lot of money himself. Potential Blink Dagger for the Shaman. So a secondary initiator for eHome to go with a Blink Dagger of the DK. Not to mention the Blink of the Queen of Pain.
So he gets an Illusion, that's not really that useful. And now it's nighttime, so this is good news for Vega. They almost have the BKB on Mag, so he can finally engage into fights. He's 5-1-4, which is pretty admirable for this game. I don't think Night Stalker is that good against the Radiant lineup. So much lockdown, so tanky innately with the Baton and the Dragon Knight. He's done a really good job. Getting BKB will finally allow him to commit to fights. And this is where Vega want to get to. Aghanim's tiny. BKB on Night Stalker. It's still difficult, and eHome are not messing around. They're going to go right away.
Yeah. Well, they know once the Mass Serpent wards are off cooldown in 8 seconds time, they will be taking out that tier 3 tower. So that is the minimum of what they want to gain from this fight on bottom lane. But with a fresh Blink Dagger, a surprise Blink Dagger from the Shaman, he's still not level 11 yet. They even gave him the bounty rune on bottom to try and get him there. But jump forward, Mass Serpent wards are down.
It's very
shallow.
Placed. They can't reach the Rax.
He blinks himself forward. They can't lock no one close enough. Maybe at least from here they understand they can keep their Mass Serpent wards alive. That's one upside. And Vega, they're going for the AOL wraparound.
Three
and
of them can reach. Yay.
There's an Observe ward up on the hillside, so the smoke will break. Mag instantly triggers his BKB and Kaka. He's meant to be caught out, and Pasha, a big double stun, allowing no one to move forward. Swing and cleave. He's looking for more damage. How much have they got that Meg charge, keeping Kaka alive? Mag wants to keep running, but his BKB's worn off. If they got the control, the shock doesn't even come up, and Mag copying so much damage, but Pasha again, a huge stun. Maybe they got the control. Old Chicken's low over Snowball. Nothing is left, but the Shards are keeping them here. Old Chicken, he's just so damn tanky. Now he'll finally go down. Has no one really pumping it out. Lanham, they're just tossing it around. The Snowball's back in again. No Walrus Punch left. Mag barely missing the Ice Shards. It's 2-on-2 left. Old Chicken can't reach Pasha or Mag as they retreat back out again. And Lanham working overtime as a support for eHome.
Just look at how much Abaddon is doing in these fights. It's unbelievable that they managed to pull that back to a 3-for-3 exchange. it looked like they were going to get run over. CTY didn't get a spell off in that fight, and they still draw it. They do lose a lot of gold because they're far ahead, and of course losing their 2 biggest cores, but are still incredible from eHome, and both teams playing a really, really good fight.
Man, big props to Pasha. He gave so much breathing space to Vega. The fact that Tiny stayed alive as long as he did as well. Like, this is a Tiny with just an Ags, drums, and treads. I know we're 22 minutes in, so that's really not that bad. But with the fights being as intense as they are from eHome, he should be very happy he can survive with only 8 armor on that Tiny.
It's all about CTY not getting spell. I mean, if CTY doesn't get burst there, imagine that fight where, let's just say he gets 1 Scream and a Sonic Wave off. They would have just wiped Vega out very easily. So it still bodes well for eHome, knowing that, okay, we had a fight where our Queen of Pain just got completely destroyed, and we still salvaged it. So if that doesn't happen again...
It was still fairly even, and they did it during nighttime.
That's true. It's going to be day in about a minute.
Yeah.
Mag will have darkness for that, though, so they can always have those 50 seconds of...
Are they coming again?
Potential fighting.
They're coming again. Like, you've already taken out the tier 3 tower. Like,
okay, Old Chicken is 50 gold away from...
I would also
maybe.
I would also say the other reason is that Roshan's going to be spawning up. Now, the teams don't know he's obviously going to spawn in 35 seconds, but they'll find out sooner or later.
It's the BKB for Old Chicken coming out.
Have they finished the... Okay, so the Vlads are still also being worked on by Latham. Just racking up the auras.
How close is he? 900. Needs the mask. Now drawing a little bit of a square here. Well, that's not a square at all, actually. They're expecting that Vega are somewhere in that area. They weren't that far off, and now they're going to see them in the ward. No one got a lot out of that previous fight, by the way. Looking at the net worth, he's almost caught up to Queen of Pain.
This is when you can start seeing things like Assault Cuirass arriving in, and DK will have a lot of his power stripped away. Roshan is now up. eHome is well aware of this. And Vega with that Blink Dagger on the Slaughter, they got a lot of ways they can contest this. They just don't have that unobstructed vision. And CTY also gave a little bit of momentum. And he himself, yeah, he just actually blinked himself stuck into the tree line. Now he'll blink out.
They TP back to base. This is eHome's cue to go in and get something done.
But it's Solo and no one that went back. There's the 2 heroes that can be relocated down.
I think Seema TP'd as well. Like the TP,
yeah, they all came back.
5 heroes away?
Interesting. They could have stuck around or at least forced to the tier 1 tower, expecting eHome to be at least go for some kind of trade-off here.
I think the ping just came out from no one there doing it, but I'm not sure I agree with Vega's call of not trying to contest this. They have to know what's going on. They're just trying to get everything else out of the map, runes, push waves, etc. But fighting inside their own base is obviously a positional advantage, but I think the Aegis outweighs it when you don't have your tower.
Yeah. Because it allows eHome to finish what they started a while ago, and that's to take out that bottom ranks, to have the superior team fight because of that second life on the Queen of Pain now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So they come to defend, and eHome, the ball's being drawn now to head towards the top lane. That's Lanham calling the shots. So there was a little bit of controversy about how eHome would be performing and communicating after a couple of recent things. Well, you could try and glimpse, but you've already got Old 11 there. He's got the Tranquil Boost ready to go, as now they're actually running themselves forward. That disrupt their ulti. Have they got Punch? 11, he gets himself out of it. Flips Seema, and that'll allow them to get the quick pick off. Shaman actually kills Securing by blinking forward with that shock to find the kill.
All right.
And sorry, it was Greaves. Yep. Can't relocate save, so ends up losing his life. And Shaman picks up a double kill. I'm actually perfectly all right with that, considering it's just going to bring forward that that Aghanim Scepter a lot sooner. Mag also just had to burn his BKB charge to survive a gank from the Queen of Pain. She blinked in with both Orchid, Shadow Strike, and all he could do was TP away to safety.
And they're coming up mid lane really, really fast. There's 25 seconds on the IO. They won't be ready for this defense. They're going to lose the tier 3, or eHome could just go bottom, drop the wards here.
You got no BKBs. Like, the Slaughter is still trying to build his BKB, and the Night Stalker has his on cooldown for another 48 seconds. So the Mass Serpent wards get dropped. Vega have to use the fortification to slow this down. And what are you going to do? Initiate an old chicken? He's also shielded up. So the initial damage won't do anything, and they just jump on Mag. A three-way right now, just destroying off that Night Stalker. And then also the range racks to go down. No Night Stalker here, as you said. No buyback available. Old chicken protects himself inside the BKB, but they jump up. They want this IO gone, and the wish shall be granted with a Sonic Wave removing him from the face of the earth. They'll go for the avalanche toss, and the cleave from no one can start doing work, but they've already lost Seema. He's basically got no friends left. Even the courier is in jeopardy of dying. Pasha and no one forced back into their fountain. Kaka's wards held finish off most of that bottom lane, but now eHome, with so many heroes dead for Vega, for 25 seconds till they're back to 5, they can force in and take out this tier 3 tower at least. They can look for more, being the mid-racks.
Yeah, they're definitely getting 2 lanes here. I think 15 seconds should be enough.
They got Dragon Form off cooldown in 2 seconds time, sure. No Mass Serpent wards up just
not
yet.
Using it, actually. A little bit surprising, but...
Yep. Get the melee, get out. The fact like you don't have to use your Dragon Form and you can still retreat from Vega. Vega don't want to let this happen. In fact, you see that TP coming and very quickly cancelled after he realized eHome were turning. The glimpse, old chicken, he's not too far out. That BKB still on cooldown for 6 more seconds. Look for that Hex, but a big disruptor only, making so eHome can't instantly reply. But Lanham just hangs through it. Old chicken, he was Glimmer came to way to safety, and now he can actually control Seema over on the left-hand side of the battle. And again, they isolate that IO. You might have the battle going on the side with Kaka actually standing its ground against 2 cores of Vega. But now the rest of eHome will rotate back over. CTY getting a little bit more space away from that Tiny. The BKB will wear off in just 2 seconds. CTY blinks over, back over towards Pasha with a Shadow Strike. They go forward, but it's GG. eHome will 2-0 Vega here at the Frankfurt Dota 2 Major, eliminating Vega from the competition.
I gotta say, whoever is gonna play eHome next, they should really ban this abandon in the second phase. Once again, I think Lanham just discovered a long-lost secret for this matchup. And
it works so well, and it works so well up against Slaughter, one of the most popular heroes of this tournament.
They play so well around it too. They've tailored the lineup so that they can enable enable the Abaddon, especially in this game, having both Tusk and Dragon Knight that can commit in with not with Iron Shells, Aphotic Shields, and just keep tanking it up and stay safe. And what a great lineup from eHome, and once again, exceptionally well executed by them as well.
Yeah. And in both games, we saw eHome going for this kind of push strat. Like, you have the Luna in the first game. The Shadow Shaman kind of gave you what you're looking for in that too by having the Mass Serpent wards. And each time Vega came up short, their timings didn't click in. Of course, they did feel a little lost in the draft, but I kind of want to check and see what the panel thought, because really, they are our experts. So we'll throw it back to them to get their thoughts on the series of eHome versus Vega.
Thank you very much, Toby One in the commentary booth with Cinderin for that game. And yes, eHome are through to the next round in the lower bracket. Unfortunately for Vega Squadron, that is the end of the road here at the Frankfurt Major. We'll find out from all 3 of you your thoughts on that. I think we have to start with the positive. eHome, fantastic 2-game series from them, and did everything that they could possibly have dreamed of when they went to bed last night of coming out against Vega.
I mean, so much for this team having internal issues,
Absolutely.
right? This reminded me of CDEC. It's just like a well-oiled machine. They have one clear voice in the room. They're all working together. They're not going off on their own trying to make solo plays. This was what we expected from eHome before this tournament, but they didn't show it in the group stage. So 71, maybe Lanham. Somebody gave these guys a crack upside the head.
Yeah, someone gave them a rocket.
Straight, yeah.
What other explanation is there? Cap, theorize.
I mean, maybe we're seeing the eHome that we were hoping to see in this tournament, that they're finally beginning to show up. I mean, the fact that they took down Vega Squadron in very convincing 2-0 for me, I actually looking at that and I feel like eHome did do a bit of outdrafting. They definitely played a certain kind of style against Vega Squadron that was quite successful, but I still felt like eHome, while it was alternatively, yes, a little bit perhaps drafting, it was also eHome playing, as LD said, very crisp, very clean. They had one voice. When they went in together all the way, which is what CDEC do. When they back out, they would cut their losses and make sure that they minimize, some of the reprisal that Vega Squadron were able to get. So I think that eHome, this is the kind of team that I want to see here. And if they continue to play like that, we'll see them go farther in the tournament.
Absolutely. And CTY, yet again, showing us just what a valuable player he is to that team.
He plays really well on the Queen of Pain. He plays really well on the Luna, the anti-mage, the hard carries. What can't that guy do? But more importantly, I think that eHome is not in the shambles that we saw them at the end of the group stage. That was more of an abnormality, and that was them just being slightly discombobulated. But now they're back. That was crazy. They are exceptionally good at playing high ground, and the Abaddon pick is also just works really well at taking objectives. Roshan works on towers. Frostmourne, it was a wonder to see.
Okay, we'll get more thoughts from you all in just a moment, but we do have Dakota down on the floor right now, who is with one of our winners.
Thank you, Paul, here on the stage with the captain, Lanham of eHome. A tremendous victory here, being able to 2-0 Vega and eliminating them out of the tournament. So it seems like you guys are starting to find your groove. What was the strategy going against an aggressive team like Vega, and were you able to pull it off without much of a hiccup?
恭喜你们以2-0的总分击败了鲨鱼队。你们现在的状况好像比昨天好多了，前几天好多了。那么对付一个很控制节奏、就是进攻性很强的鲨鱼队，你们的策略上有什么准备？
策略上，我们就根据这个队的选人的一些特性，然后做出了一些针对吧。
We basically adjusted to their preferences and their style and made our picks and according to that.
Today was the first day we got to see Abaddon picked in the tournament, and you picked it for both games. Did you had a sudden revelation that Abaddon was the pick to go to? What was with that?
今天就是第一场在大联赛的比赛，有人选亚巴顿。那你们为什么选这个英雄？是不是有个特别的考虑？
我们觉得这个英雄打Vega这个队比较好用。
We feel that this hero is a good fit for playing against Vega.
I want to say when you're playing under such a prestigious name like eHome, which we all know for being just a big Chinese competitor, does that add any sort of extra pressure? Maybe not just for yourself, but maybe some of the younger players at all?
这eHome 这个战队是个中国很辉煌的雄大的战队。那你们带着eHome的战旗来作战，是不是感到更多的压力？或者你年轻一点的队友会不会感到有更多的压力？
这个应该不会。然后我就觉得我们作为就是我们是，我觉得应该没有什么太大压力，好吧
？I don't think that adds much more pressure for us.
And finally, 2 times now we've seen you wear the victory sweater. Is it a lucky sweater or just a little cold?
我们观察到你这2天都穿这件毛衣，那你是有点着凉了，还是这是给你带来好运气？
换了一件衣服嘛，然后觉得这件衣服应该会给我们队带来好运。之前穿白衣服一直在输。
I think this shirt does bring us some good luck. And whenever I wore the white shirt before, we seem to lose.
All right, fair enough. Lanham, congratulations. A very impressive performance. Good luck moving on forward. Let's give it up one more time for Lanham and eHome. We'll go ahead and send it back to the panel.
Victory indeed. And the lucky shirt, I think he should keep that one on forever. Otherwise, they're more likely to be dropping out of the tournament. Great victory for them. He's such a great guy to have in this tournament as well. One of the legends from the scene. How do you summarize Vega's disappointment at this and falling this early as well?
I mean, it's a huge disappointment, but they also face, to me, still one of the strongest teams in the tournament very early in the bracket. Like normally eHome's not dropping down quite that soon, but that's what happens when they had an underwhelming group stage, is if they come back to what they're capable of, then you get screwed all of a sudden, basically. So obviously they're going to be disappointed. I think they were capable of beating eHome, but eHome just had the better strategy coming to the series and was much more polished in there.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the highlights. And unfortunately for Vega fans, this will be hard watching as we go through the highlights. But nevertheless, eHome having played very well. Where do you think it started to go wrong, Ben?
Giving CTY Queen of Pain?
I was going to ask him. I thought it'd be rude if I said the draft.
You see, he's changed his tune from yesterday.
He has.
But they could
He's
have
now
blocked.
fully on
I didn't know which eHome was going to show up, man.
Yeah.
One game wasn't enough.
I think that's the problem for the other teams as well, isn't it? They don't know, really.
I don't think this game was just lost straight on the draft, but I do think taking away the Tusk would have been advisable. 11 also had a big impact.
Syoma had a rather disappointing performance on the Disruptor. There was a lot of missed ultimates, kinetic fields. It was also in part because eHome reacted really well.
Yeah, they just
had
split
instant
immediately.
reactions. Yeah, but that's also, there were certain scenarios where Syoma definitely could have caught more heroes than he actually did.
And the Slaughter that's big, mega picked, mega banned.
The Abaddon really seems like a good solution.
It does, doesn't it?
Like you crush, you just want to blow someone up instantly. He denies you that in a lot of cases. And the other thing is eHome picked a very heavy push strat. You saw that even before the Shadow Shaman, and you know that's just like the way they like to play. But this Vega draft was not good at playing at all from behind. They basically had to have a lead, aside from maybe trying to split push, but eHome they came to the base too early before Tiny could really rat it up.
Yeah. Very early on indeed as well. They were knocking on the door. But we may well have found a proper counter here.
The question of going back to, like, what does this mean for Vega Squadron? I think, for me, the majors would have secured whether or not they actually were a champion team. Like, they went into ESL New York, and they obviously did fantastic there, but they were also facing up against teams who were still adjusting to the patch, that sort of thing. This was a host of teams that were very ready to go with the patch, had set strategies, everything else. They really had to bring it to the next level in order to go far in this majors, and unfortunately they didn't. They still have more work to do if they want to be placing consistent top 3s instead of, I would say, the top 8s where you would normally see them.
It's a great point, and it's one that they raised themselves as well. I remember the interview that Dakota did on day 1, where they said, this is a very different Evil Geniuses. The one we played at ESL 1, I think he used the phrase bad shape.
Yeah.
So they're realistic as well. So they know what's ahead of them. They know what they've got to fight against. But I'm guessing they're still going to be very disappointed at disappearing this early.
And it also has to go back to the Darkseer ban too. You were talking about Disruptor not being able to lane those ultimates, and there was no Darkseer to kind of set it all up for them. Whereas it might have been a better choice for them aside from the Slardar.
Yeah, I mentioned that before game 1 that eHome doesn't run it all either, and they, in theory that could be a weakness having to ban it, but it turned out that it was one of Vega's most crucial heroes that they didn't get this series.
Okay, final thoughts on eHome going through. How far can they go? Cap said he had them in the top 4 at the beginning of the tournament. Are you sticking with that again? Have they kind of reinvigorated that flame for them?
Oh boy, if I flip-flop again, I'm going to have a total label on me. But you know what? Let's go for eHome!
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Let's go eHome, top 4.
I think they could be the Vici gaming of this tournament, the way that Vici performed at TI. eHome, a little bit less experience.
Hold on, though. How can we have Vici Gaming? Because they're already still in the tournament. You can't have 2 of them.
But they're in the upper bracket. Last time they started in the BO1s and made that.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, so you think they're going to
run.
Okay, all right. Okay, I get you. What about you, Ben?
Their ceiling is definitely at top 4 if they play at their best.
But no higher.
Doesn't.
I mean, does it matter who, if they don't reach top 4?
They generally lose to the Vici Secret EG, so I would say top 4 is about right.
They are a little one-dimensional. They almost always play very early pressure lanes. They try to end the game by like 30 minutes. Yeah, once in a while they'll pick up anti-mage, but I don't feel like they're nearly as polished with those late-game strats as, say, like a Team Secret is, for example.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you to all 3 of you. We've got another game on the way very shortly, of course. We'll head to a break right now. But before we get there, what happens when you match up Pyrian Flax and the Secret Shop? Let's find out.
Hey, this is P-Flax, and I'm in the secret shop. If you guys want some loot, come on down. I think you get your little catalog here, and you can run through it. We've got all kinds of stuff here. They've got... I haven't seen these. These look like the little red paw plush. I don't think they were at TI. Other than that, you got your tied under cushions, you got your puck cushions, you got these natty hats. They've got all kinds of stuff, micro plushies. You got the same little 3D figures as well. Tons of t-shirts. Some t-shirts I haven't seen before, actually. So come on down. I'm here all day. And I promise, if you get served by me, you get a 100% discount. Okay, thanks very much for joining me, guys. You guys came all the way from?
Australia.
It's a long old way. And what is it about Dota 2 that you guys think means that people buy all this merchandise and stuff?
I'm not sure really, but I love all of the artwork and just it's kind of nostalgic almost to be able to buy something from Dota and be here at the same time.
Pretty good answer, but it's pretty fun stuff and it's pretty cute, some of it too, so I guess it's just going along with that anime sort of theme, yeah.
Did you guys get a chance to go to TI or not?
No.
Okay, so this is like a chance for you to get to the secret shop and get some stuff. I get it, okay. So, I mean, there are lots of video games out there, but not many of them seem to have so many toys and stuff like that. I don't really know what it is that means that Dota 2 gets more merchandise than other games. Like, there's not this kind of stuff for CSGO, is there?
No, there's not.
Free-to-play game, so you got to make money off the merch, I suppose.
That's a very good point. Yeah, very good point. Anyway, I hope you guys found what you were looking for, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
didn't want to pay for your past transgressions, Venomancer. No, please spare me.
Hey guys, yeah, so that's the secret shop. Just a few things, nothing to interest me obviously, but head on down if you want to check it out. It's in the foyer sort of area.
And welcome back to the Frankfurt Major 2015, the first ever Dota 2 Major, of course, in history, following 3 months on from the International 5, where all of the teams have re-garnered their strengths, grabbed new lineups, and are now ready to do battle. We've lost 5 teams already over the last 2 days, and we're about to find out who the 6th team is going to join them. But I'd prefer to be a bit more positive with the panel and look forward to who's going through the lower bracket matches. It's LGD versus Unknown. We've got a change of personnel on the desk once more. Pleased to have everyone back. Capitalist is with me, Purge, and also the one only Blitz. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Are
you
excited?
Ready?
I really am.
Ready.
I feel good about this.
Okay, good. We're going to start with LGD. What's up with Cap already?
Oh, just the smug smile on Blitz's face. I know there's going to be some sort of shots coming.
We'll handle this.
One of us.
This is
Right.
team maybe. I
Right.
don't know about you guys.
Okay.
but we love it.
We got this, brother.
He's holding that team together.
Your hands are so
Really
large
good.
compared to mine.
Really?
Yeah, I think I. Wow.
I mean, I'm
this
pretty
is,
sure
this is like.
everybody-
Okay.
Everyone's hands are large compared to
Tiny hands, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, come on, yep, bring it.
He's really good. Maybe
Yeah.
he's really good. The rest of his
Okay.
team maybe don't synergize amazingly together.
Really, is that it? Is that what they've got?
This is the professional insight
Yeah.
of barely able to
Whatever.
get 6K and not really sure if he's past 5K yet.
I'm halfway there, man.
Okay, so LGD, the way they line up, the way they look, the way they've come through the tournament and what they've faced so far, your assessment?
Do you know what teams it is? They played Cloud9 in 2 best-of-3s. They beat Cloud9 2-0 one of them. They beat them 2-1 the other one. They got 0-2'd by Secret, one of which was one of the fastest games of the entire tournament. They haven't played that many teams thus far, and their performances in them, maybe they've been good, but that's a team that's been eliminated already in the first round. You know,
Yeah.
It doesn't say a lot about them as performers in this tournament.
No,
Okay.
I agree with Purge. I think it's hard to judge the strength of LGD right now just because, I mean, one of the games against Secret, they got chenned. Like, they just got run over by 6 minutes and the game was over.
They
like,
got puppied.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to, like, the game 1 had a little bit more showing for LGD, but I think that the teams that they faced up against really haven't been able to showcase a whole lot of the versatility of LGD.
Okay, well, players are getting ready, of course. And they don't look too tense, I suppose. He always looks very focused to me.
Yeah, ROTK just perpetually looks angry. Like he's just kind of mad about something. Like, look at him. He's just like flaring his nostrils. He's not happy about something. The looks he gives, not really too pleasant, but I'm pretty sure that's just his expression.
They'll be fine. Let's go back and talk about the match with CDEC. In fact, let's actually watch some of the highlights of that game as well, because it wasn't the best LGD performance of all time. In fact, it might be up there in the top 3 of worst performances that we've seen for a little while.
It does feel like CDEC are a lot more balanced in the way that they fight, and probably most importantly that I noticed about LGD, they brought up earlier, is that there's not a lot of unity in their team. It just kind of feels like sometime maybe goes off and he'll get 10 kills in a row, and then all of a sudden LGD can fight off the strength of that. But it doesn't feel like there's as much cohesion on their lineup like there used to be, and I think a large part of that is just because it's such a shift playing with a teammate like Xiao8, who won a TI, gets third at the next one, and then you go to a captain like ROTK, who's a little bit more loud, a little bit more... It's a bit more difficult to adjust under his leadership, I feel.
Okay. Purge?
I mean, they had some... I agree with a lot of what Blitz said there. They have a lot of strengths, and they have a lot of really good players on each position, but things just didn't quite come together for them in some of those games. Like, the best team they've played thus far, Secret and CDC, they both got 2-0'd, both of those sets. So I feel like a team like Unknown, the team they're playing against, is definitely one that can beat them in a best-of-3. It could definitely happen.
They've got some great veterans. I hate using that word because it makes them sound old, but the 4 of the 5 have got a ton of experience in this team, so they should know how to get themselves out of holes like that, surely.
I understand why you're a little bit afraid of calling them old when you're twice their age.
Only twice. That was nearly a shot.
3 times Unknown.
Well done. That was much better. We'll give you half a point for a shot. You're not doing bad in the mount position, but you need to step
Well,
up.
you guys
Kevin.
have to make fun of me more. That'd be the real moment.
Absolutely, yes. We'd have to reflect back on it. Let's move on to Unknown, and they are no longer Unknown, which I think is the easiest pun to make here. The Peruvians came into this with a bit of swagger, a bit of how do I know, je ne sais quoi, and wanted to prove to the world that they not only had this swag, but could play as well. And they showed us that yesterday.
They did. I'm not quite so sure they're going to be able to show it in a best of 3. I feel like teams will adapt better, but I don't know. There's still a lot of question marks around Unknown and how they'll be able to match up against these teams that they've never faced before. LGD, they're known for like a lot of their early aggression. We'll have to really see how the mid matchup fares, because maybe, again, like Blitz said, if maybe's doing well, then LGD can just rest all their hopes on maybe and say, go ahead, carry us to victory. So, and I do see that maybe should be able to win this mid matchup, and I think that from there he'll snowball pretty early on.
Okay. We're also going to take a look at their highlights in just a moment. How do you assess them? They were very difficult to assess in the group stages. They had some moments in there.
Cuando entramos al primero, sabíamos que íbamos a perder, pero cuando vino el segundo, ahí yo predije que íbamos a ganar y ya llegamos a ganar. Cuando clasificamos, obviamente todos saltábamos y celebramos. Yo describiría al Team No como una familia. La mentalidad que tenemos para este torneo es, estamos todos relajados, ¿no? No tenemos que llenarnos de presión. Si te llenas de presión no vas a poder jugar tranquilo. La verdad es que me siento muy emocionado por jugarle a los mid de este torneo, porque la verdad es que son todos muy buenos. Me emociona más para poder jugarles, porque sé que voy a obtener un buen nivel. Yo creo que en Sudamérica hay algunos equipos que tienen buen nivel, pero obviamente todo se puede mejorar. No sentimos nada, estamos bien. Yo creo que podemos ser uno de los equipos grandes, así como en China y en Europa. Sí, en Perú tenemos a algunos fans, algunos que son fieles, otros que nos hablan mal, pero bueno, sí, hay algo. Tenemos nuestro soporte. Nosotros dropeamos ítems porque es como nuestro grito de guerra, porque es nuestra forma de celebrar, porque vemos los seres así que se quedan quietos cuando acaba la partida, entonces nosotros como grito de guerra podemos botar los ítems. Y de verdad que es divertido. Tenemos en mente llegar hasta los 4 mejores equipos.
Good to learn a little bit more about Unknown. We were talking about the group stage games, and very difficult to assess, because with 2-0 defeats, it's what do you take out of that other than they got easily beaten? But beating Newbie yesterday was a whole new level for them. I mean, I think everyone on the panel had Newbie winning that game, bar maybe one, I think. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. I think
it was LD.
There was LD Peruvian flag bearer, wasn't there, yesterday? I think
it was LD. He always goes for the underdog.
He definitely flipped if he did. He definitely flipped anyway. But much easier to assess them based on yesterday, don't you think, Blitz? How did you think they paired up against Newbie?
I thought they had a really safe style. You could really tell that they had a pre-planned lineup when they go for the first pick Templar Assassin, and the way that they played around Kotaro Hoyama, they made him kind of the centerpiece of their strategy. And you could see that it wasn't just some random thing that happened. They really studied Newbie, and they said, okay, Mu plays a little bit over-aggressively. Let's just keep attacking that angle. And I think what they really gathered from that information when I rewatched the replay is that they understand that Mu thinks he's so much better than him that he's just he dies once, he's like, I'm going to catch up to this guy. He dies again, he's like, they're not going to gank me a third time. And then he dies the third time, and at that point, he's probably thinking to himself, like, what the hell's going on? Like, I can't recover from this. And it felt like there was a real dedicated strategy. And for people this young, these guys aren't veterans of the scene. To make up a game plan like that on the spot when their backs are against the wall in a best of one, that really goes to show that they have a lot of composure. There's a lot of team cohesion there. Against a team like LGD, I think it's going to be a little bit different, because they did have some missteps in the mid-game where you could genuinely just see that they weren't really sure what to do in that position. They're just like, my God, we're ahead. And all of a sudden, what are we supposed to do after this fact? And there were a little bit of slip-ups, but they came together at the end. But against a team like LGD, you can't make those mistakes, because players like Maybe, they won't make the same mistakes that Mu will. He'll have watched the replay and said, okay, they're going to try to focus on me. Well, I'm just going to play a safe defensive style. And when they make those mid-game mistakes, I'm going to punish it all the way through.
Okay, thank you very much, Blitz. We'll hear from all three in a bit more detail in just a moment. But it's now time to introduce you to the two teams. So, the biggest question I think we have to answer is, we know they can do it in a best of one, but can they do it in a best of three, Capitalist?
They'll also need to change up their playstyle from the best of one against Newbie. The very greedy playstyle that they went for, you can't run that against LGD. But I think that they should still run dual lanes. I think that's probably the strongest factor of Team Unknown. I think, like percentage-wise, I think they're the team that runs the dual off lane the most out of everybody else. So I think that's really where a lot of their strength relies. And then that just creates more space for Kotaro, and then he's able to really function into that carry role. But we'll see. I think that maybe they can take an early game, like the first game against LGD, surprise them. But when it comes to the best of three, my bet is on LGD being able to react better in Unknown in a full series.
Some fantastic shots being shown from the arena right now. Players getting ready for the first draft of the best of three. The winner will move on to the lower bracket round 3. Loser is eliminated from the tournament. We will have lost 6 in total by the end of this evening. This is our final match of the night. One of the other fun questions I want answered in this game, and Capitalist, you'll be able to bear with me on this one because it's a commentator's nightmare, right? Imagine ZTOK was actually pronounced ZTOK, and you've got ROTK and ZTOK. Are you with me? I'm looking forward to LD with that one.
I would love to see him try that, yes.
He needs to. That's a challenge right there, right?
Yeah,
he needs to deliver on that
we could
challenge.
pass the
LD needs to deliver on this. He does need to deliver. Anyway, I'm stalling a little bit because we're just waiting.
ZTOK. I was like, all right, sure, Paul, just go with that.
Just go with it, Cam. It's fine. We'll get there in the end because we are just moments away from the draft. Now we can start talking about that draft. All these drafts are important, but the first game in particular sets the kind of tone. We saw it in the previous game. Vega maybe got it wrong a little bit game 2, or definitely got it wrong game 2, but may have got it wrong in the first one and thrown things away and didn't really pick up on what the other team were doing, what EHOME were doing to them. They've got to get this right, Unknown, from the very get-go. It's very important, this first draft.
For me, I'm looking at the Queen of Pain mainly for them, because I think that the Queen of Pain is one of Kotaro's best hero. It creates a lot of early pressure that they can actually fight against LGD, because I think LGD are going to bring that, that 20-minute team fight power that Unknown are going to have to contend with, and they're going to need some early fighters based off of that. I even look at some strong laning phase they've done in the past, like certain Ogre Magi pickups that have been rather interesting against Elite Wolves, but it actually worked out rather well for them. They need really strong laning phase presence in their off lane and a mid matchup that is favorable.
Okay.
I feel like we could even see some weird picks come out of Kotaru. Like during the TI5 qualifiers, he was all over the place with the heroes he picked. He played like a Ursa game, he played like a Sven game. Maybe something like that might be a key as well, since they are basically bringing a pub playstyle to a pro game. And that's one of the things that I enjoyed the most from watching the game the other day, was just these are a bunch of kids that play pubs all the time, and they're against a bunch of guys that have been playing since before TI1, since these guys were like 10, 9, 8 years old kind of a thing. And it's just amazing to see that new experience is enough to take a win off the big guys. So maybe that'll be the solution.
I think part of it too is when you play with freedom, you can tell that they're really unburdened because they weren't meant to get here. Nobody predicted them to make it into the qualifiers in the first place. They get through, and then the expected result happens in the bracket, but then they end up beating the TI4 champions. And all of a sudden they're playing against LGD in a best of 3, you're probably really emboldened right now because you beat the TI4 champions. You probably think, oh, we deserve to be here. We didn't just luck our way in.
Yeah, it's confidence growing, isn't it?
Exactly. It's one of those teams. It's the situation where if they go out here, they're still going to be pretty satisfied with the result, but you can tell they're hungry for more. They've got the entirety of South America behind them. I saw so many different Facebook posts from everywhere. My Twitter feed just blew up with a bunch of people tweeting B03 and stuff like that. So I think stuff like that is really exciting, and I think it does give you a lot of confidence knowing that.
Yeah, it's great to see a new team from another continent as well. We've got a Tusk in, 4 bans down. Kat, where are we?
What I really like about this is LGD have clearly altered their bans to Unknown's playstyle. They take away both the Winter Wyvern as well as the Spirit Breaker. I would argue that those are two of the best heroes that synergize well with the Darkseer. Leaving that out, Unknown may still pick it up. It's one of their favorite heroes, but you don't have those other heroes to go with it.
No.
Instead, they go for the SF Dazzle.
You know what that means, guys? You're going to hear a lot of SF taunts this game.
Yeah, you are.
I'm actually really upset about this.
I love that. I think it's hilarious.
The first 6 times, yes. The following 23.
No, you know why they do that? Because I think it's because they think the Chinese are a little bit more structured and a little bit less BM than them. So what I heard is they just do it to kind of tilt. It's meant to just like throw them off, because imagine you're in the middle of the mid lane and then he just keeps taunting you like 4 times in a row and you've got no idea what's going on.
They did a lot in the NA qualifiers, that's for sure.
Dude, that's hilarious.
It was pretty extreme. So with the Dazzle pickup here, they're pretty protected since they did ban A in the first round. But quite a few good heroes did make it through.
Dazzle still, by the way, we talk about this every time it gets picked up because it loses every time it's been picked up so far in the last couple of days, it seems. It's not quite that bad, but it's 41.9% win rate with that Dazzle.
I'd be really curious to see what his win rate is like with Shadow Fiend, though. Because as we saw with the Abaddon in the last game with the Dragon Knight, if you put heals and protection on a hero that's naturally tanky, then it's going to go a lot farther. So for Shadow Fiend, he's building tons of agility items going into the late game. You put a heal on him, he's getting more value there as well. So I feel like, and especially because he has a lot of damage that he can do in a short period of time. So I feel like Dazzle can actually synergize really well with this hero, do further minus armor. It's just a really good pairing where before people were just grabbing Dazzle to protect against maybe a Slardar or just to have Grave.
Okay, so Darkseer goes to LGD instead.
They have to be a little careful with their carry now.
Radiant team ban.
There goes their typical. Oscar is gone.
Yeah, no surprises this time.
I think Unknown should start to ban out the really strong mid heroes. Something like the Wind Ranger, or even, I'm trying to think right now. The Wind Ranger would be pretty annoying to play against. I think Queen of Pain is, you can deal with her.
Because of the Dazzle?
No, more just the fact that the SF does okay in that matchup, and because you have the Radiant side jungle, you can kind of abuse that stack. But the Gyrocopter is also what I thought LGD would pick if they didn't ban it right here, just because you ban out the Huskar, that's the main counter to the hero, and it does fit their playstyle where they want to try to get aggressive all around the map.
Right, has really good synergy with Darkseer as well.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like surely Quap's the go-to to ban for Unknown.
Yeah.
Just such a dangerous hero.
Reserve time.
They currently lack 2 heroes that, I mean, in the laning stage, Shadow Fiend's okay against it, but as things develop, they don't have any lockdowns right now, and they'd be forced to catch up with their next couple picks, which could allow LGD to target ban really easily.
Yeah, the thing about it is they can put the Queen of Pain in the safe lane and still pick up like a Templar Assassin mid as well for maybe.
But Unknown may want that as well. They did first pick it or second pick it in their do or die match.
I would sort of like to see the Queen of Pain ban. I think the Clockwork one is a little bit more obvious just because LGD, when they look at Unknown's draft, it's pretty open. And most of the hard carries that they're worried about are probably already banned out, the Gyrocopter and the Husk. And if you look at LGD's lineup, the Clockwork actually does quite well against the Darkseer.
And Unknown picked it in their last game. So.
Yeah. Greedy played it, I believe.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't 100% successful, it still kind of fits their playstyle. So they do ban out the Lina. They take out one of the 2 mid laners that are good against the Shadow Fiend. And that's actually probably the premier one, just because the BKB piercing ulti with the Ags.
What was the second mid hero you'd say would beat SF mid?
I think Wind Ranger and Lina. I said those 2 would be banned, but they actually, instead of doing the Wind Ranger, they banned out the Gyrocopter.
I wonder if we'll see a role switch. Yesterday, Atune played the Alchemist in safe lane. He even made those comments on the video about wanting to play against the mid players.
5 seconds
So,
remaining.
but I think he was playing the Shadow Fiend at the qualifier, but it kind of seems like they swapped roles a little bit.
I think it's just for TA. It's a Katara Hayama special.
Okay.
So what do we think about LGD? They need a carry, another support for sure, and a mid laner. And
that's the call.
Radiant team pick.
No huge surprise there. Not bad for Unknown. It's probably why they didn't ban Quaps, because they knew they were going to first pick Night Stalker. So now they have that silence against Queen of Pain. We saw it very useful in the last game of the stream. Mag played great on Night Stalker, and it worked very well versus Queen of Pain.
it just forces you to do a wonky item build. Because if you go for the Orchid, then if the Night Stalker gets the jump on you first through smoke or something like that, you die so quickly and you throw away 5k net worth over nothing.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think it's really hard right now for Unknown to judge whether or not they can be aggressive with the dual lane scenario in the off lane, because LGD haven't picked up that other core. Because it could still be a Queen of Pain in the safe lane, and that's really dangerous to contend with.
Maybe you pick Slardar and run the NS as a support.
LGD.
Well, Ember very good versus Queen of Pain. Pretty good against Darkseer too. Can't move even when you're surged. And pretty easy for him to get away from Tusk. LGD is definitely lacking disables right now. And like you said, if Quap does go work it, then she's still very vulnerable to Night Stalker for a while.
The Ember's not bad too. It just depends on who initiates on who. If the Ember sees the Queen of Pain, we saw it a lot at TI when teams would pick up the Queen of Pain or the Anti-Mage. Like the response would almost always be the Ember, and then they would just run a mid-game lineup. But LGD, instead of picking the Wind Ranger, they're going to take the Templar Assassin, who does really well against the Shadow Fiend mid.
Now you need a strong response hero for LGD, because you need like a really good controlling hero, I feel, because the Ember Spear and the Night Stalker can just get in your face so much that it's dangerous, because Templar Assassin and Queen of Pain are such fragile cores.
Yeah, they're definitely lacking disables. You're totally right about that. But I guess Unknown doesn't have that many as well. I guess theirs is better with Ember Spirit.
In general, I think it's just better for Unknown because they are naturally going to be the aggressors. For me, I would look like the Disruptor as well. For
I was thinking Unknown would pick Disruptor. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to say before they picked it. Yeah. I felt it.
You're gonna get in there beforehand?
It's good against Darkseer. It's good against Queen of Pain. It has some damage sources against TA. I think it's pretty good. You can ulti on top of Tusk Snowball.
And if you have a strong enough dual lane at that point to threaten the Darkseer, you can rotate the Dazzle into the mid lane, depending on how that matchup is going for him. Focus on stacking up the Radiant jungle to make sure the SF does have that farm to be able to fall back on.
The downside though is when LGD gets BKBs, then your draft does nothing, which is what we saw earlier today. I think it was the Mineski lineup, I believe. They did a similar strat, but Secret just built BKBs and then it was easy.
What do you feel like is more likely here? That the Night Stalker is a support? Or do you feel like it's the offlane? If they think it's the support, then you can take something like Slardar and you'd have tons of negative armor.
Yeah, I guess.
You'd have an easy way to deal with the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, I think you're right. They might as well. It's one of the best heroes right now. It's been having some trouble the last couple days. And they go Wind Ranger.
Hey, that's...
So... Is that a support? It's offlane Wind Ranger, offlane dual lane Night Stalker Wind Ranger, maybe? Dazzle Wind Ranger, something like that.
Shadow Shaman, really good control for LGD, exactly what they needed.
Okay, thank you very much, all three of you. We'll hear from you at the end of the match. Now time to go over to our commentary team for the final match of the night for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the match that everyone has been waiting for. Unknown are trying to prove that they are not a flash in the pan. I'm LD. I'm joined here to my right by Merlini. Ben, do you believe that the Peruvians can do it?
I know you're rooting for them.
I love a good underdog story. They had me dead to rights there.
I've been a fan of Maybe for a pretty long time, so I'm going to root for LGD. I'm against you.
Ben was actively rooting. You want them to be taken down a peg. You feel they're a little overconfident, perhaps.
Yeah, they say it's their war cry. War cry.
They said that, but they said after we win, and they do it before they've even secured the late 8 stage. So the final pick here, Shadow Shaman, we did see the Visage ban out from Unknown. Definitely felt like they needed something that could take objectives, towers, as well as Roshan. So I do like the Shadow Shaman grab as an alternative. Actually, it's been a pretty surprisingly successful hero as of late.
You know, the whole time I was kind of rooting for an Abaddon pick after seeing him last game.
I don't know if anybody can pull it off quite the way Lanham did. But all right, folks, with that, as you can see our beautiful stage, we hop into game one of this best of three. It's LGD versus Unknown. Here we go.
Need more taunts.
Already, the symbols are out. Attune is on the case.
All right, so whose lineup do you favor more, LD?
Oh, that's actually a good question. I think both lineups are very strong. It's, to me, entirely about the lane. So I guess let's look at the matchups here. It's going to be the Ztalk Night Stalker heading towards top will be kind of supporting Greedy as a Wind Ranger, perhaps, roaming a bit. Attune mid on the Shadow Fiend, but he's going to be up against Maybe's TA. That is a tough matchup for sure. And then you've got the safe lane Ember with a Dazzle. Not the most kill potential if the Dazzle indeed heads that way on a Darkseer. So I don't know. I worry. I actually slightly favor LGDs in terms of the laning stage and then their ability to take objectives. But if Unknown have that good start, there's really not that much control here for an Ember Spirit. Like, until you get a blink on the Shadow Shaman, how do you really lock them down?
Sylar Orchid?
Yeah, that would be the big way. But as the analysts point out, then you've got a very squishy Queen of Pain.
Mm-hmm. Always a Tusk Snowball to protect them, though. Queen of Pain scouted out the Night Stalker pretty early. They want to actually pressure the Queen of Pain a lot. Wind Ranger is not that bad of a matchup. In one-on-one, though, there's a lot of chasing room for Sylar.
Yeah, it's something we haven't seen. Queen of Pain isn't traditionally considered that hard of a carry, so most teams are fine just trading farm, but putting some pressure on her would be an interesting tweak on the normal laning setup.
And Darkseer versus Ember left alone on bottom. It's not going to be easy for Ember Spirit in the early levels.
I'm surprised Attune doesn't get tired of the symbols. You know? Look at this guy. He's in Frankfurt at the major, just dancing around in the mid lane. So much at stake, but it feels like an average pub. Well, here come the shards. They want to punish this a little bit. He thinks about the turn with the raises, doesn't need it quite yet, and Ztalk is here to protect him. Should be okay for now. Meanwhile, top lane, the Wind Ranger does get run down by Sylar. So the first blood goes the way of LGD. Very nice catch there.
I mean, he doesn't have a salve right now. I think he took a little bit extra damage. He also dropped his items before the bounty rune even spawned.
The salve is on its way now on the courier, but yeah, this is not the ideal start here for the Shadow Fiend. I don't know if the symbols are the cause. It was a pretty good shards catch anyway, but he's playing rather aggressively. So often the LGD offlane, we do see the Darkseer here, and you know, there was discussion about Disruptor, quite a bit of kill potential once you get to that level 3 to 5 range with the Ember and the Disruptor, but these two, Ben, they're not so good at killing Darkseer.
Not really good at zoning him out either. MMY kind of hidden behind enemy lines. Not level 2 yet.
So maybe does tank a few tower shots here mid. Will be forced back, and we're going to see Greedy rotate now as the shards come in, looking to catch out Excel. Beautiful catch here. Has one more tango. Doesn't want to use it. Figures he's dead anyway. And the snowball indeed says, yes, sir, you are. As Momoya makes short work here of the support player for Unknown. Now Greedy will grab that bounty rune. There is a DD rune bottom. Could be a big pickup for Ztalk. Does have the boots, though we're not close to nighttime, unfortunately, for him.
I mean, I think the first pick Tusk for LGD is certainly warranted, given MMY's Ice Shards placement, his early maneuvering.
Whose Tusk do you prefer, MMY or 11, if you had to
Well,
pick
they're
one?
both different roles, but I would actually say MMY maybe.
Okay. We'll see if he lives up to it. He did have the one shoddy game the other day, but other than that, he's been spot on all tournament, and even MMY's human after all. Only
Look at Ztalk.
Yeah, trying to help his shadow friend out mid, and he certainly needs it. So despite the early kills here, Kataro is farming very well on the Ember Spirit in the bottom lane, 12-4. The Shadow Fiend doing quite well. We are seeing some stacking, so it looks like the early economy for the cores will be intact. And this is kind of an interesting thing with Unknown, Ben. I think it's worth discussing since everything's fairly passive for now. Is they tend to have much more of that, like 2 fat carries and then 3 very poor heroes syndrome than some other teams.
Yeah, it's true. And especially this game, those supports are really poor. Night Stalker's still level 1, Dazzle with the early First Blood, and I don't know, they seem to manage to pick up their Glimmer Capes and other items at a reasonable pace, though, so they don't seem to suffer too much from that.
Yeah, that's where you really want to see, once the Ember Spirit of Kataro gets his level 7 or so, maybe he starts to move around the map and then give the lane to a support, try to set up some ganks. It will pressure maybe a little bit in the mid lane, but MMY is sitting in reserve with a Clarity as well as a Mango. That would be dangerous, and I suppose the big thing here is that this off lane currently not being contested at all by Greedy. He's back just scouting the top rune very early there.
Yeah, it's a tough lane for a Wind Ranger, especially with Shackle being pretty much the entire duration of Wind Run.
I mean, there's the option of maybe sending the Night Stalker there, but then your Shadow Fiend's left alone. Is this just a necessary sacrifice, or?
Well, they want to prioritize farm and the Shadow Fiend. It's not that easy of a matchup versus TA, and just getting him stacks as much as possible.
Is really toying with maybe. It does get the bottle back now. Will heal up as we'll see an Invis. Grabbed by Z-Talk. It is nighttime. Only level 2 on the Night Stalker. In fact, the Shaman of DDC already 3.5. So you can see the lack of pressure here, Tom, does have its consequences early on. Makes his way forward is...
Oh, he ran into Sentry Ward vision.
Yep. Creeps are going to hit him, so he knows. But he is also denied any sort of pressure in that lane. And meanwhile, someone who was not scouted, swinging towards mid, it's MMY. Gets the ward down. Attune's out a bit far. Snowball's going to come through. The shards are available. It's not a catch, though, by MMY. A missed opportunity, and suddenly Z-Talk arrives from behind, and Attune has been given a freebie. Didn't get the last hit there, but still denies the gank. Even forced out the mango for that attempt.
At least he dropped an Observer Ward safely, and Tusk is probably wondering how they were able to respond so fast, and they have an Observer Ward of their own.
Yeah, very nicely done there. And meanwhile, top lane, there's a jump forward onto Greedy. Gets caught up by the shackles. He already popped the Wind Run, so he's got no way out of this situation. Throws out a power shot, but it's to no avail. So a good retaliation kill there by LGD. As they continue to get a lot of early levels on DDC. 4 and change already. The Night Stalker just clipping level 3. Excel also only 3.5. So we're going to see those fast Shaman wards at this rate.
And an underfarmed Wind Ranger. She fell out of favor because she wasn't really able to stand in the off lane.
Big jump forward by Attune. He's gotten really far into the tower. Only so much the Night Stalker can do to protect him, and they're going to rotate the Queen of Pain. Tyler wants to put a stop to this, but there's the deny! Beautifully played by Z-Talk. Forces out the TP. They do lose their Shadow Fiend, but in the end, he is able to avoid giving away the kill.
They actually needed the TA in the snowball, too. He didn't bring the TA along with the Tusk.
So for that this does secure the 6-minute rune. Maybe he's going to get it, but it's a bounty. Meanwhile, regen bottom.
LGD have really good wards up in the jungle, though. They're blocking, still blocking that small camp, and then they have kind of good vision of where SF's going to be. So maybe they can jack his stacks with the Darkseer once he has mana.
And I mean, you just compare. I've been comparing the supports. Well, mid lane, a little bit of pressures. Maybe he's going to back off, but the off laner seems to be the biggest trade-off. That ROTK level 6, Wind Ranger level 3.
At least he has money for boots.
It's the little things.
But the items for the offlane Wind Ranger are scarce, and even then, like the mech build for the Wind Ranger has been completely out of favor. Not really sure what item build they're planning on going for. Maybe 4-staff, but that's also been a little bit out of favor. I want to see how they utilize this Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. For now, has gone for the very traditional 1-2-1 build. Sometimes we do see the support Wind Rangers even opt to level up the Shackle over Power Shot if they feel like they're really going to be experience starved, but it's not come to that point yet, as there is some action bottom lane. Dive, Kataro fishing for the RTK kill. He's going to find it. The shards are there, not fully trapping him, and he jukes, but he's already committed all the remnants. Does force out the double hero rotation, gets the kill, but will pay with his life.
Maybe pressuring Attune in mid.
Oh, maybe he might be about to get pressured, but no points yet in Meld. They could go for this one. The Raze comes out. Maybe has the fresh refraction, though, and with the trap being dropped, Z-Talk gonna have a hard time running him down. Support is inbound. Shadow Shaman moving into position. And it looks like DDC could cut off Z-Talk here on the way out. Let's see. Clubbed a few times. Now tanks a void, but in comes the TA, and there's the shackles. A little bit of extra damage with MMY here as well, and Z-Talk has overextended, will go down. LGD just punishing the unknown heroes that dive in a little bit too deep once again.
I think he expected the Shadow Fiend to be up there. He was playing like, okay, we can kill this Shadow Shaman. If he shackles me, you can just hit him with a double raise, but he was busy farming out the creep wave in mid lane with not enough mana to raise out the lane and come over.
What Shadow Fiend build do you expect this game? We've seen sometimes that early Sanjin Yasha, the mech.
I think they need an early mech. It's not coming out on the Wind Ranger anytime soon.
LGD definitely looked like they could 5-man a lot early.
Because you have to worry about LGD taking out Roshan very early. Not only do they have a TA, they're also on Dire, and they have the Shadow Shaman, who is level 5 already.
And that's the big thing here. They banned Visage, worried about that ability to take objectives, but Shaman can maybe even do more there at the Roche pit if he gets the fast level 6.
MMY doing a pretty good job of reading the ganks from Unknown, sitting their bottom to protect our OTK, sitting their mid to help out the Shadow Shaman, although not picture-perfect placement with his Ice Shards yet.
The smoke now. MMY will be looking for a little vengeance in the mid lane, bringing in Sylar as well, level 8 already. And Atun is in a very compromised position, but Excel GD is there to reveal the gank. Maybe they get both. They commit the quad bolt, and instantly Graves looks for the TP out. He's gonna make it! Beautiful play. Just skates away still, though. Atun could be in trouble anyway. There's nobody home. Help me, he says. Help me. He's got the stick. Hanging onto it. Pops it now. Maybe. Chain. Backup has arrived in the form of Kataro. He's going to get a second kill. But out they blink. Sylar will escape. So they bring down the Shadow Fiend, but it costs them two. And Kataro, all of a sudden, we haven't seen this build as much lately, but it looks like he might be rushing those Boots of Travel. 1,800 gold up.
It's going to be pretty good. I don't know if he might be susceptible to the Queen of Pain burst though, if he does do that, as well as the Tusk, so he has to play it pretty darn carefully. They had a lot of physical damage and he can't rely on Flame Guard too much. That was a great grave by the Dazzle there, really quick.
Very quick reactions, and also protects the Shadow Fiend by revealing the gank, so well played there. As Kataro will take over the mid lane for a little bit. Looks like they might want to make a jump forward on maybe. Dangerous to dive him here under the tower. LGD, while this was all going on, managed to siege out the top tier 1. Not the best tower defense available for Unknown, so they do let it drop. There will be some additional gold for the LGD machine, now leading by 2,000 gold, 2,000 experience, this entire laning stage going their way when it comes to the numbers.
And they have a pretty good opportunity right here, I think, to try and siege Darkseer and the rest of LGD before Darkseer gets his mech. He's still 400 gold away. It's going to be nighttime pretty darn soon. And Atun actually is a little bit further away from his mech than I expected.
Yeah, he did get the stacks, but in terms of the laning stage, it's 70 CS, so I guess stopped off for the Aquila as well, and that may be slowing him down just a little bit.
But almost level 6 on Night Stalker and BOT's up on Ember Spear. I think it's a good time to hit.
Yeah, nighttime not that far off. A couple of minutes to go, and Zitok, as you mentioned, is getting his levels bottom. It's been kind of quiet here from LGD lately, with the wards on cooldown. They're waiting for those before they really look for the objectives, but...
And no ancient stacks from, or not that many ancient stacks from LGD.
And they have been warded, something a lot of teams are not disciplined about doing.
Sentry ward dropped on bottom lane, does not find the Observer ward. Looks like MMY purchased a smoke, getting ready to hit. They want to get a kill and then take a tower down with the Master Print Ward, but it's going to be right before nighttime. It's almost there.
Mech is ready. Shackle's going to latch in the mid lane. It's a level 3 Shackle. He has opted to prioritize it, but no follow-up at all. Looks like it could be an opportunity, but maybe with the Refraction active is just too tanky. And they do have their mech now, along with the Clarity, so Unknown may be gearing up.
Once he gets his focus fired, they can take down the Refraction really quickly, but precasted by maybe no kill there.
Yeah. And the Ember does have the BOTs as well, so if they really see an opportunity, Kataro could jump in. For now, opting to hold that bottom lane.
Yeah, I think everything's ready for Unknown. Mech, nighttime, plus BOTs. It's a good time.
And what are LGD waiting for here?
Mech on ROTK for sure.
Okay. They've got the wards back up on DDC now. When do they look for that first big objective? The tier 1 mid, tier 1 bottom, maybe the Roche. It's only level 2 meld so far. But maybe we'll bottle what could be a very fight-changing rune. Gets that haste. This is a scary moment for Unknown.
Looks like ROTK has TP bottom. MMY already spoken in his inventory. This is the time. They don't have vision in the Radiant jungle, though. That ward already expired for them. They're going to meet head-on, though.
Excel moving in towards the mid lane, but he did walk over this trap here, so was scouted. And Shackle's gonna latch, they're gonna connect, it's a 2-hero grab. Kataro jumping forward, catches out one, but he gets shackled in turn. The counter shackle, can he make it out? No, he's not able to. Then the quad bolt comes in from Silent, they decimate two, and they're hunting for more. The mech is still available. They can look to turn this with the Requiem. Atun gets it off, it hits all four. Does he have the follow-up DDC? Blasted down, can Atun fight his way out of this? The quad blinks away, he's gonna turn back from MMY, and meanwhile LGD hunting the stragglers. The trap slowing him down. The TA gets locked onto the Shadow Fiend. Power shot not enough to bring down Silent. They turn back for a 2 with 3 dead. He gets one. Can he find maybe? Refraction still has 4 charges up. Shackle cooling down. Turns, drops the trap, wants to fight, re-engaging onto Atun. Man mode here from the TA, and in the end, we'll all settle down, and it looks like it was a 3 for 3.
What an excellent shackle coming out from the Wind Ranger, and nice reaction coming out from the Shadow Shaman too. He hexed and bought time for the snowball,
so that the Darkseer could drop his spells. He managed to get his wall and his mech off before he died.
Imagine if that Ember Spirit didn't get burst at the beginning of the fight. Kataro pretty close to being able to get out of there.
Yeah, no points in Sleight of Fist. Sometimes that like 1 second of invulnerability is enough to save him.
Another shackle again, greedy. Maybe the real star of the show here. They're gonna silence maybe, and that's the TP. MMY says, get the hell out of my mid lane. And these kids will get off his yard, at least for now. So Excel. The deep wards have been pretty good here for LGD. One of them's worn off, but they still have one up towards the secret shop. It's gonna scout this Dazzle's rotation, and now time for the Ancients. Might not be the biggest stack, but this is the Templar Assassin advantage that every team looks to take advantage of.
Yeah, they wasted 2 sentries though, trying to deward that Observer Ward, and it's still gonna stay up for a good 3 minutes.
A little extra gold here into LGD's pockets. They'll take what they can get. Rotating in bottom is Kataro, still no points in Sleight, so doesn't have the easiest initiation, and they're gonna show RTK mid. There's a backstab being attempted here by Z-Talk, but that would be a very bold maneuver. Radiant squad only seeing the Darkseer right now.
Ooh, that's a very early Orchid coming out from Sylar. That's problematic for the Ember Spirit. He went BOTs, but has very little HP. He doesn't know this gank is coming.
It is nighttime as well. Very tricky. There's the reveal, jumps in, but Kataro able to just walk away. They couldn't get in range with DDC.
Yeah, and the Flame Guard's still up for about 5 seconds time, but gonna run away once that's down.
Well, he's sticking around for now. And they are wrapping with MMY. He's got another ward. The deep wards have been trouble. Z-Talk will scout out MMY though, quickly gets up the void, draws first, and now they chase forward. He drops the ward while being pursued, but there's Kataro. Baits out the snowball, gonna drag him back away from the reinforcements. Oh, does go to the creeps. MMY will end up going down. Good attempt there to escape, but not enough. As Sylar farms a camp, Z-Talk hunts forward, RTK with the surge. The Queen of Pain into the trees, blink out, and Sylar will TP away. Can they catch him? No points in sight yet.
It's not a bad move for LGD. They got a ward down, they got the tower, and only sacrificed MMY's life, who managed to complete his urn before dying. So that's
Wonder
pretty
if they
good.
saw that. He did drop it in vision, but they might have been busy chasing.
Yeah, the night times have not been that devastating for LGD. That fight near the Dire Anxious would have been a lot worse had they not had that Observer Ward to set up for the Shackle.
Still, I am wondering at what point do LGD look for those big objectives with the Shaman wards. Haven't tried to take the tier 1 mid or bottom yet. Continue just to farm and play a more spread out style.
Well, they have to wait for maybe to get some items. He doesn't have anything right now. He's very close to his Desolator, but compare that to the Shadow Fiend, who already has a mech and most of his BKB, an Ember Spirit who has, looks like drums and BOTs completed.
I mean, compare this to what we saw earlier today as well. I think there was, what, an 11-minute Desolator with these same items? Yeah, not the fastest start. And granted, maybe has not gotten a whole lot of help.
They had the luxury of being able to take out Roche, you know, in maybe 10 seconds time, maybe even less, if they have a medallion.
And that's where the Radiant Vision could be very problematic. Just one illusion currently up towards the pit. Now the Deso complete. LGD, is this their time to make a move? They are going to shake a leg, and they head towards the bottom ramp. Maybe they do sneak into the Roche pit. At the same moment, a blink grab by the Wind Ranger. Could be that source of initiation. So far,
Smoke's gonna happen around the same time.
Will the timing be right here? The Toon's still farming, and they might already be too late, even if they head now. Doesn't look like they're going to. So this will be more or less a free Roshan for LGD. Very patient play from them. Some whiffed opportunities earlier, but maybe we'll grab it. Gets that extra life nice and early for LGD. And now Unknown gonna have a really hard time bringing him down.
I mean, Shadow Shaman has been just so nice and being able to just feel very safe when you're taking out the Roche. If the other team tries to contest, they have to fight under the wards. They managed to come out slightly ahead in the last fight because they were able to drag the fight away from the wards and down near the south side of the river. But with Roshan, you don't have that luxury.
They probably figure the wards are down, granted, but this is still a very bold maneuver. Smoking against the Aegis.
Well, they know they probably use wards for it, so it's a pretty good time to do so.
Let's see if they can actually get that jump. Moving towards top.
There's a blink on the Wind Ranger, so that's kind of a new item that LGD are not going to expect. So Tusk, I think, has to make big plays. Tusk or Shadow Shaman, or even ROTK.
And Z-Talk was the man in front, but it is currently daytime and did not want to pop that darkness. Didn't see any opportunities. They do manage to get a deep ward down, and it is going to scout out Sylar as a little drummer boy. Raises the morale here for the Unknown squad top, but LGD, they mount the assault mid instead. The Desolator comes into play now. Kataro getting scouted up by a Tramp. Very nice placement there for maybe. He will force out the Remnant, a little paranoid about getting hexed, and wise that he did as DDC poked his head into the trees to see if anybody was lurking. We'll take down the tower. LGD, systematic so far. They already also grabbed the tier 1 bottom earlier. A small trade for Unknown, but they're giving up quite a bit of map control with that mid tower down.
The Ember Spirit's farm has suffered because he's really scared of the Orchid. He knows that he can die if he's too far out and without Flame Guard up, but his gold's 2,000 below the 2 cores on LGD.
And Kataro is sitting very far back. Even opted for the drums as well, just for the bit of extra HP. It's going to delay any sort of bigger item to deal with the Orchid or to accelerate his farm.
So this might actually be a good fight for Unknown. Nighttime's closing in pretty soon, but with the wards drop, very unlikely to take a fight, even if it's 4 on 5.
He's really taunting LGD here. DDC doesn't have the blink just yet, though.
Yeah, no Orchid, no blink. Looks fine for them.
So they're going to trade on mid. As Attune posts up, Excel is here next to him. But the shards scare them back. So it's another tower grab by LGD. Really making great use of this Aegis. 19 minutes in. They have managed to grab quite a few crucial towers. The tier 2 bottom, tier 1 mid, and now back to stacking Ancients.
But Unknown haven't been able to really pressure that much with the Night Stalker as well as the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit with the split push threat, and then Night Stalker with the darkness, vision, and being able to just scout out LGD before they can scout them out. But the TA traps certainly help a little bit with that. But at the same time, Unknown are falling behind in terms of farm and objectives.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. He's got a haste and a DD, and he is on the hunt right now. Dropping the traps at the Ancients, sprinting up the ramp. He is not afraid. This is not a good time to engage, and I'm not sure they'll get caught here. Unknown gonna smoke again, though. They are quite close. Smoke almost revealed. In fact, Z-Talk, his smoke did break. Don't think the Dire squad actually saw him, but they know somebody's nearby, and Z-Talk. Looks like he may be seen here by maybe, but it is nighttime. The trap gets dropped on the high ground, out of range. And meanwhile, up in the Dire jungle, they found that Blink Shackle. It's onto Sylar. Big grab! Again, it's Greedy, making the plays for Unknown.
Nice observer ward placement by Unknown. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what they needed.
They had that quote-unquote failed gank earlier top, but this did allow them to get the ward down.
But we might see a solo kill attempt by Shadow Shaman with his recently acquired Blink Dagger.
Kataro does pop the Flame Guard here, so at least that Ether Shock isn't going to bother him.
He doesn't have any remnants out. They can hover over him and see that.
Maybe he's moving in. If he gets in range with the Deso, this is death for Kataro, but he senses something coming. He's going to back off, and meanwhile, Greedy applies a bit of pressure in the top lane, forces RTK back. They get another deep ward down. This one over towards the mid lane, so very good maneuvering here by Unknown. Ensuring that they won't be caught entirely off guard, and it looks like the Ember is going to go back into that Manta style now. Grabbing his Blade of Alacrity, Yasha complete. Nothing too greedy here for Kataro.
So it looks like they probably need a blink on a Tusk to deal with the Shackle Shot coming out from a Wind Ranger. There's so much burst at the start, and they don't have the luxury of having a Grave to save them. So that's kind of the next best counter that they have.
Just for the Blink Snowball, you mean?
Yeah, I think Blink Snowball is pretty good, especially without Shadow Fiend having a BKB. It's very unlikely that he's going to be able to get a Requiem off to counter that.
Let's see. Kataro's still farming. And I feel the big thing for Unknown is they haven't gotten forced into a 5v5 against LGD. They've been able to spread the map, mostly trade so far. But do you see LGD allowing that to continue?
I mean, they've been positioning themselves pretty well.
Attune, this could be bad. Caught up by the shards. He pops the bottle. He tries for the Requiem. That ain't gonna happen. Symbols or not. He too bleeds. And LGD grab the kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're diving a bit deeper. Kataro able to get the chains off onto maybe, but he jumps forward. Hasted and double damage up again. Off with your head. Slices up Excel, and what do you know, has the perfect rune to lop down this tower as well. 2 quick kills. And LGD surge forward looking for high ground. No buybacks available. The wards are ready. 1-2 mistakes, and all of a sudden the base is in jeopardy. LGD showing that killer instinct here. Well, they might not be able to fully break the base. They're at least going to grab this tower from the looks of it.
And no buyback from Shadow Fiend. So this is definitely a free T3.
Yeah, no real damage here on Kataro to actually deter the push. Still very early in the Ember's game. Tower will fall. LGD is going to play it safe. They don't try for the racks or anything like that. They'll back away, get their next round of items, a BKB now up on Sylar, and maybe very close to one of his own if that's the choice. 3,300 gold.
The Ember Spirit has been very hesitant to jump in, though. I can understand why he's scared, though. There's like the Tusk lockdown, the Hex, and the Orchid for him to deal with.
Just BOT'd into this lane. Could be in trouble. The Blink Hex, quick reveal. Kataro also dead. LGD 3 in a row as they continue to find the picks all over the map. And now the Blink on the Tusk does come online. Big core items coming out as they now exceed a 5,000 gold lead. Experience also going their way. Excel drops a ward, and a Wild Shadow Shaman's there. Oh, crap. That's not what he was looking for. DDC, he gets off the shackles. That's 4. LGD heating up.
I think the biggest difference in this game is the position ones. The Queen of Pain has been doing a lot more than the Ember Spirit has. He's been kind of playing very scared. He went for a greedy build, yet he's still number 6 in terms of net worth, whereas the Queen of Pain with the Orchid has just been making Unknown feel very, very scared. No one really wants to go out by themselves, and no one really can, I guess, aside from the Shadow Fiend.
You compare that to, like, say, Aggressive, who didn't go for the BOTs. He went for a lot more stats items, but he also shut down the enemy supports because he ganked so early.
Yeah, I think it was because he died at that fight of the Ancients. He's very scared because of that. And I think that was before the Orchid came out, but not having the Sleight of Fist and not being really quick with the Remnant really, really hurt him.
On the back of that whole skirmish, they got down 2 key wards here on the Radiant side of the map now. LGD, the battle for vision continues, and they get a lot of it out of this.
They just have much better pickoff right now.
Oh, close call top. Almost got caught there, but was behind the tree. But still, he BOTs on top. He kills 1 big camp, and then he's got to jump home. So he's not really getting that farm efficiency, as you pointed out.
But you have like 3 heroes that can solo kill on LGD. The Queen, the Shadow Shaman, and the TA, who are both very, very strong. Unknown, really, I guess, just a Wind Ranger, but even then, she can't do it by herself. She has the Blink Shackle, but no damage to follow it up.
Well, the systematic pressure and ganking has paid off as LGD not find themselves up not just 5,000, but 10,000 gold, 7,500 experience. And
Shadow Shaman's able to push another tower by himself.
What do they do about it? They're busy running for their lives, it seems. The Sylar, the scout out Z-Talk top. It looks like he's going to build his Assault Cuirass next, so gets a big item to help siege the high ground. It's going to be a lot of minus armor for these buildings. But first, they await the Roche, and what do you know? He's up. Grab the bounty rune, perhaps? No, they're going to leave the bottle for now. So MMI will take it, perhaps.
At least Wind Ranger is getting a lot of farm, though. That can somewhat make up for Ember Spirit's lack thereof. Already with Scepter completed. That's a pretty good timing for offlane.
I just worry about the Ember's relevance. Like, Wind Ranger can still offer a lot with the Shackle Shot, but what does an Ember do without farm at this stage?
Well, he just can't get jumped. He has to, use his Sleight very well, use his Remnant whenever he thinks he's about to get Blink jumped, and sometimes you'll just see, like, Shadow Shaman's Blink jump and the Ember has already slighted or already used his ultimate, and then the Shadow Shaman's stranded. He's never really pulling LGD into any of these positions, though, and just letting them always get the jump. And they should have the vision advantage, too, with Night Stalker in the game.
At what point do you see LGD looking?
It looks like they're about to smoke under a ward.
They had eyes on Kataro. He stuck around a bit longer. They could have gone for that Blink Hex, which DDC has been on point with. Pretty much every kill set up by him this time. Let's go back to that top lane where he really didn't feel any pressure. And that's something we often bring up is Shadow Shaman. Not the strongest laning support if there's an aggressive lane, but it was anything but. BKB forced out by Sylar. Nicely played by Greedy, but now does need to walk away.
That's pretty good. And they have the BKB freshly acquired.
RTK jumped in, a bold step forward. Can they set up the Shackle here? Greedy could go for it. Actually had a 2-hero opportunity, but then would have been fighting into the Aegis. And
I wonder if they saw the BKB on Shadow. Well, if they didn't, they certainly do now. But that was actually, it looked like a risky play by RTK, but the Wind Ranger aggressively blinked, so he expects the whole team to be behind them. And they didn't see them with the Observer Ward or the Trap, so expected as smoke and correctly predicted.
I'm starting to feel like they need a gem. As Atune is a little frustrated, perhaps, with the map control Unknown have. I'll taunt a bit with the Requiem here, but not looking to leave the home front very often. It's a little split push from Excel on the bottom lane on the Dazzle, but nobody's really getting out of the space now. And that's where the graph just continues to plummet.
I mean, Unknown has to make a move sometime. If not, they're just going to give up Aegis Cheese, and then they're going to siege with the separate wards, and that day is going to come.
I feel like they might need a gem at this point. Look at the wards. They're completely hemmed in.
Usually you don't see a team confined like this with the Night Stalker.
Looking at the smoke situation, there's none available for 8 minutes, it appears. That certainly isn't helping them get out of the base anytime soon.
I mean, even if you smoke, like maybe he's going to be far up in front. They have to do a smoke wraparound to eliminate the Shadow Shaman. I would say he's priority number 1.
Excel might be dead very quickly with this DD rune. I think that's a one-shot as they start the siege. Queen of Pain just hunting a bit for Kataro top lane. Got off the silence, but not able to finish him off. But the real action is on the mid lane, where maybe is quickly dealing with the creep wave. DDC gets down the wards. Looks like they might only be in range of the range barracks, but now RTK jumps. There's the back the wall as well. They need a little more lockdown here. Shackle coming through, not going to connect, but does focus on the maybe. They're able to bring him down once with the Aegis. Can they bring him down a second time? That's the question here. He's going to be coming back with a lot of firepower. BKB as well as a double damager, and he lunges forward onto a tune, blasts him to smithereens. No chance. That Shackle holds MMY in position, but now he gets off the snowball. Maybe very healthy through this, and it looks like he is going to be able to bring down the melee racks. Big dive. MMY takes one for the team, but they get the objectives here. LGD, there's the 2-hero Shackle, but do they have the follow-up? They need these kills. This is a lot to give up at this stage of the game. Kataro lunging forward, gets off the chains. Maybe, though, still at full HP, and he jumps in. Lops up another head, keeps on hunting for more. The Night Stalker retreating to the south. Z-Tug looking to run. They get the blink. The Shackle will connect on the Sylar, but it's too slow. The damage from Maybe is simply overwhelming. Oh, might get Z-Tug. There's the Glimmer Cape. Barely able to retreat, but to what end? The base is in shambles, and the graphs are as well. It was a 4-hero massacre in the Radiant base, and they're not done yet. Maybe he continues pressure, looking for the second lane of racks.
Very nice systematic siege coming out from LGD. Also great presence of mind for them to drop the gem. Tusk had the gem on him initially, and he died like right outside the fountain, but luckily it was placed on the chicken before. But, I mean, LGD just waiting for the perfect timing and getting it every time.
Ember was thinking about a Midas, but I don't know if a Midas is going to get you back in this game. Maybe that works in NA Dota, but not here at Frankfurt. LGD are not going to wait around for 30 minutes.
Yeah, they kind of just let Shadow Shaman farm his Blink and Queen of Pain farm the Orchid without any pressure at all. They played very safe on the top lane, even though they had a Observer Ward up there. And now MKB up on TA, that's really devastating for Wind Ranger. And now I think even with the Mantis style, Ember Spirit can't man up at all.
It's just that one Blink Hex, he's dead.
Also really nice Blink punch from MMY to stop the Requiem. That would have been a lot of damage coming out, although maybe was BKB.
Sylar is going to find Kataro, and just manages to buy the Manta. Quickly going to use it here. The Shaman arriving, but not before he's able to jump back to base, so. Well, at least the Orchid won't kill him now, but there's a lot of other tools here at the LGD Armory to try and focus Unknown down. So let's see, do they want to just go break the base now for a second lane? Do they play it super safe? They did see one hero poke out top. They've got the lane ward and Greedy into the trees. They get caught here in a moment. This could get ugly. Even throws out the power shot, then blinks back, and it's right past MMY. Pops the wind run in a panic, goes for the TP out, and will make it. So, a little space created, but quickly penned back inside the well. They're struggling to get out, and they have been for some time.
Yeah, it seems like they're overall just very, very scared to make moves. Getting punished like once or twice by MMY in the early game, and then after that, they're like, nope, we don't really want to go for kills now.
Just wondering when the second round of aggression will come from LGD here. If they want to raid for Roshan, a couple minutes to go potentially.
I mean, bottom Rex is exposed, and it's daytime, so I think it's a pretty good time to go bottom, although they don't have the Aegis.
They do have the wards and the Glimmer Cape now officially arriving, as well as that Shiva's Guard for RTK, but he is going to back off. Not normally a move in RTK's arsenal, but this time it will be as he tries for the Ancient stack here. Looks like he'll get it. So it seems they may ultra slow roll this, barring a pickoff, and even wait for that next Roshan.
In LGD's mind, the only chance they lose is if somehow they're caught off guard with the Night Stalker. Or by the Night Stalker, rather.
Taro caught up bottom lane, goes for the Sleight of Fist. Remnant back, but he didn't have one deep behind enemy line, or at his own lines, I should say, where it needed to be. And that last auto tech for Maybe is going to finish him off. Quick pick for LGD. A little sloppy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sylar just manning up, goes on to Greedy, but he is going to tank the focus fire, forced to blink away. Sylar hasn't really had that dominant performance, but it's been enough. He's going to retreat again. Just, they can't really punish him.
And Ember Spirit with the recently acquired Manta Style will not have buyback. Wards at the ready for DDC. Looks like it could be another lane.
It may well be. They have the glyph available. The ward's planted in an excellent position up on the high ground. Toon, only with the BKB now, still lacking on the actual damage items. Can definitely not man fight the TA. So they'll lose the second lane. This one basically for free as LGD continue to rip apart the unknown base. They back off and they glyph just for the hell of it, you know, to give unknown a sporting chance. Not sure it's going to matter though. Pushing in all the lanes, and now the wait for the Roche. It looks like it's going to begin.
Yeah, that'll coincide with the ward timing from Shadow Shaman, but overall, I think Unknown were just maybe a little bit far too passive this game. I think
now, do you think that stems from the draft or from their laning decisions and execution?
I mean, we also could have seen Ember Spirit go for like a Treads Drums, and maybe he would have felt more comfortable running in and having his team back him up, especially with like the Mech Heal and Grave. But
so more of that aggressive style of Ember than.
I mean, more. I think like they just didn't really feel it together as a team. Like maybe.
Oh, bottom lane, Kataro quickly jumped, hexed up, now held by the shackles.
I think they were
three
just
mangoes.
on,
this is basically the white flag being waved.
They're just on different pages, though.
Yeah. Now they're up against a very staunch opponent here in LGD. A lot of TI experience between these players. They've all been there and done it before, and looking to do something similar here at the first ever major. As deep behind enemy lines is Maybe. He's going to blink out. LGD grouping up. Looks like they're going to coalesce on the top lane and press forward. Trap deployed.
Shadow Fiend also is partaking in the Mango Madness.
Well, if nothing else, Unknown will have something good to eat while they contemplate how to do better in game number 2. But LGD want to put them out of their misery. They're up onto the high ground now, chunking through the creep wave. Maybe the man in front, the Blink Shackle is there. Unfortunately, won't latch, and now the back wall to turn it. Quick damage from Maybe, chunking down 2 heroes in a matter of seconds, looking for more. Sylar there with the ult, only hits Excel, but enough to drive him back at least. And during that time, they just hit so hard that the racks are about to fall. Well, actually, no, just the 1 hero shackle, but what does it matter? Greedy gonna get caught out and done, and Unknown, they'll tap out here in game number 1. LGD just never gave them a chance to come online.
Not enough taunts, not enough item drops. What was the issue?
They had the symbols. It felt like they just let LGD dictate everything. They had 1 or 2 smoke spend, those didn't connect. Other than that, they basically sat back and just let them slowly take over the whole map.
It didn't really seem like they could control the Darkseer at all, too. I think they had like 2 or 3 heroes down at some point in MMY with an early kill on the Darkseer, or early kill on the Shadow Priest, kind of forced them into a really defensive posture. Too defensive, even.
Well, LGD looking very businesslike as they exit the booth, and they know they've got a lot of work ahead of them, even should they win this series. As we'll see what Unknown have in store, how they look to react and adjust. Moving into game 2, and to get more thoughts on that, we'll go back to Paul and the analysts.
Thank you very much, LD. Yes, I think we can safely say that the hi-hat quota was very high. Unfortunately, everything else wasn't. Didn't go the way that the Peruvians would have wanted. And gentlemen, let's break it down for them and figure out where it all went wrong, because they never really got started, did they?
No, they really didn't. I think LGD made it a point to control the game rather early on. This is twice now that I've watched an LGD game and thought they need some control. A Lion would be a great pickup, but instead they go the Shadow Shaman. And I think it's a hero that works really well to their favor because they were able to take those earlier tier 1s, and naturally with the Templar Assassin, they're going to build a net worth advantage via Roshan control that they had, as well as stacking up the Ancients.
Yeah. Blitz, what did you make of it?
I think that their lineup was okay. Part of it was that it just felt like they sat back a little bit and were waiting for opportunities to come to them in the early game. They went for that 1 smoke where they meant to meet them over at that Dire Ancient side, but what ended up happening was they just weren't prepared. Like, they didn't have all 5 heroes off the bat. They weren't able to burst down. And then from there, it just kind of felt like they had the same troubles that they ran into yesterday, but without that dominant early game. They sort of meandered, they waited for opportunities that never really came, and all the while LGD said, okay, we've got an objective. We're going to go for Roshan, we're going to go for your bottom tier 1, then we're going to go to your bottom tier 2 because you can't do anything about the Aegis. And they just kind of, systematically played tower-to-tower game.
LGD just having the debrief. They're quite serious down there, actually, Purge, don't they?
I don't think that game was very hard for them, honestly. Like the first 15 minutes, it looked a little iffy, as if Unknown could potentially get some advantage. But they took so many tier 1 towers with the Shadow Shaman pick, and once all the towers are gone, it makes it much harder for Kotaro Hayama to not get ganked or for his team to even back him up. I mean, there's tons of action on the mid lane, and Shadow Fiend got a lot of kills out of that, but once their towers were gone, they just got so collapsed on, and LGD just controlled the whole map.
Let's take a look at the highlights now. They weren't particularly pretty highlights if you're a fan of the Peruvian.
It looked so good at the start, but they didn't quite kill RTK before he died. He was able to get his ultimate off. The snowball came through as well, and that bought him a lot of time.
They actually ran into each other with the smoke, and if they were just a little bit more prepared and they could have bursted a hero off the bat, then they probably would have been able to win that fight, actually. This fight, even then, didn't go too badly, but this should have been the fight that allowed them to just kind of take the game and roll with it.
And if LGD are talking about anything serious, it's probably just how to improve on their game. And I think there were some small mistakes that they made in some of these team fights, maybe the wrong reads. And this is usually the way that LGD start going, things start going bad for them, especially in the late game when some of these fights can be so crucial. They make the wrong read, they stumble into a bad fight, and they feed away too many kills. And I think that LGD are probably just discussing on cleaning that up a little bit more because they do have a lot of tournament left.
Yeah, I think they played overall pretty cleanly. It just kind of felt like they had a matchup win when it came to the draft. Because if you notice, the issue with Unknown's lineup was twofold. One, they didn't really have a hardline disable. They really had to rely on either the Ember Spirit staying alive so he could get multiple chains plus the Sleight of Fist off, or it was the Shackle Shot. And he was connecting with them early, but then came the second issue is that they didn't really have damage. The Wind Ranger as a support or whatever they were running it as kind of a roamer doesn't really do damage. The Night Stalker really never got off the ground, so he wasn't able to do anything, and the Ember Spirit got so shut off because of the map control that he had to go for the Manta and the Boots of Travel. It's a lot of mobility, but again, you lack damage.
I think the story is another loss for Dazzle and Wind Ranger, and we're looking at some of the stats. Wind Ranger's win ratio is getting so low, and it's worse off that she was offlane. I think he did a great job considering that he was in an offlane position. He died a lot in the early game. Because he did end up getting a lot of farming, getting some really good shackles, but it just takes so many items, I feel like, for Wind Ranger to get strong. A lot of teams going Ags, Blink, then getting a BKB, but the real strength of Wind Ranger in the past when she first came out was just going Ags straight into Daedalus, and at that point you just have so much damage that you blow people up. I feel like there's got to be a better hero than the build that people currently do on Wind Ranger.
Do you think it's more the build than it is the hero in the current meta?
I think it's part of the build at least, yes. Maybe it's just the heroes that are picked. Maybe it's the meta changing slightly, that it's very bursty right now. So if you can't survive the burst, then you just die and lose your team the game. So then teams are adjusting with BKB, and then they're kind of losing where the real value of the hero is.
Let's focus on the second of the drafts, because Last Chance Saloon now effectively for Unknown. We've got to get this one right. What do they do differently this time around, Cap?
I think that maybe if they can get first pick this time around, I would like to see them actually grab the Queen of Pain for themselves, denying it away from eHome. I think that would just be the best tempo controller they could possibly have. If not, look for the Darkseer. I think those are one of the two heroes that I would like to see them first pick up.
Blitz?
I'd actually kind of like them to play something that has more physical damage or more late game. I sort of disagree with your point about the Wind Ranger. I think the Ags into Blink is okay, but oftentimes what you'll see is that the team that gets behind with the Wind Ranger, it doesn't really matter what items that you go because you're so far behind. Like, you actually need the Blink Dagger for the mobility to set up the Shackle Shots. If you don't have that, then what ends up happening is they initiate on you, and part of the other strength is too the ability to like wind run and then just immediately blink out. We saw that yesterday when Alliance were playing against C9. Like, so often S4 would be caught in situations, but because they only had physical damage, he was able to get away so frequently. I think the bigger problem with when you pick a Wind Ranger, especially as a support, is it's feast or famine. Either it goes really well, you hit shackles, multiple hero shackles, and then you're able to snowball, or you're a hero that provides a shackle, you don't have any physical damage dealing abilities, and you're kind of just mediocre. For me personally, though, I think the main thing is just Unknown. You have to have a better game plan built around your cores, because it just felt like their cores weren't really on the same page at any point.
So you think it's more the team playing the cohesion that they need in the game rather than necessarily some better drafts?
I think it's twofold. I think the draft has to be a little bit cleaner because it just felt like they didn't adjust. They didn't have enough lane dominators. They didn't really have any damage dealers in the mid game, and they didn't really have any control factors. I think the game plan was the Night Stalker gets off running, yanks a few times to the Shadow Fiend, and then the Shadow Fiend can just kind of frontline tank for you, and you run at them with the Dazzle, but they never really got to that point, right? And when it comes to the team cohesion thing, I noticed that Unknown their cores play independently. Like one core is always farming. If he gets ganked, it's whatever because the other core's still farming. They don't really rotate in for each other. Whereas you notice at bottom, when they got dove, who was the first person in? It was the Queen of Pain that, Blink TP'd in to kill Kataru Hayama. You see that kind of synergy in the cores between LGD, whereas you don't necessarily see that with Unknown. And that means I think you actually have to go greedier in the draft with your two cores.
I would agree with that, but I would also say that they should maybe not get as... I think they still need a playmaker in their offlane position. I think greedy, coincidentally enough, should be less greedy in the pick, but they should get really greedy with their 1 and 2 position and have them separated. Otherwise, I think if you try and get a little bit too greedy with all 3 cores, there's not going to be enough farm. So the draft that they had against Nube, I think, is the perfect kind of example where they had both the Alchemist and the Templar Assassin. They say, this farm is entirely just for you two, and the other 3 are going to be able to create space.
Okay, well, we'll see if they revert back to that kind of format as well, because, as you said, it worked so well against Newbie, another one of the Chinese teams, albeit a different one to LGD, but maybe they can get something on that. Purge, thoughts on that?
I think that strategy was pretty good. I thought Greedy played much better on Wind Ranger than he did on his Clockwork the other day, so maybe something like that works, but I don't necessarily think they need to go ultra Greedy. I just think they need to play as a team more, rotating in for each other, ganking for each other occasionally. In the game they won the other day, it was basically... They even ganked for themselves, really. Like, Alchemist was solo killing an Ember Spirit by himself with no assistance. They were able to farm themselves the ability to take the game into their control, but I don't think they can play against top caliber teams.
ROTK on screen right now. What does he and the boys need to do in the draft, Cap? Because it seemed to be that they got what they wanted in that last game.
Yeah, just keep up the team synergy. Just keep up the pressure. Yeah. I think focusing on objectives is the biggest thing, being able to limit a lot of that map control if you do go for the greedy playstyle. The funny thing enough is that, like, in this game too, I agree with Blitz, and I'm just like, okay, go greedy, because initially going into the series, I was like, I don't think that's going to work out against LGD, because I think their aggressive, objective-based playstyle is going to be able to limit that kind of aggression. They'll be punishing Unknown. But seeing that last game, I'm now going, okay, just go for your playstyle all the way in. Just see if you can't be able to split yourselves up enough that LGD are focusing, gank that core, okay, now gank that core, and perhaps Unknown are able to make the game go long enough that one of their big cores is going to come online. But I think LGD just simply have to play an objective-based game, continue to control the map as much as possible, keep Roshan. I think actually having a Roshan hero is going to be pretty critical for them, because that'll really be what sets up going high ground.
Could give them an opportunity as well. There wasn't a huge amount they could do in that last game, was there, Roshan-wise?
Don't you think that's partially to Dire, though? I mean, it seems like LGD got tons of map control. They had lots of good heroes for taking Roche. They got the map control, and then whenever Roche was up, they shifted over and they took it. And except for they never really grouped up and contested it, basically. Like, in contesting it is already hard. It's part of the problem, because you're on the opposite side of the map. You have to run across the river through observer wards that are probably there, and sometimes fighting high ground. It just seems dangerous. Is it better maybe to focus on Dire rather than first pick? Maybe that's a better advantage for them.
I think as LGD, if they end up being on Radiant side, I think you can still go for the objective game first, take all those outer towers, and you can still go for Roshan yourself. At least keeping Roche in contention for the first, the 15 to 25 minute marker that usually Dire would be able to sneak it. If you could just take that bottom and middle tier 1 tower and limit the Dire side control, you can go for it yourself a little bit later on. But it turns out LGD are going to be on Dire side once again, and Unknown are going to be having the first pick.
2 down already in the bans. Nothing particularly unexpected. Wyvern out first ban, Tusk the other one.
5 seconds remaining.
You had to take the Tusk out. I think it did way too much in that last game. So when you have greedy cores like that, because they did have greedy cores, they had the Templar Assassin and the Queen of Pain. The Tusk was almost always there to protect one of the 2 supports with the snowball. And I think MMY just does way too much with that hero.
What about Wisp Tiny for Unknown? That would play a little bit more split push heavy. That would also give them a greedier draft that has, usually superior late game. But it's something that Unknown have run a few times before.
I think it's okay, but the level of coordination that you need to pull it off is quite high, and you can't really afford to make any mistakes with that type of dual run.
Plus, in the mid to late game, you need somebody to scout for you and set up ganks, and it may be too teamwork heavy for them.
Yeah.
All right, going back to the standard.
You might as well. It worked for you in the first time. I don't actually know if Unknown thinks they're the favorites here, so they probably think, okay, let's just play to our strength. And I think that's the right idea. If you're an underdog, why try to bend your style to fit whatever meta LGD is playing, right? you just honestly entirely base your play based on what you do well. Even if you think it's going to lose you the game, might as well go out with your best possible strength.
Radiant team pick.
Shadow Fiend Darkseer for LGD. They got their best strength. Maybe Shadow Fiend is amazing. Cap, you want to back me up on that?
Absolutely.
Gush about it.
Maybe. A star player carries LGD so many times, and oftentimes when you see from those pub stars, no matter what region, for example, take CIS, no one, right? Big pub star entered in the scene, doing amazing amount of work. You most often see them shine on SF because it's such a routine mid hero that they play so often, and it's very mechanic based.
You know who really impressed me last game, though, was DDC on the Shadow Shaman. Not only did he get really fast levels, but he pushed all over the place. He set up things with his team, and then in the late game, he was consistently there with his Blink Dagger to score kills on the Ember Spirit, which basically made the game end. It was like, if Ember Spirit can't accelerate and get a Manta style, the game is just over. And him being able to set up those kills with his team was absolutely important.
10 seconds remaining.
LGD, they're going to get rid of, again, the Clockwork.
Radiant
It's such a good hero against both the Shadow Fiend and the Darkseer that it makes complete sense right here to get rid of it as soon as possible. Unknown are going to ban out all the map control heroes and the space creators.
LGD's turn to ban.
But LGD, they can pretty much just focus on banning out one of the supports. You can get rid of something greedy like the Dazzle, because you've got pretty self-sufficient supports or cores already. The Gyrocopter doesn't need any help in the lane whatsoever, nor does the Templar Assassin really. So maybe you even ban something that can move around the map and be a little bit more free-flowing.
5 seconds
Like the Spirit Breaker, which is what they banned last game. Because Unknown just kind of feel like it excels when they're able to create space for Kataro Hiyama, being able to gank the mid lane for him repeatedly.
It's funny, most of the time I would look at Unknown and be saying that Disruptor would be the strongest support they can go for right now because it's such a strong laning phase matchup against the Darkseer when you have Disruptor and Gyrocopter against him. But it's not a hero that Unknown like to run. And it also doesn't necessarily work with their greedier playstyle, where oftentimes Disruptor works better in lineups that take control at 20 minutes.
It's not amazing versus Shadow Fiend either, especially in the late game. Does very little.
True. But they do still need some control
Radiant team pick.
out of their support. Rubik is something that they've gone back to early on in 6.85 in some of the matches I was watching, but it's not a hero that's been very popular this tournament.
They played in their best of 1 victory as well. Was any more games than that?
6 times picked, 66.7% win rate.
Not bad.
A small sample size, of course, as Nahaz would say.
10 seconds remaining.
They do have enough heroes that deal damage already. So that's the one thing that Rubik super lacks is the ability
5
to,
seconds remaining.
unless you steal something amazing.
I tell you what, we do have a good sample size on, or a reasonable size sample from all the matches here is win range at 22 times picked, 36.4% win rate.
That's pretty bad.
A lot of that might boil down to the fact that she gets picked so often, and also certain teams that are losing that could play a part.
Yeah, I mean, we've already spoken about Dazzle's poor win rate as well. 31 picks so far at the major, 41.9% win rate. Doesn't always follow, of course. It's often about where they're matched as well and who they're matched up against.
Bane wouldn't be bad control.
It wouldn't. It trades well with Darkseer too.
Yeah. You don't have a whole lot of... You have actually pretty much no stuns coming out from LGD to stop Fiend Script, unless you're going to expend Vacuum to stop it. But they go for the Undying, most likely dual lane aggression.
I think that suits them.
Yep.
Put LGD on their back toes, try to get some kills in the lanes. It's going to make occasionally roaming mid a little bit easier too. PL is... that is a hero that beats TA.
Yeah, but you've got Gyrocopter who, in the early mid game, if you start pressing it really early on, can do quite well for yourself.
But that's assuming... yes, they can do that, but they would need a lot of teamwork for that, I feel. And they're also a team that has a little bit of trouble playing from ahead. So I wonder if they're not going to be able to do that successfully. At some point, I think the PL would win.
I like Unknown's draft, though. A lot better than their previous one. I think they have better ways to deal with LGD's lineup than they did last game, and... okay.
Okay, well, don't leave it till the 5th then. Pick it in 4th, just in case it gets banned out.
Yeah. I mean, this could be their last game at the Frankfurt Major. They can't not play their signature hero.
So they're going to be running Gyrocopter in the tri-lane? Like, do they run an aggro tri-lane with Gyrocopter? Do they do a dual lane?
You could do a dual lane, like Gyro Undying, and just run your Gyro more as a space creator than somebody that absorbs space.
So lane Huskar versus Darkseer, I guess?
You would need something that really helps out that lane, though. Or something that can at least give you the advantage early, so that the Ion Shell doesn't do anything. Because it's a levels game at that point, and then you're okay. LG do have some physical damage, but the Shadow Fiend early isn't fantastic.
You know, Huskar versus PL is not even good. They literally have two like Huskar and TA are two of the worst heroes against PL, at least according to pub win rates, which means that they just don't match up.
I would like LGD to not over-respond to this. I don't think they have to worry too hard about it. Their lineup is pretty well balanced independently.
I think so too.
But if you're going to take something as a support, I think right now,
stun on either team would be good.
You definitely need disables if you're LGD. That's actually one of the better ways to deal with Huskar, because it's not like they have an Omni or anything like that.
5 seconds
Not yet.
remaining.
Yeah.
Reserve time.
Line is, well, no. Maybe line for unknown could work. It's not that good against PL, I guess.
For me, I'm looking at unknown as either the Disruptor or even like Earthshaker. It's one of the few times I think you could run double melee as your 4 and 5 because you're splitting them up and you have two different ranged heroes to back that up.
LGD are going to take the Spirit Breaker for themselves. Decent control hero. Does some physical damage too.
And you can pressure all the lanes, whichever one's weak at whatever moment. If a support rotates, for example, then you'll have a solo. You can charge that way.
For Team Unknown, you need something that can play pretty aggressively, because I think there's too many heroes that require a lot of farm on their team. But you've got heroes like Gyrocopter and Undying, which are really strong in the early mid-game.
Well, their disables still aren't amazing. But they just might be able to do it.
Okay then, time to find out whether LGD are making their way through the lower bracket or whether Unknown can hang in there by a thread. Let's head back to our Peruvian biased casters.
Thank you very much, Paul, and I suppose we might as well just begin with a Viva Peru. No, it's LGD looking dominant here, Ben, in game number 1, and heading into game number 2. A weapon that I feel like often the underdog teams pull out. It's the Huskar. You know, you really need a win. Maybe not a Broodmother game with the Darkseer, so what's Huskar? Do you think it's going to work?
Unknown have let go of all reservations. First pick TA. Oh, we have TA and Gyro. Okay, we're going to go with a Huskar too.
Let's give them 5 picks to counter the TA, and then also give them 2 to try to deal with them.
I mean, to be fair, they did ban out the Ancient Apparition on LGD, and they took the Undying for themselves on Unknown, so I don't think it's that bad of a Huskar game. I am just a little bit worried about how they're going to manage the farm spread.
Yeah, they don't really have that kind of independent offlaner that we often see, who's the one like a Tusk or a Clockwork that goes around setting up the ganks, controlling the map. All these heroes need some farm. All of them generally want to do a bit of damage in the fight, so we'll see if that ends up costing them. There was an early TP towards mid. As we get underway, game number 2, DDC, getting down the early observer ward, and it scouts the entire Unknown squad outside of the Gyro. Greedy, more of the utility player. He's going to head towards bottom now, back.
It's already a smart move from
scouted.
LGD, though. They know that they have 3 farm-intensive cores. They have the TA that's...
Are you serious?
But anyways, they have the Gyro in the safe lane, and they actually don't want the Phantom Lancer to be pressured because they expect the Huskar to be in the off lane, so they actually swing him down to the bottom lane and make sure that he can get some farm. Because they don't really have a good PL counter at all.
How amazing would it be if LGD just 5-man smoked behind them and killed all their items? They just GG out. Oh, that would
just bash them all down the cliff and then
hit the 5-hero charge and kill all their items. GG. It's not going to happen, though. We get underway. Game 2, Unknown, trailing LGD 0-1 in the best of 3. Bounty Rune goes to Kataro. A little love here from Unknown for you guys, of course. Maybe we'll also grab his own Bounty Rune, and he'll trot off towards mid.
Looks like MMY going to be blocking the way for him.
Okay,
Similarly, Z-Talk doing the same.
They swap
for
back
Unknown.
lanes, actually.
So it is the very scary dual lane. Huskar Undying. This is pub cancer, Ben.
That's okay. MMY is in a good position to maybe try and charge them out early. But Z-Talk is out trying to deal with the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, they did get that Rubik, one of the best heroes to interrupt the charge and frustrate MMY, although doesn't have the best damage output, but slowly plinking away at him.
They can have surprise burst into Huskar. I don't think this PL Dazzle lane should be underestimated.
Yeah, that heal bomb is really devastating, and Huskar only has 1 base armor. He is very vulnerable to it.
Bottom lane ROTK versus Greedy. We have seen some games where ROTK just dies a lot early, but in this matchup, it's almost impossible to never underestimate ROTK.
Underestimate. I was about to say. Great minds think alike. So MMY, he'll hang out on the ramp here. Z-Talk down in the river, just doing a bit of scouting. But this Observer Ward has already paid quite a few dividends for Team Unknown, or rather for LGD, has scattered a lot of rotations. Z-Talk back towards mid, but just no way he's going to get the jump on maybe. As they start to pressure the pull a little bit here. Excel getting aggressive, giving DDC the old zombie claw. Now throws out the decay, continues to go in. He's in pretty far. He's only level 1. The charge comes through. They're going to jump on this, pounce and look for the quick grab, and it will be the first blood. Atune unable to assist. No way he could have done anything. So LGD, they get the first blood, and they get it on, of all heroes, the Phantom Lancer.
And DDC manages to de-ward the ward that blocks the large camp on top. But overall, I like Unknown's picks a little bit more than last game because I think they're much more likely to play aggressively and feel comfortable given these heroes. This is their bread and butter. TA plus
RTK really getting punished here on the bottom lane. Tanks a full duration rocket barrage. Will be forced back. There is a mango. He's going to pop it. Oh, he wanted that one. Instead, he's going to blow up the hell out of that creep. Well, meanwhile, there is a charge up top, and they are going to find the kill here, bringing down Atune on the Huskar.
Spirit Breaker causing a lot of trouble. Maybe.
Jump onto maybe. They get the lift off the double damage rune, and they will pop maybe. So the punishment top has its own counterplay here. Unknown. Very well done. But their cores are farming pretty well, Ben. Yeah, the lineup looks greedy, but all 3 are near that 10 CS mark or above. So not getting punished too bad in that regard. In fact, they are stacking the Ancients now. This is scouted.
However, they have no Observer Wards up top anymore. Both of them got taken down, which is really bad because you can't really expect the Rubik to come in and help that lane. He's been mostly focusing on shutting down the Shadow Fiend, so it's kind of up to Atune and SL to not die.
And again, they go on mid. They've got the lift. They're going to drop maybe back. Starting to go to work here. Don't have the Fade Bolt on it, though. Then the charge from MY. They look to turn. On to Z-Talk. Another bash. Oh, that's 17%. One more auto attack. The Orb of Venom. So nice body block from Kataro. It's not enough for the kill. It was damn close.
He's still in vision for charge. He may be able to get it off.
Kill me, Roshan. Take me. Take me. MMY says, yeah, I'll take you. Gets the kill. Wow. No mercy.
Good move by maybe moving up top so that the charge, he gets the charge off as soon as possible.
Yeah, so far, the early movement from the Spirit Breaker has been the engine driving LGD forward. 1-0-2, 3 kills. He's been on all 3. This is what you want out of your Space Cow.
So finally, they had the Rubik move up top, and that's just because they have no vision up there. They're really scared of having Huskar become completely irrelevant.
There's a haste turn, though. Katara going to take this. As we see maybe walk back towards base. Let's see if he TPs out into that mid lane. Could get punished by this potentially then.
Oh, see a charge down on bottom. So this could potentially set up for a kill. ROTK maybe setting up for a double Ion Shell fairly soon.
And the charge goes the way of the bottom lane. Kataro now pushing in that mid. Maybe he's going to hang very far back, but the charge connects. Greedy, close to level 6. Doesn't quite have it yet. He really needs the extra firepower. No, it's okay. They'll let him go. Spirit Breaker not getting that necessary bash. So they're tri-laning top now. As they jump forward with Sylar, Atune taking some damage here, but they're going to look for the turn. They don't really get much out of it. Just a Fade Bolt, no lift there.
They get the vision of Rubik though, and maybe they'll be more inclined to dive bottom. Greedy.
Still not level 6, so close, but yet so far the Ion Shell doing its work. They don't have the double Ion Shell going though, as MMY is gonna get stunned. Now chucks it up, but the vision simply isn't there, and Greedy jukes through the cheese, continues to retreat. It looks like he's gonna make it away here. It's nighttime, and MMY does have the vision, but he drops the ward for it. Beautiful play from the wily support. Oh, run Greedy down. MMY showing off those veteran instincts once again. And he will find yet another kill. He's been in on all 4. Huge impact early on.
Is that HP for real? He has 900 HP at level 4?
He's got
he's gonna die sometime.
1 gauntlet of strength. That's just disgusting.
So they're making the Rubik move around a lot. After he died in mid lane, he goes up top, he waits, no kill really happens, and then he has to hop out the gyrocopter. So LGD again dictating the pace of the game.
Sick stuff from MMY. And now they are going to look to shut down the Ancients here, but the stacks are there as Katara engages onto DDC, quick grave, and became prepared with the TP. So away he goes back towards the well. All the cores farming here. Is it going to be enough? They do grab their urn now on the Spirit Breaker. Let's see where MMY wants to go next. As the boots now, the urn complete.
Might be a good time to go for a kill on ROTK. Unknown is sitting behind him. Greedy just picked up his level 6. I don't think they exactly know where the Rubik is unless he pops in a ward vision.
I am low. They are looking for it. RTK tanking that first flag cannon. Still doesn't see it, but may suspect it.
Well, he popped flag, so it's like, why is he popping flag? Because he doesn't want to push out the lane because that leaves him more vulnerable to Spirit Breaker. So that's a telltale sign that something funky is happening.
RTK doing a good job of not getting caught. There is a charge towards top, but MMY opting to cancel it. Not going to engage onto Attune, who...
A smoke from Greedy and Z-Talk.
A little worried about this Huskar, though. He's feeling a bit squishy at this stage. Only level 4. Nowhere near that ideal like level 8 to 9 where you get the maxed out spears and the max Berserker's blood.
Man, that ward on bottom is really paying off. First, it secured the kill on the gyrocopter. Now they're like, okay, no one's pulling bottom and no one's in lane attacking these creeps. They have to be up to something funny, and maybe his positioning is far back at the T2.
Yeah, the safe lane is not often abandoned entirely like that. Is Greedy, Z-Talk, and Katara all kind of hanging out and are scouted out a bit by this observer ward. Z-Talk be looking for another ancient stack. They are going to get eyes on Excel. Do they want to go for the charge here?
They're not sure if there's a gyro sitting behind, so they're a little
There's only an Attune for now. Is there a TP? Is there any kind of backup? There is nothing but a tombstone, which will be instantly blown up. And finally burning Greedy.
Man, that heal bomb
not
just
seen.
is crushing them.
Yeah, the PL Dazzle is pretty scary. But while that was happening, off in the mid lane, Kataro does go deep, finds the kill, and maybe that is much needed. As the charge comes in, he's got refraction. Just 1 second, but there's creeps here. Urn deployed. Katara will go down. He wanted that regen rune, but he ain't gonna get it.
Man, Spirit Breaker 3-0-3, involved in every single kill that they have. ROTK doing a creep skip on bottom. This leaves Undying vulnerable at the tower.
Yeah, Undying still no boots. This guy's got nothing.
Oh, now they're giving up on top lane.
It just feels like LGD are kind of repositioning Unknown at their will. Already up 2,000 plus gold, close to 2,000 experience as well. It's just all LGD all the way. And then you go into the mid game and you wonder who's going to be the tempo controller, who's going to be the guy that starts the fights, helps them come back into the game, puts pressure on the PL. They just don't really have that hero, Ben.
TA. That's pretty much the only one that's doing well. Been involved in the only kills on Unknown. Got a solo kill on SF, so he's the one that they need a kind of...
The chosen one.
Yeah, but they already have the Urn on Spirit
Hayama.
Breaker. That's already really good against the refraction.
Yeah, the Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, even the PL, it's not going to be easy.
But now their lineup's starting to suffer when everyone is like, okay, I need farm on the Huskar, I need level 6 on him. I also need, boots on Undying. That's not asking for too much, is it? But maybe it is with this.
Yeah, Huskar is going to get the safe lane farm now, and they are going to try to take advantage of their ability to clear out the jungle. So TA works on the Ancients. The Gyro was clearing out some stacks in his own jungle, and Z-Talk will take over mid. So they're being fairly efficient here. but so too have been LGD. And now LGD, they see not a whole lot. They actually did scout 2 heroes running towards mid, and they had the lane war bottom. So they have a general sense of where heroes are located. As there's a jump on the mid lane, they get the lift off on maybe, but backup's coming in. MMY diving in very aggressively. He is going to back off. Looks like that smoke did break. Not sure if they realized he was smoked though. The rest of LGD swing around.
I thought they were going to go in. There was no
lift.
No lift. But I guess the gyrocopter cooldown is pretty hard to deal with this early into the game. Maybe if they had their mech, I think they would have been more aggressive. But again, they lay a sentry ward over there.
RTK will reveal himself bottom now, building towards the mech. Very close to it, just needs the recipe. And it's like they're kind of resetting here, going back to their original lane assignments with Sylar up to 1,100 gold of his own. Aggressive dual lane really didn't get anything done as far as limiting his farm.
So Huskar is still pretty close to his armlet, and he can do a lot with just that one item alone. So even though the early dual lane didn't end up pressuring Sylar's farm that much, he didn't suffer as badly as he could have.
Yeah, that ancient stack did make a dent here in the LGD lead, pushing it from about 2,500 gold back to 1,500. Something that LGD, they were cognizant of. They dropped the wards, they tried to contest a bit, but they never fully shut it down.
Yeah, Rubik did a really good job of dropping his own sentry ward to clear the dire observer ward. But yeah, I think Unknown are actually doing pretty well here. Only 1,500 gold deficit with this sort of lineup.
But RTK gets a free tower. Bottom lane, one last karate chop will bring it down. So the map control will increase here for LGD. The mech will come out momentarily now in the stash, and in turn, the armlet is grabbed.
Yeah, they don't really have any team fights on the side of team fight items on the side of Unknown though. Undying, with only level 5 with no boots. They, ideally you want an arcane boots in the beginnings of a mech, but just no such thing coming out.
Let's see if LGD let this tower drop. Unknown muscling up on it. They are going to reveal that armlet. At the same time, the mech is available. RTK only with the level 1 vacuum. They will let it fall. A big tower for Unknown. But they are trading for this. With Sylar on the top lane, he's quickly pressuring, and they don't have that Spirit Breaker type hero to quickly gank him or punish him. So Sylar's split push goes entirely for free now as they slowly trickle towards the top lane. A lot of this movement being scouted. In fact, it feels like LGD have had eyes on Unknown for most of the game.
They didn't have eyes on the Rubik though.
Yeah.
MMY was in a pretty good position to jump in, but he didn't want to do it without knowing where the Rubik was.
Well, that Sentry Ward was replanted, but it was after one Dragon spawn, so Katara will clear that out. Now he too heads top. It's like 5 unknown heroes going this way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
LGD not really showing huge desires of wanting to fight.
The Tombstone will be problematic, even though it's only level 3 and he's a little under level. It's still really strong 12 minutes into the game. So the mech maybe isn't enough to counteract that. And of course the call down and the AoE coming out from Gyrocopter is insane.
It's just crazy to see a TA Huskar draft that's 5-manning and nobody wants to fight. Not often, but the other thing is LGD are very light on the disable. Something that was brought up in the pregame analysis.
They can't get a clean jump unless they scout out the Rubik or Spirit Breaker can charge from the trees, and just it's way too unreliable for them to give up such a big team fight, because if they give that up, they could likely give up Roche.
So the pressure is there on the mid lane. Sylar looking for another tower. He's going to grab that one as well. So his first big item coming out, it's going to be the Yasha.
They canceled a lot of TPs though. This might kind of make LGD want to pressure their jungle a little bit more, knowing that they can't all be united on that south side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower
The Deso complete.
attack.
Good timing here for Kataro. Not the fastest we've seen this tournament, but still a good clip. So they have their armlet, they have their Deso, they've got the Gyros level 8. When do Unknown look for their first big fight?
What is maybe going for?
SNY, BKB?
Not sure.
Decent BKB game.
Yeah, I don't think you want to pick that up first though anyways. As you said, Deso up.
Are they really going for this? Kataro.
Oh, with that rune, of course.
Rune straight in. Sneaky, sneaky. And they're in a great spot here with the potential for the high ground tombstone about to come out. LGD totally unaware of this. DDC creeps down. He is going to weave. Surprise! It's a Roshan. And it goes the way of Katara. Now they're going to lift him, drop him back, and he does immediately grave. Try to get the hell away. Nothing to prevent that TP out. So he escapes. A missile will haunt him on his way back to the well. Eventually he'll get the doink, but should be able to emerge and tech. So free Roshan, Ben. And this one not really punished at all, although it looks like a tier 1 top may fall. but they may have lost that anyway.
Yeah, with that, LGD
top tower
don't
has fallen.
really want to fight into that. It's far too risky. They're not completely sure if they can get the jump. They're not completely sure if they can take down the Huskar with the armlet, and they're pretty sure they can't kill TA twice. So there's no real good reason to fight them ROTK.
Uh-oh. This looks like trouble. He does pop the mech, the quick dunk forward. Michael Jordan on the hunt. Deso will finish him off. It's Kataro's turn to get a little revenge for last game. And they do have the lane ward down now. So they scout out DDC, trap deployed, but they are lacking that hero to just jump in and reliably start the fight, at least until there's a blink on... Oh, okay, let's just surge. That's all right. That's one way to get the job done, but DDC craves it. Will live to tell the tale. Still a very big steal there from ZTalk. Almost getting the kill. And they might take another tower. Unknown, this very unconventional draft, but they're playing it quite well, keeping it even here with LGD. Their tournament lives hang in the balance. They do back off from the bottom lane. And they start getting their next round of items. It looks like the Dominator might be a Toon's choice, has the Helm of Iron Will. We are going to see Kataro up to 1,000 gold now. ZTalk saving. And Gyrocopter completing the drums.
LGD are making good use of the other side of the map, though. Sylar farming the left lane, and then Shadow Fiend taking a few of the Radiant jungle as well as the Dire jungle, so they're just not interested in really fighting.
The charge goes on to greedy top. MMY just streaming in, and it's going to be scouted running past the creep wave, but just wanted to use it for a little bit of mobility as he sees that siege happening bottom. They don't really want to fight into the Tombstone or the Aegis. RTK is going to have to surge himself away. Huskar getting the last hit on the tower. That will complete the Dominator, and then up to another 600 gold, so Unknown doing pretty well here. But LGD just taking the trades for now and waiting for the PL, the Shadow Fiend to fully come online. Very patient stuff from them as Baby Split pushes mid. Can they catch him? Can they punish him? There's your surge forward from the little Rubik. Hunting, there's a ward up, so he does get scouted. Not going to pursue any further.
And fast forwarding maybe 10 minutes into the game, like, greedy is just not that farmed as a Gyrocopter. You need your Gyrocopter to be over-farmed to deal with the Phantom Lancer, and Phantom Lancer is heavily out-farming the Gyrocopter right now, kind of able to make use of the whole top left side of the map. And
Gyro, it's not even like he's an Ember where he just destroys the PL late. At best, you can kind of get rid of the illusions once before that fresh round comes in.
Yeah, Huskar really has no solution.
And TA struggles mightily as well.
So I'd like to see them maybe stack up Ancients for Gyrocopter, just to make him a little bit more relevant, and then have the TA push out lanes very aggressively, because as it stands, LGD just don't want to look for a fight.
Oh, Kataro, he does purchase his Blink. I think he wanted to kind of hide the purchase, but he is just going to make sure he gets it. See the Darkseer poking forward towards him. There's a surge on mid. ZTalk going to pull back the Shadow Fiend, and then he just kind of laughs and walks away. They really don't have the easiest time starting these fights. It's going to be a lot of big spells steals required from ZTalk to activate their lineup. So instead, they'll rotate Kataro. The Aegis about a minute and change. Let's see, do Unknown want to go for a big objective mid? They do have the level 4 Tombstone, but Sylar, patient as ever, slowly working down this top lane up to 3,000 gold. So he could buy that Diffusal Blade soon if he wants to get active in the fights. They commence their siege on the mid lane. It's ZTalk up in front. As always, they get down the aggressive work from
MMY's
Excel.
positioning is really good. He's on the left side.
Starting to converge. He's got the line here for the charge, and there's no Radiant Vision up the hill. This could get ugly real quickly, but the tower drops very fast. They do manage to steal the heal. Are they thinking about high ground breach? They're still a tier 2 up on both side lanes. No, just going to deny one creep. Catapult alive for now.
They don't know that Sylar has a Diffusal yet, and this could be really bad for them.
Oh, this could be a 5-man wipe if they get caught by that. The Lance comes out, and it looks like now the Diffusal is indeed revealed.
Maybe doing a good job of creep skipping in the mid lane. They have no wave.
And Aegis is expiring soon. They're going to charge now. Kataro, regen rune available, Blink online, but he's about to get cut off. He's separated from the team. He suddenly realizes I'm too far away, and he'll Blink across the river. MMY chasing with the Ion Shell. Tombstone gets dropped, and they back off. Suddenly, the chase becomes the chaser. Your Requiem being attempted, but there is going to be a quick stun onto Maybe. Now they jump forward. They've isolated the Shadow Fiend. Unknown get the jump here in the fight, and now they jump forward onto RTK, looking to blast down the Darkseer. There's the Grave, no TP. RTK immolating the Burning Spears. He tries to turn and take down ZTalk with him. Not going to happen. Unknown find 2. Sloppy play here from LGD. Let's see if they get any more. Sylar, Doppelganger, Kataro on the hunt, has the trap available, drops it. And Sylar just going to TP away. So good calm instincts there, but they give up 2 very avoidable kills.
Yeah, really nice blink by the TA. And looks like MMY wanted to bait out some more spells, but kind of put his team in a bad position by charging across the river. And of course, maybe looked like he wanted to maybe think about Requiem, but it was just not the right place at the right time.
He hesitated, and then the homing missile hit him, and then things just got really sad really quickly at that point. Bottom lane, dunk onto DDC. Oh, Grave at the well. The lack of disables here frankly, for both teams might become a problem as this game moves along.
Now they have the blink on Rubik, though. Now they can actually get picks with Rubik and Huskar or Rubik and TA. I think they have enough burst to just obliterate people in that 2 seconds.
And, well, an item that could obliterate Unknown if they're not careful is grab now. It's going to be a bit unconventional here. MMY going for the Blade Mail. Sees all this damage, no BKBs on the map, and although that may change here with Greedy.
Oh, they have a Zevra Ward that scouted out ROTK on the bottom lane. They're already making a move for him.
Can Kataro bring him down on his own? He's got the DD rune available. There's the first melt shot. Secondary attack. Dropping the trap is going to deploy it, but RTK just starts to sprint away. Jukes through the trees. Cuts him off at the pass. Oh, that ward. That ward. So easy for Kataro to track him down. Very nicely done.
Yep.
Only 6 to 6.
Push. But LGD have lost a lot of map control right now, and the TA is just getting out of control with her damage.
It's just crazy that this draft is looking so good. It seemed a little vulnerable on paper. They didn't have great answers for the PL. They lack any sort of real disable outside of the Rubik, but it's paying off. And now that stolen wall from last fight has cooled down. They've got some time to take advantage of it. Sylar will TP himself in. They wait in the trees, searching for that opening, and it's Z-Tak who quickly initiates, dropping the wall to cover Sylar's retreat, but he just doppelgangers over, will back away. Still, they forced him back. They've created a little zone of control here. So it's up to Maybe to split push on the mid lane, while Unknown continue their pressure bottom, mounting the aggression now, as they've clawed this game back by almost 5,000 gold to a 1,000 gold lead. They will take that tower bottom, another 1,000 in their pocket. LGD playing defense, a totally opposite story from game number 1.
They really have to be better about controlling Roche. They were in a really good position up until that point and just unwilling to take the fight. That could just leave the Marax down. But now Roshan going to respawn very, very soon. No TA trap in there, though. Oh my god, that is one of the shortest respawns I've seen.
Let's see if LGD can do anything about it. They don't really have the best Roche lineup in their own right, obviously. Unknown the ones who can quickly bring him down. We're going to see Kataro back to the side shop. Looks like another item might be purchased. No, saving his gold up to 3,100. Any new items coming out for LGD? Anything that can really break this game open? Sylar's farm has been slowed down a bit. Spent a lot of time coming to fights. Finds himself even now with the TA and the Shadow Fiend.
Maybe blink on Darkseer, I think, is probably the next item. Because they don't really have BKBs up on the Radiant side at all. So that's where the blink vacuum wall can actually make a big difference.
RTK is pretty close if he wants that. And there's a BKB, number 1 on Greedy. Good solution there for the Blade Mail, for the Darkseer in general, and may allow them to have someone that can run in and tank before the Huskar gets involved. He is, meanwhile, very close to his halberd. Unknown, are they going to try to pull the same
ROTK has split off from his team, though.
Are they going to try to pull the same trick twice? RTK is smoked as well. He walks up the ramp. He did get revealed, so too did Greedy. I'm not sure if either team actually saw each other. They get the ward down for Excel, and now also revealed as Maybe. Everybody pretty much knows where the opposition lies, but who's going to go in first? Coming from behind is Greedy. LGD really starting to clump up here. Who gets that jump? They charge onto the TA, trying to dodge away and survive for now. The Requiem gets deployed. There's the wall from behind. Tombstone dropped in the midst of the chaos. Kataro trying to go to work on Sylar, but he's not able to find the real hero. The TA's going to go down. Beautiful fight this time from LGD as they managed to bring down 3. They haven't lost a single one. Attune with the armlet toggle, but pursued to the ends of the earth. He ducks his way back. Save me, somebody help, but eventually there is no help in sight. And in the end, 4 will fall. They just didn't have any way to deal with the PL army.
LGD was really fortunate that they pulled away from the Observer Ward, and TA's trying to be really cute with the blink. She blink dodged the Spirit Lance. I think that's the second time she did that, and kind of left her in a really bad position because she didn't blink far enough.
and also going for a very greedy build with the Blink Dezo and the Hyperstone with no BKB.
I mean, look at this. Greedy doesn't have BKB. He's already procced the Rocket Barrage. He may take down into the Urn Charge. The homie missile is going to hit MMY, and TP just fakes it out. But bottom lane, the real action is LGD are looking for their first lane of Rax all of a sudden. Well, they'll take the tier 3. It looks like they'll let it end there. But as far as Roshan goes, it's LGD suddenly with the much better map control. And that 5,000 gold swing they worked so hard for, Ben, it's gone. It's now 5,000 right back the other way.
Yeah, it's tough when LGD are unified S5. They have really no good way to stop the Shadow Fiend Requiem unless you want to use the Rubik Lift on it. And then on top of that, they still don't have mass BKBs. You want BKBs on, I think, on all 3 of your cores to kind of fight LGD. And of course, as the fight goes on longer, you have more weave stacks and more Phantom Lancer illusions, and it just becomes increasingly difficult. They really need to take this next Roche, but everything has been trampled. All their hopes and dreams after that last fight. They need to be able to take control of the right side of the map.
Well, it is actually just a moon shard for Kataro.
He expected to be able to win a fight or just take Roche out, but now his lack of BKB might be punished.
Yeah, not even going for the slightly more stable AC for that bit of extra.
They smoked. I don't know if it was in that Observer Ward vision. It was really close, though. And Sylar's not actually there.
Z-Talk, someone in the neighborhood not able to break it. The charge goes in all the way into the bottom lane. Attune will get stunned off the bat. Has the armlet available, is going to get the heal off, and may even look to turn. Backup is coming. Greedy's about to arrive. They cancel the Nether Strike. Jumping back, but Z-Talk's there quick on the follow-up to try and turn this one around. The Blade Mail's already worn off. Looks like they should get MMY. It isn't going to be allowed to TP out easily here as it's cooling down. And jumping forward is the Huskar. They will get the Spirit Breaker off the bat, but coming from behind is the Army of Illusion. Sylar starting to really go to work. The BKB on Greedy already committed the call down as well, and now coming the Requiem, almost enough to kill RTK is the Gyro. They do manage to bring down the PL on the backside of the fight, though. Great teamwork here from Unknown. That's a big grab. The Spirit Breaker's one thing, but the PL, that is quite another matter. And all of a sudden, it looks like they might roll the dice and try to walk into the pit. This is very bold.
Wow, Sylar just died so quickly. He got life broken and then melted at the same time and just exploded.
Let nobody say that Unknown lacks for courage. They walk into the pit. There could be a buyback for all they know, but there's no tower, so maybe it's not all that risky. And in fact, it looks like it could be an easy Roshan. RTK surging, has the blink, and he's just gonna let it go. Unknown, slightly won fight with 2 kills. Another Aegis going their way. Kataro gets a little breathing room, despite the super aggressive build.
LGD actually could have gone for the Roche after they won the last fight, but instead they went for the T3, and I think that may be a tactical decision that they may come to regret. Maybe they thought that they were confident enough that they would win another fight and be able to take the Roche, but I think versus Unknown's lineup, all you need to do is really prevent them from taking the Roche and let PL get massive. And at this point, he's not really getting as big as they would like.
Well, the Blink Dagger comes out on Sylar. Probably saw Aggressive's game and decided, I like that style. I think I'll adopt it as my own.
It was able to kill the Rubik very, very early on, but unfortunately they weren't able to kill the Huskar. MMY got trapped in the trees. He felt very unconfident about Nether Striking. I don't even know if he had vision from that deep in, but that's really what bought time for Unknown to come to that side of the fight. So they really need to be able to just pick someone off initially with the Spirit Breaker charge into Nether Strike, because Unknown, they don't really have great counter initiation.
They do have a ward towards the mid lane here. Just scouted RTK surging himself away.
Give me a coin.
Nobody quite ready to hunt him though, as Kataro moseys into his own jungle, dropping a trap, which is going to scout Sylar here as he farms the wave. Let's see if Sylar wants to get after him. They are charging currently.
They really need to push out the other lanes though, so they're not forced into this fight. I think currently Unknown are like much stronger than LGD.
You know, there's very few towers on the map here, and we're yet to see a single Boots of Travel, so getting around the map is actually quite an issue for both teams.
Well, Unknown did like a fake push in the mid, and that's kind of what prompted Phantom Lancer to buy a Diffusal Blade instead of more farming items. So that was a nice move by them. They've constantly been keeping LGD in check and making them go non-greed items.
I mean, do you see either team on a timer here? Do you think Unknown can actually handle the PL if this goes ultra late game, Ben?
I mean, with him being third in net worth, I think so.
Radiant's middle tower is
so as long as they
attack.
keep him down or even with them.
That last death, and of course getting constant Roshans is going to really help Unknown.
Big smoke wrap around. It looks like they might find DDC here. It does heal the wave, and surprise! It's Kataro up in your grill. Will go down, so they get a support pick, but the trade is Sylar taking that last outer tower. So now LGD, no tower standing between them and the bottom lane.
I think they just split push though. If you fight Unknown, you have to fight into the Aegis, but maybe
the
they're...
push is faster here though. You've got...
I mean, the Deso Templar Assassin is going to push a little bit faster, I think. But it's a better choice.
They could try to swing around bottom, but that would take a while. Dire team still has their glyph available. Radiant team also going to pop theirs. Are we about to see a base race? There's not too many ways to cancel TPs. RTK is going to use what he has, the Blink Vacuum, off the bat, while meanwhile, maybe and Sylar chunking down that top lane. Katara working on the melee Rex. Both teams content to trade, but if they try to back down, MMY could be the savior for this team and cancel a lot. It's LGD TPing home, and they're going to look to engage. Attune backing off. They've managed to isolate Kataro. He's still got the Aegis here. He's going to need a little help, though. For now, hiding. Where's the vision? Where's the detection? A swarm of illusions descends on him. Oh, they might lose him twice now. It's going to be real tricky getting out here. Yeah, there's no escape. My God, he exploded. Then another back, and chasing forward. A massacre erupting over on the Dire side of the map. So it's a Rax for a Rax, but it ends up being 3 unknown heroes and an Aegis quickly eviscerated.
That was a really nice play by ROTK. He caused enough chaos in the fight. Yeah, the wall didn't really hit that many people after initial vacuum, but it's still unknown. It still bought them maybe a good 5 or 6 seconds on the racks and caused them to have to spread out again, and then that left them vulnerable to the charge from Spirit Breaker in case they wanted to TP back to defend. So that was a nice tactical maneuver by LGD.
And they want to make another one now. Try to force those buybacks out if possible. Sylar barreling down mid. They could even sweep towards the bottom lane if they wanted, where the racks are exposed. LGD, they were able to close out Unknown very quickly in that game number 1, and they're looking for something similar here in game 2. A loss here will end the South American dream. Let's see if Unknown can hold on. TA buyback up in 10 seconds, but by the time she's able to rejoin the fight, looks like the racks may have fallen. The cooldown will clear out those pale illusions, so maybe runs in. A few more auto attacks will finish off the tower, but now the dunk on the Sylar. Didn't have a way to dodge away from it. He's dropping quickly to this level of fire damage, and he is going to be forced back as Greedy engages too. And Kataro will leap. He tries to get the kill and maybe can't quite do it yet. He's burning as well. Another dunk. Deep goes Attune. He finds one. He explodes in a cloud of dazzle heal damage as Sylar lifts away. He's burning. Z-Tug wants him. The surge forward. He gets the lift. He's going to zap him to death. Oh, a swag play from the support. He's really been the star of the show here for Unknown. RTK in the trees. Oh, just blinking out. Able to retreat, but they need even more, it feels. DDC on the run too. Trap getting dropped. Can they pursue? Blink forward. They've got a lift in 4 seconds. He is going to drop the weave. Seems like they've cornered him, and this could be dead Dazzle next on the menu. And while this is happening in the mid lane, the Darkseer is being pursued a little bit by Greedy, but doesn't have the firepower to bring him down, so they get 4 heroes back the other way. They did manage to take down the melee Rex, and LGD only dead for about 20 to 30 seconds each. And that bottom lane already dead. There's still a tier 3 up mid and a tier 2 up top. Can they take a lane of Rax back? Can they equalize the score here? The top lane's pushing in for the Radiant side. Creeps are attacking the range Rax with Fury.
And that's a very nice spell for Z-Tug to steal the weave from Dazzle.
They might just go all in here. Unknown. It doesn't seem like they're in any rush to back. They're going to commit onto the tier 3. They will bring it down quickly, but do they continue? There's the back. It didn't manage to catch the TA who blinked away. Z-Tug being focused. He did deploy that weave, and now the Glimmer Cape. Can he make it out? Where's the detection for LGD? They don't have it. Blinking out. He makes it away. Z-Tug again. Pulling out the big plays as effigies drop. How appropriate. LGD getting a little sloppy here, Ben.
Yeah, they saw the Huskar in the top lane, and that was the green light for them, and still unable to even connect on 1 kill. Let's see how quickly Roshan respawns after this one.
I mean, they have to get some sort of detection. The first 2 is the meld, now it's the Glimmer Cape. This is getting a little ridiculous.
Well, they have it on the Dazzle, but Dazzle's been dead, and Spirit Breaker out of item slots.
And it's 1 century. It's not much to work with.
Yeah, he really wants the BKB on MMY so they can guarantee initiation.
LGD perhaps waiting for that next Roach. They really feel like they want to slow this game down. The frantic pace seems to be more to Unknown's tastes, as Kataro, next damage item, full-on aggression, gets the MKB. This is a solution to the butterfly for maybe, and it looks like Sylar building one as well. Already, Kataro will be ready for that.
Yeah, no buyback on Kataro. That could actually be pretty devastating, considering he doesn't have a a BKB. He could very easily die to a Phantom Lancer or Spirit Breaker if they have detection.
This game feels like it could get really wild. Or Unknown could just casually get wiped in the pit and lose. Hard to say, but it's got that aura about it, Ben.
That would still be wild.
You would be happy. Gotta whip these young upstarts into shape.
Whippersnappers.
You can't whip a whippersnapper, though. I was already committed to a different word once they said whip. So they get a halberd now, and there's no... Oh, this is actually big. There's no BKB on Kataro. This could be a fight-ruining halberd, potentially, for the Spirit Breaker. LGD are going to look to march down mid. There is a charge onto a very defensively positioned Huskar, but not someone they want to engage on. So they are split pushing. Kataro pressuring out this top lane. But LGD seem to have the presence on the bottom side of the map. They're the team with the wards. They got them down during that last push near the pit. Somewhat pinning Unknown back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Both teams just waiting for that elaborate Roshan dance. Round number 2. Actually 3, I think, at this point.
Yep, they'll see the TA and then they'll feel pretty comfortable to move around the map. I mean, I'm surprised ROTK hasn't had bigger Darkseer vacuum walls because they still don't have that many BKBs. Just one up on the gyrocopter at the moment, and Huskar is building one, but it hasn't been as impactful as I expected from him.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the item the TA needs next, though. At this point, she's just begging to be halberded and kept out of the fight.
I mean, she cannot rely on refraction at all with the mantas, the split.
It's like the ideal fight is if she's the, I don't know, maybe the 3rd hero in or something like that.
Yeah, they have to rely on the Huskar to tank up. He is very, very tanky. He has a lot of armor, he has evasion, he has inner vitality.
Oh, they just send Kataro flying into the pit. Get in there. This is C-Talk. You work for me now.
Pretty lucky for LGD that it didn't respawn right there. I think that Kataro can just destroy Roshan before they can even respond. LGD aren't even headed around the pit right now. I guess they have the chicken.
Really good ward up mid lane, though, giving them a ton of vision. LGD are going to smoke, but they were just scouted running past the wards. Maybe they didn't expect the full-on charge. The Nether Strike. No, it's interrupted by a lift again. The beautiful plays from T-Dog. Now the Glimmer Cape. Where is the damn detection for this Rubik? They simply don't have it still. A Toon being focused on the backside of the fight. He got off the BKB. He's pretty tanky. Armlet toggles. He hangs on for ages, but they don't have a whole lot of backup. So in the end, they are going to lose him. The TA also gets picked off. They traded this for Sylar, though. 3 now dead as the Undying of Excel will also fall. Now the charge forward onto Greedy, locking him down. They may have to use that TA buyback to hold the line. There's the lift on MMY, dropping him down towards Greedy, who simply doesn't have much in the way of damage, and the buyback comes out now. Requiem gets deployed. TA's TP'd in. A big leap to the side for Kataro. He's committed heavily. He's got to get something out of this fight. Jumping onto DDC, fairly tanky, courtesy of the Solar Crest. But Kataro does have the MKB, the missile. Moving forward, Rubik looking to hunt. They have to get more. They're chasing, they're thinking. Surge, but RTK is the man being hunted by the missile. As DDC cowers in the trees, and Kataro now suddenly finds himself very far out on his own. So a big win there for LGD. And now Roche is up.
Yeah, Sylar ended up dying in the fight, though. And again, LGD press on a little bit. The alternative scenario would be for them to take out Roche, and if TA buys back, she's not going to be there in time. And then I still think they have enough time with that to push high ground, because they only have 1 Rax left. She has to buy back very, very soon. So LGD seeing a clear preference for choosing to siege the Rax as opposed to the coveted Roche.
Both teams do have their glyphs available. Checking the buyback situation, it's pretty bleak for the Radiant. Only the Gyro with buyback. 3 heroes on the Dire, including both of their carries, do have it, and they feel like they have to get this Roche after that Kataro buyback, but he gets caught in the pit. He's almost in still. He's dead. He's killed by Roshan. Dead for 90, and so here may end the dreams of Unknown unless the rest of the team can do the heavy lifting, but a Toon melts and a sea of PL Spears. They've lost all their carries. They're about to lose the zombie. Excel, possibly the last to fall. The Tombstone up on the high ground. Now he'll TP home, but this may be
How
the
did
end.
MMY get vision for that?
And meanwhile, creeps are pushing in.
Was it this like observer ward that barely saw him? I'm so surprised he was able to get that charge off, and TA certainly did not expect that.
A bit of a deflating way for the dream to die, but
you called it.
This is pretty much what we're left to here. TA just mincemeat for Sylar. And LGD taking care of business now in the lower bracket. Didn't want to be here this early, but they'll get one step closer, bringing down the melee racks, officially getting the mega creeps. The last moments for the first ever South American team are upon us, and they have been defeated. LGD, they show the young upstarts just what it takes to stay alive here at a big event. Unknown go home, but hopefully they've learned something along the way.
I mean, the TA actually just kind of gave them an easy route. It's like, hey, I have no BKB. Focus me. Focus me.
I have all the damage. I am really squishy. I also have no buyback. Please, don't come at me. Well, they ended their game in true Lil Hardy style here. So they'll grab some branches, and we see LGD exiting the booth. They move on. They take the series 2-0. And
it was a good run by Unknown.
Unknown, you got to give it up for them. They had a hell of a showing even in defeat. I'm sure they made a lot of fans, and hopefully we see more of them in the future. But as the series wraps up and LGD take it, we go back to the panel to wrap up this match and to wrap up the day.
Very much LD, of course, the Peruvian fanboy, but not on this occasion enough to take the South Americans through. They can be proud of what they've done, though. They have won a game and at least avoided the bottom four. They will bow out against LGD after a 2-0 defeat. In the end, it was all a bit sad. I mean, the last game showed that they could play at least, and they did kind of hang in there. There were even moments where you sort of thought, well, they might be able to take this game. So it's not all doom and gloom.
Yeah, it was the first half of the fight. They'd go in, they'd maybe do a bunch of damage, but then they would get overwhelmed by the PL illusions, and there'd be a lot of counter initiation. The Spear Breaker charge at the end would just lock down Kotaro Hayama completely, and there's no coming back from that when your main damage dealer dies right at the start.
As you said, Red Eye, there were definitely some moments where you looked at Unknown and saw the potential of the team that they really can be, but ultimately they were facing up against a Phantom Lancer. Their lineup was pretty much limited. There was going to be a time where eventually the Phantom Lancer took over the game.
Yeah, they've left us with some fun memories and some good memories as well. And it's great, I guess, from a continental point of view, the fact that they're able to play on this big stage.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that they should take away from this is how inspiring it was that they were able to make it this far in the first place. When you have a fledgling scene like that where, yeah, there's a lot of Dota being played, but when it comes to the competitive aspect, there's not too much professional Dota. I think this will give hope to a lot of teams and kind of say, well, maybe if we take this a little bit more seriously, look how far we can get with it. Because I feel before this point, Team Unknown, maybe they didn't really understand the complexity of the situation or how big this was for their scene, but I think once they get home, it'll kind of hit them and say, wow, we didn't finish bottom four. We could have even probably gone further than that. And for me personally, I thought it was a decent showing. Against a team like LGD, you can't really make those minor mistakes that they do because it adds up so quickly. But overall, I think it was an okay showing that they'll be somewhat satisfied with.
It's a bit, I'm not going to draw comparisons too much, but a little bit like MVP Phoenix at TI in that, careers that sort of up-and-coming fledgling scene. They've got to be seen to be doing well, and hopefully that inspires other players to come and play the game more than anything else.
Yeah, especially since we know that the Peruvian scene is very young age-wise, and knowing that just being at the majors was actually significant. Them, a Peruvian team making a showing at an international tournament is amazing, and them actually being able to make it one more round is also awesome. And the money that they take home is actually going to mean a lot for them in Peru, being able to play professionally even further.
Okay, we'll hear more from you three lovely gentlemen in just a moment, but let's head downstairs and find out who Cottle Guy is with.
Thank you, Paul, here on the stage with maybe of Team LGD, a very clean 2-0 against Team Unknown. Congratulations on that. I do want to ask your opinion about going against a team like Unknown. They're a rambunctious group known for taunts and dropping items. What's your opinion on going against them?
恭喜你们这一场大获全胜。那你们这次面对的对手，以前有的时候会做一些很不礼貌的行为，比如说把装备放在地下啊什么的。你对这有什么反应？这是不是给你更多的动力，还是你觉得很滑稽？
我觉得就是看个人喜好吧，也没什么，主要还是看你怎么对待，就是游戏开始之后。
It's not really a big deal. I don't think too much about it. What really matters is after the game starts.
Now, ROTK has said in a past interview that if he was able to compile a team of a lot of the younger talent, that he named you as one of the first picks. So now that you've had the opportunity to work with ROTK, how's that been like from your perspective?
那老队长说，就是他以前重组时想跟中国比较有天赋的新人来核对。 那现在他说你也是就是这新一代的好选手，你现在能跟老队长在一起打，你有什么见解、什么想法？
我觉得很开心，然后他这个人是我很喜欢的类型。
I'm really happy and I really like him as a person.
And I guess finally that means that up next you're going to be going against eHome, which means you get to square up against Old Chicken in that mid lane. What's your thoughts about taking them on in the next round?
你们下一轮对手就是eHome，那这样你中日要对待那个老鸡，那你对他们有什么见解？有什么想法？
我觉得老鸡是一个很优秀的选手，对他们我觉得应该是一场算是苦战吧，然后希望自己和队友还是发挥的像今天一样。
I think he's a really good player, and I expect a long and difficult battle with them. And he's a really good player. I hope we can play as well as we did today.
Very good. Maybe congratulations again. A very hard-fought match. We look forward to you competing on further. Let's give it up again for Maybe and Team LGD. And thanks again, Jack, for helping us out. Let's go ahead and send it right back to Paul at the analyst panel.
Thank you very much. Well done to LGD. 2-0 victors. We're going to wrap up our thoughts on that with our panelists, and we are in our final game of the day, of course, so it is the end of the day. We will give you the brackets in just a moment, but first of all, summarise LGD's performance so far in the major and how far you feel they can travel through the bracket.
Looking at it, LGD, I thought that that going into the match against CDEC, it was very clear that CDEC would be the favorites, and they had a rather disappointing performance there. I think that they're going to need a lot more this series against Unknown. They showed some pretty straightforward play, I'd say, for the most part, this game, too. There were some openings that I saw. I was like, okay, there's some mistakes here in these team fights. This is something that you can't really afford against some of the better teams here at the majors. And I think they will just have to continue to clean up their play if they have to go up against eHome.
Yeah, well, they do have to go up against eHome, so how do they fare, Blitz?
I think eHome are definitely going to be the favorites here, especially after they were able to take out Vega Squadron. For me, Vega was one of the top 4 teams here. They definitely had the potential to go even further than they did, but eHome, when they played up against them, their teamwork was pretty much impeccable from what I saw, and probably most importantly was their map movement, so precise. They didn't really make any mistakes, they didn't waste any time, whereas I feel like LGD, when it comes to their map movements, and even their team fights, it kind of feels like there's some lapses in judgment, or it feels like their communication isn't all the way there. Even against a team like Unknown, they're probably individually better, so that it didn't play as big of a role, but when you're playing against a team like eHome, where you've just got star after star, where CTY has just absolutely gone off in this tournament, you absolutely can't afford to make the same mistakes that you made.
CTY versus Maybe, that's a mouth-watering prospect in the lower bracket.
Even me and Cap can probably agree on that one. A fairly matched.
I'm just going to be watching the mid lane the whole entire time.
Yeah, just not watching anything else. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Okay, we do have the brackets for you to update you because they have changed significantly today, of course. The upper bracket looks like this. EG will take on CDEC tomorrow. Secret will also take on Vici. That's the upper bracket semi-final. And at the lower bracket, you can see now that LGD and eHome have advanced. Alliance will play Virtus.pro, and OG will take on Mineski. Every single game, every single day is one to look forward to. Can't wait. Can't wait. More tomorrow as well. We've got plenty of those games coming up. I think we might be able to show you what we've got coming up tomorrow, in fact. Just again, stupendous games all day. We'll kick off with OG versus Mineski in the lower. Alliance and Virtus.pro will complete the lower bracket in the second round before we move on to Evil Geniuses versus CDEC, the replay of the TI5 Grand Final. And we'll also have one more match, which is the Secret versus Vici Gaming, the other semi-final in the upper bracket. We'll find out at least 2 of the top 3 teams here at the major. Another day in the history books, though. There's 2 more teams crashing out from the race for the Frankfurt major title. 10 remain now, but 4 have a distinctly better chance than the others. Tomorrow we'll have more action, drama, suspense, victory and defeat, when you'll be able to catch it all from 10:30 a.m. local time, live from Frankfurt. We'll see you then.